At this hour, international news. An international team of scientists held a press conference and announced a sensational discovery. In the permafrost of the far east of Siberia, a prehistoric supervirus has been found. This giant virus has already become the fourth giant virus known to humanity. Previously, scientists had discovered another similar specimen in the same region. According to experts, the discovery was made a year ago, but the information had been kept secret until now. Research is still ongoing, and at this moment it remains unknown whether the virus is capable of infecting humans or animals. Some specialists note, as long as the permafrost remains frozen, there is no reason for concern.
I jumped up, everything matched. The star seed had warned me, in 10 days, a viral outbreak would begin. Without wasting a second, I studied survivalist forums, gathered supplies, and in just 2 days turned an old minibus into an armored shelter, removed the seats, installed a bed, reinforced the doors, and upgraded the engine and body. When the world collapsed, I was ready. Then they appeared, frightened, desperate girls begging for shelter. One in a torn dress, another covered in blood, and a third crying by the roadside. "Please, take us with you," they begged. I opened the door. Together, we drove through the dead city, toward a world where a new life was beginning. Guys, if you haven't seen the previous parts, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Now, let's get to the story. You're going to kill that mutated pufferfish? Xiang Shuihai's cherry lips parted slightly in shock, staying open for a long time, doubting she had heard it wrong. As an Esper, she of course knew how powerful that water monster was. That thing could crush mutated zombies with ease. Such a powerful water monster, even if Yang Feng came, he'd probably only be able to run for his life. But Jiang Lushi said he was going to deal with it, and in such a matter-of-fact tone. She could feel the confidence in his words. But why would Jiang Lushi want to kill that giant water monster? Not to mention how dangerous it is, there are safer ways to leave from the northern part of Mist County. His decision was completely unexpected to Xiang Shuihai. Could it be because of me? Facing Jiang Liushi's deep gaze, some fanciful thoughts suddenly popped into Xiang Shuihai's mind. But then she felt it was ridiculous, such thoughts were too narcissistic. Besides, Jiang Lushi didn't seem like someone who acted out of personal impulse. That mutated pufferfish has something I need, Jiang Lushi said calmly. Actually, besides the mutated crystal core, there were many other reasons. Jiang Lushi just didn't think it was necessary to say. Captain Jiang, have you really thought it through? If you really can kill that big water monster, you'll be doing a huge favor for the survivors of Mist County. I don't know what I can help you with, Captain Jiang. If you have any requests, just say the word. Xiang Shuihai was silent for a while, pursed her lips, then looked up at Jiang Lushi. Although she had only been around Jiang Lushi for a short time, she knew he was a cautious and steady person, not someone who boasted casually. No matter how unbelievable she found his plan, Xiang Shuihai still chose to believe him. Yes. Boss Xiang, please provide me with a large amount of diesel, the more the better. As for the boat I need, I've already got the information from Old Sun, Jiang Lushi nodded without hesitation. He had already checked with the starseed and learned that the amphibious base vehicle required a large amount of diesel for power. Man proposes, but God disposes. Right now, he couldn't be sure how long it would take to kill the mutated pufferfish once the vehicle started. So he had to prepare for the worst, prolonged entanglement with the mutated pufferfish on the river. The diesel he had now probably wouldn't be enough. He had already used up a lot of diesel on the way and hadn't replenished any. No matter what, refueling was a must. He didn't want to end up stuck in the middle of fighting the monster just because the vehicle ran out of power. All right. Xiang Shuihai didn't ask anything else and agreed immediately. She completely trusted the man in front of her, at least everything he had shown so far was worthy of trust. All she needed to do was give Jiang Lushi the greatest support. If Jiang Lushi succeeded, Mist County would be saved. In every way, she had to do her best to help. Jiang Lushi returned to the minibus and informed the Stone Shadow squad of his plan. A boat? Kill the mutated water monster? Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan widened their eyes, but then Zhang Hai suddenly shouted. Damn! That's insanely awesome! Jiang Lushi was going out to find a boat to take down the mutated pufferfish in the river. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hai, Sun Kuan, and the others, after their initial shock, became eager to try. That water monster had blocked them in, not daring to move an inch, yet Jiang Lushi wanted to hunt it down. These monsters had been preying on humans like food, and most people didn't dare fight back. Only their captain dared. How could Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan not be excited? Especially today, after helping Mist County with flood defense and seeing the survivors building embankments with their bare hands, their anger had only grown. You two stay here. The rest, come with me, Jiang Lushur said. Seeing Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan stunned, Jiang Lushur added, this time, we're only taking the minibus. Too many people won't fit. Besides, Mist County still needs constant vigilance against zombies, mutant beasts, or even attacks from that water monster. Mist County just went through internal strife and is short on manpower. You two stay and help. Moreover, the espers around Xiang Shuahai were mostly former subordinates of Old Qiu. Luo Junjiang and the others might not be enough to keep them in check. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, with their shotguns, still carried a lot of deterrence. Zhang Hai scratched his head, seeming like he wanted to say something, but then slapped his chest and agreed cheerfully, you're right. Can't let brother Jiang worry about the rear. Jiang Lushur smiled slightly. This trip out was just to find a boat. Once he found one, he'd come back quickly, no need to bring too many people. Ran Shiyu was a psychic-type esper, capable of detecting spiritual energy fluctuations along the way, predicting danger, and locking onto enemies, one of the main fighting forces, absolutely necessary. Li Yusin was the team's medic, no need to explain. In emergencies, she played a critical role. Brother, I want to go. I've pretty much recovered. Besides, in the water, my ability works better, right? Jiang Zhuiying quickly said. As she spoke, she raised her hand, and arcs of electricity danced in her palm. Jiang Lushur looked at Li Yusin, who hesitated and glanced at Jiang Zhuiying before saying, Zhuiying's ability has indeed mostly recovered. It's just that her hand still needs some rest. But Sister Yusin, you're coming too? Jiang Zhuiying leaned affectionately against Li Yusin and whispered with a smile. Li Yusin seemed tickled by her breath, showing an uncomfortable expression while giggling, don't do that. The two girls' playful interaction brought a hint of a smile to Jiang Liushur's eyes. Outside was a flood-ravaged, monster-filled post-apocalypse world, yet inside this minibus there was laughter, all thanks to strength. I got it. I'll help you recover as soon as possible, Li Yusin gave in quickly. Seeing Jiang Lushur and Ran Shiyu looking at her, she blushed immediately. All right then, Jiang Lushur said. Jiang Zhuiying quickly made a secret V sign. I'll come too, another voice sounded. Jiang Lushur looked over and saw Zero leaning on the minibus handrail, quietly watching them. Actually, since arriving in northern Jiangsu, Zero's deal with the Stone Shadow Squad was over. Jiang Lushur hadn't interacted much with this girl along the way, but after several battles, he felt she was someone who didn't talk much but was reliable and ruthless in action. Since she wanted to come, Jiang Lushur had no reason to object and nodded. There was also another person, Sun Changxin, the old expert, who was familiar with the area and could point out the exact location of the military shipyard. He had to come. Xiang Shuahai had always acted decisively. After agreeing to get diesel for Jiang Lushur, she immediately led people to search all warehouses and gas stations. Meanwhile, inside the minibus. Fully inspect the base vehicle, Jiang Lushur sat in the driver's seat and connected with the starseed. Command received. Base vehicle inspection initiated, the cold voice of the starseed echoed in Jiang Liushur's mind. Surprisingly, that cold voice brought Jiang Lushur some warmth. This was his greatest reliance in the apocalypse. On the starseed panel, basic information about the base vehicle appeared. Vehicle type, base vehicle. Space configuration, upgraded bedroom X1, kitchen X1, bathroom X1, small living room X1, basic combat room X1. Weapon systems, basic compressed air cannon, basic ram, compressed flamethrower. Energy lab, activation progress 30%. Below the basic info was a long progress bar. Scanning, base vehicle tire damaged, left middle reinforced tire airbag ruptured, 10% damage, right middle tire 2% worn. Fuel tank needs refueling, 300L. Right window bulletproof glass damaged, damage level 1. One scan result after another appeared. Jiang Liushur's gaze paused briefly on the 30% energy lab progress bar before shifting to the scan results. There were quite a few minor issues. If not repaired in time, running into powerful mutant zombies or beasts could be a problem. Fortunately, materials like steel, chrome, fuel, etc., were still in Jiang Liushur's storage, so he immediately had the starseed begin repairs. The repairs would take over 10 minutes. Not wasting time, Jiang Lushur focused. Snap! A light screen appeared before his eyes, showing various upgrade options. Last time, after leaving Shanghai Bay City, he had evolved and upgraded many systems. Now, if it weren't for those upgrades, the base vehicle would be in trouble. For example, the upgraded bulletproof tires, if they had still been the old ones, a few stabs from that mutant wild dog's fangs would have worn them down by over 30%. Now it was just 10%. As for bulletproof glass and alloy shell resisting multiple impacts from rocks and cars, there was no need to say more. Last time, Jiang Lushur had used up all his mutated crystal cores, and there were still things he wanted. Now, he had 12 more. He didn't yet know how many would be needed to unlock the vehicle's third form. Still, although the mutated crystal cores were valuable, they had to be used when needed. Jiang Lushur directly selected the biological lab. He had previously evolved his brain nerves, agility reflexes, and awakened a mutated bloodline. These combined abilities had saved both his team and himself multiple times. But after the Yangfeng incident, Jiang Lushur realized his physical strength was still inferior to some powerful espers. He wanted to strengthen his physical fitness further. Greed without control was dangerous. If the body couldn't keep up with the brain's reflexes, it could be fatal. Agility without stamina could still mean quick death. But now, Jiang Lushur had mastered all his abilities well and felt ready to go further. To enhance his physical attributes meant improving agility, strength, constitution, and neural function. After consideration, Jiang Lushur locked onto defensive enhancement. Strengthening defense meant stronger survivability. Though a level 1 defensive enhancement gene solution couldn't block bullets yet, it could help him resist sneak attacks from sharp weapons, enough to save his life. Last time, if Ran Xiyu hadn't attacked Yang Feng with her psychic power when those roots trapped him, Jiang Lushur would have been in big trouble. He couldn't stay inside the vehicle 24/7. Now, with the mutated pufferfish coming, Jiang Lushur had every reason to upgrade his survival ability. He summoned the biological lab panel and saw various options. First option, defense enhancement. Strengthen muscles, skin, blood vessels to resist blade attacks. Second evolution may resist handgun bullets. Each level of defense enhancement brought stronger resilience. Jiang Lushur was very tempted. This was a full-body defense upgrade and would significantly boost his constitution. Spending one mutated crystal core, he waited a moment, and a bottle of green liquid appeared in his hand. He drank it in one gulp. Immediately, his body started burning with intense heat. But having gone through it several times before, Jiang Lushur quickly overcame the side effects. 10 minutes later, dripping with sweat, he lifted his head. Once he stood, he could clearly feel changes in his body. His skin was smooth and had a faint shine. But when he scratched with his fingernail, there was no mark left. It felt tougher than leather but looked normal. His bones and muscles felt much stronger. A vibrant life force surged within him, making him feel refreshed. Zhuiying, come here. Jiang Lushur suddenly called out to Jiang Zhuiying outside the vehicle. Earlier, when he was inside, only the two of them remained. No one else had noticed the change. Brother, what are you doing? Jiang Zhuiying entered and immediately sensed something different about him. Shock me with electricity, Jiang Lushur said. Huh? Brother, that's a weird request. You're not turning into an M, are you? Jiang Zhuiying asked curiously. I said shock me, not talk so much, Jiang Lushur replied speechlessly. What was all this M stuff? His sister really picked up weird things. Jiang Zhuiying chuckled mischievously. Although her arm was injured, after Li Yusin's treatment these days, she could already move it a bit. Without a word, she reached out and touched Jiang Liushur's arm. A small electric current passed through. Jiang Liushur's expression changed slightly. He grunted from the shock, but a smile appeared on his lips. It worked. Brother, no way. I guessed right? Seeing Jiang Lushur smile from the shock, Jiang Zhuiying looked at him exaggeratedly. You're not my real brother, are you? Faced with her dramatics, Jiang Lushur stayed calm. Inside, he was thrilled, his body's defense had indeed improved. That crystal core was well spent. When Jiang Zhuiying shocked him, he still felt pain, but his pain tolerance had increased significantly. The numbness also faded quickly, unlike how others would be unable to walk after a shock from her. This proved his blood, muscle resilience, and recovery had all improved. A few hours later. Outside the base vehicle, Xiang Shuihai had already arranged for barrels of diesel to be transported over. To find these, she had put in a lot of effort. She didn't just raid all stockpiles, she even siphoned fuel from truck tanks. Thanks to those outsider survivors, many of whom drove trucks, their fuel was also requisitioned. She also spread the word to Mist County survivors that Jiang Lushur needed diesel. Word spread fast, soon all survivors knew. They respected and were grateful to the leader of the Stone Shadow Squad who killed mutated beasts and helped build flood defenses. And when they heard Jiang Lushur needed the diesel to fight the giant water monster, they quietly began to act. They searched everywhere in the county. Some elderly survivors even dragged over thresher oil tanks to extract some diesel. When the survivors delivered all the diesel to the base vehicle, Jiang Lushur swallowed hard and looked at the tattered, frail faces around him. There was hope in their eyes. They truly wished he could kill that giant water monster. Captain Jiang, I think we've gathered all the diesel in town. This is all we have, Xiang Shuahai said, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Her hands were blackened from handling the fuel. As she wiped her forehead, several dark oil stains marked her fair skin. It's enough, more than enough, Jiang Lusher said seriously. He roughly estimated that those barrels, even some old iron drums, held over 1,000 liters of diesel. Oh, right, I also brought the mutated wild dog you killed, it's your team's trophy. Xiang Shuahai remembered something and signaled to Luo Junjiang. At his feet lay a large tarpaulin with the dried blood of the mutated wild dog that Jiang Lusher had killed. The meat's in good condition. The survivors all knew you killed it, so no one dared to steal any. The crystal core is still inside, Xiang Shuahai smiled proudly. The survivors of Mist County hadn't had proper food for days. Hunger was constant, yet none touched the meat. Many survivors even warned each other to stay away from the mutant meat because it belonged to the team fighting the giant water monster. They needed it for nourishment. I'll take the crystal core. As for the meat, let everyone share it, Jiang Lusher told Xiang Shuahai. He already had enough mutant meat in the minibus. But how can we? Xiang Shuahai tried to object. Jiang Lusher waved his hand and, not waiting for her reply, raised his voice to the nearby survivors. Everyone, divide up the meat and eat. The survivors were stunned at first, then a cheer erupted from the crowd. A little girl with bright black eyes and a dirty face looked at the wild dog, then ran forward and said, "Thank you, big brother." Before Jiang Lusher could reply, she ran back to the crowd. Mommy. Mommy. The big brother gave us meat to eat. The continuous heavy rain, fleeing, building flood barriers, a whole series of events pushed the survivors of Mist County to the very brink of exhaustion, both physically and mentally. If not for Xiang Shuahai's leadership, if not for their mutual encouragement, many would have already collapsed from fatigue. Now, hearing that Jiang Lusher was going to slaughter the mutated wild dog and share the meat, the survivors of Mist County, who had been languishing, slumped everywhere, suddenly regained strength. Many secretly drooled with anticipation. Normally they could barely get a few bites of dry food. Now the idea they might eat mutated beast meat was almost unimaginable. Beyond excitement, they felt even more grateful to the Stone Shadow Squad. Never before had an Esper squad treated them so well. Everyone knew mutant beast meat was always exclusive to Espers. Some survivors with a bit of energy among them instinctively divided tasks, some fetched clean water, some brought large basins, some hurried to gather wood and build bonfires. Zero said nothing but voluntarily took on the task of cutting and grilling the mutated beast meat. With a gentle flick of her small knife, a chunk of meat was sliced off. Li Yusin took out some seasonings from storage, sprinkled cumin and pepper, rubbed on a layer of cooking oil, and soon the meat sizzling over the bonfire released a tempting aroma. Once the meat was grilled and served in large bowls, joyful shouts of delight erupted among the survivor camp. The cheering continued for a long time. Bonfires piled up, illuminating grease-smudged mouths at the corners of the survivors' lips. A little girl tried to push meat into her mother's mouth. She forcibly held pieces out, while swallowing hard, whispering, Mom eat, Tong Tong isn't hungry anymore." The mother, skin and bones, only held her daughter, kissed her, tears streaming down. "Tong Tong, Mom will eat with you. There's enough meat. We will both eat." Not far from the mother and daughter pair, Jiang Zhuiying stood silently on a collapsed wall fragment. "Zhuiying, what are you looking at?" Jiang Lusher came up behind her. "Brother, I'm thinking." Jiang Zhuiying's gaze was fixed on the laughing mother and daughter. She suddenly turned and smiled at Jiang Lusher. "I'm actually pretty lucky." Jiang Lusher was slightly stunned, then silently put his arm around Jiang Zhuiying's thin shoulder. Their parents died early. Since childhood, Jiang Lusher quietly took care of his sister by himself. Now in the apocalypse, the two of them being together was truly a form of luck. Jiang Zhuiying tilted her head, leaning on Jiang Liusher's shoulder. Only her brother's shoulder could give her warmth and a sense of safety. "Brother, you'll always stay by my side, right? Brother, you're so good. Enough with the coquetry. Get back in the car quickly." Jiang Lusher barked, forcibly ordering Jiang Zhuiying into the base vehicle. Outside, light rain still fell. Jiang Zhuiying wasn't fully healed and was standing outside dazedly. Xiang Shuahai delivered another batch of materials, including metals and mechanical lubricants that needed replenishing. Not long ago they repaired the base vehicle, so some of their supplies were low. Indeed they needed restocking. Although Mist County was small, even in the apocalypse it was a substantial market, and they managed to gather all those materials. "This is a map I found. You should find it useful. The map shows the area you're heading to, though it doesn't mark the exact location of the military shipyard. Xiang Shuahai handed a somewhat curled civilian map to Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi nodded. With the map and Old Sun's guidance, it should be easier to locate the military shipyard. Suddenly, from the flood area in the distance came a soul-piercing cry, "Help! Help!" The cry shattered the half-mountainside atmosphere of cheer. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw in the rolling floodwaters a ruined fishing boat being swept toward Mist County. On the boat were two burly men being eaten alive by a zombie, flesh and blood flying. Just as the zombie killed one man and turned toward the other, a more than 3-meter-high splash erupted on the water. A massive shape emerged, mouth wide open and terrifying, overturning the fishing boat. The zombie and the two men were instantly swallowed whole. The mutated pufferfish. Jiang Liushi's eyelids twitched. That thing wouldn't die easily. It had been lurking underwater all along. Other survivors from Mist County looked at each other, the earlier excitement froze halfway. As long as the flood didn't recede, and such a huge water monster existed in the water, who could go out again? Jiang Lushi silently glanced at the floodwaters, brow deeply furrowed. The situation looked grim. Soon the Stone Shadow Squad and their group finished organizing and prepared to depart. Survivors of Mist County and Xiang Shuahai gathered around the base vehicle to send them off. "Big brother, good luck." In the crowd a little girl jumped and waved at Jiang Lushi. "Safe journey." Old and young looked at Jiang Lushi and the Stone Shadow Squad, calling farewell loudly, hope shining in their eyes. "Brother Jiang, be careful on the road." Zhang Hai shouted. "You too remember what my brother told you, stay alert." Jiang Zhuiying reminded Zhang Hai through the car window. "Don't worry, boss. It's noted down." Sun Quan pounded his chest with a grin, promising. Jiang Lushi nodded, then turned his gaze toward a figure in the crowd. "Captain Jiang, take care." Xiang Shuahai pursed her lips, staring at Jiang Lushi. Suddenly she felt overwhelming reluctance, a strange fear that maybe something would happen this time, maybe she'd never see him again. In the end, all the words she had piled in her throat were swallowed, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. "Captain Jiang, have a safe journey. Me and the survivors of Mist County will be waiting for your return." Jiang Lushi heard deep sense and strong worry in her words. He was not heartless, people are not trees, and his heart was not made of steel. He felt Xiang Shuahai's deep emotion and some softness stirred inside him. "I will definitely bring back a boat and kill that mutated pufferfish." The words rolled in his throat and finally became a promise. Xiang Shuahai smoothed back her hair and nodded. After saying that, all emotions within Jiang Lushi calmed down. He closed the car window and said to Ing, "Drive." Boom! With the eager waves of farewell from the people of Mist County, the base vehicle drove toward higher ground. The path toward the military shipyard included a dirt road between Mist County and Qingshi County. Mist County and Qingshi County were actually far apart, over 100 li, about 50+ km. Between them were many mountain peaks. Building a proper road would need lots of funds and manpower, but before the apocalypse there was only a narrow 3-meter-wide dirt path. This dirt road lay north of Mist County. The base vehicle still had to drive further north, up to the high ground, to reach it. This stretch of road is tough, at least dozens of kilometers of mountain path ahead. Inside the cabin, the old expert Sun Chongxin, wearing his reading glasses, muttered while studying the map. That military shipyard was very hidden, only because he often went out doing water research did he remember some paths that could reach it. They knew the real route to the shipyard was not on civilian maps, only experts like him remembered the way. The dirt road they took was exceptionally rough. Many sections had been washed away by mountain floods. In some places the base vehicle had to deploy mechanical arms to clear the way. Also, several road segments, due to days of heavy rain, were fractured, with sharp stones sticking out, enough to damage reinforced bulletproof tires. If Jiang Lushi hadn't repaired many parts of the base vehicle earlier, it would have been much harder. After traveling most of the day, no human figures were seen ahead, and the vehicle had driven into what looked like a green ocean. It was bizarre. Since the strange virus from Siberia's permafrost ravaged the earth, not only had many people become zombies and animals became mutant beasts, even plant growth accelerated dramatically. They had once passed through Subei City via the Suhuang second-level highway and saw many tall buildings covered by vines. This dirt road they were now on was no different. Thick, sturdy vines, wildly growing weeds, thorny bushes, towering ancient trees, they filtered the sunlight overhead, making it ominously dim. At first, they could still barely see the path ahead, but gradually, vines and wild grass covered the dirt road more and more, and the roots of many trees had broken through the path. After several hours, the base vehicle had to rely only on the general direction shown on the map. The road was no longer visible. According to the map, this should be it. This should be roughly the end of the dirt road. Then we need to walk northeast. The old expert Sun Chongxin strained to identify direction, speaking slowly yet without much confidence. Because the road before them looked completely different than in his memory, and because the vegetation was so dense, visibility was almost zero. No one could be sure the route had no deviation. Brother, this section of road is really quiet, there's no sign of life at all, Jiang Zhuiying frowned, pressing against the car window, observing outside. Earlier, by some villages they saw at least some zombies lurking around, but here, it was completely deserted. Suddenly, her gaze shifted sharply, she saw something unusual ahead. Brother, there are some abandoned cars over there. Jiang Zhuiying pointed towards the road ahead, signaling to Jiang Luoshi. Jiang Luoshi's heart stirred, and following her signal, he saw deep in the vines of the road ahead, indeed 5 or 6 abandoned vehicles parked. But due to continuous rain, many parts of the car's metal bodies had rusted, their broken windows were overgrown with vines. Without careful inspection, one would never notice them. Stay alert. Watch carefully. Jiang Luoshi said. Abandoned vehicles parked here were unusual. Moreover, the tires of these cars were clearly punctured and torn apart. Some had bullet holes on their bodies. Some looked newer than others, evidently discarded at different times. 5 people lying in ambush up ahead. Suddenly Ran Shiyu's voice rang in everyone's minds. There's no obvious spiritual fluctuation, seems like ordinary humans. She added. Ran Shiyu sensed location was immediately shared with Jiang Luoshi. They saw 5 red dots not far ahead, near a small hidden hill on the right side of the dirt road. The red dots' spiritual fluctuations were weak. Jiang Luoshi furrowed his brow. In the apocalypse, there were many survivor groups that took over territory like this. As long as they held advantageous terrain and lay in ambush, even ordinary survivors could kill espers. He could easily use a single compressed air cannon blast to eliminate those ambushers. But thinking it through, he hesitated, the air cannon's power was too great, if it drew attention from something else, it might backfire. In such deep forested mountain areas, chances were high there were mutant beasts, and possibly many. Captain, let me go. Zero silently stepped behind Jiang Luoshi. Unlike Zhang Hai or Sun Quan, Zero always addressed Jiang Luoshi as Captain. Okay. Be careful. Jiang Luoshi nodded. He had some trust in Zero's ability in this jungle environment. Her power made her extremely agile, good at stealth and ambush. Zero nodded, her eyes turned into glowing green cat eyes, her fingers became sharp claws, and she held a dagger sparkling with cold light. She silently crept forward. Inside the small hill ahead, a few men sat. They looked different from ordinary starving survivors, each had a ruddy complexion, not at all like those who hadn't eaten in days. Each wore a hat woven from straw, and their bodies were partly hidden behind the hill, watching the minibus. Damn, where is that bus? Why isn't it coming? One tall man shouted. Bare-chested, he had a centipede-shaped scar across his body. It's been a long time since a vehicle passed. This time we might get a fat haul. Another man answered. The last batch of supplies is almost gone. I thought with this dirt road in such shape, few would pass through. A younger man wearing glasses joined. He looked handsome, but his sunken eyes always seemed exhausted. Heh, old 7, looks like you were busy again last night? That girl's going to kill you sooner or later. The tall man smiled toward the man with glasses with a brazen tone. What the hell else to do, nothing else to do. The young man replied. At that moment, the tall man's smile froze. Suddenly, a sharp dagger stained with fresh blood pierced out from his heart area. Other burly men were stunned. Before they could react, behind the fallen man appeared a small figure, a petite girl like a cat child. In the dim light behind the small hill, Zero looked like the Death Reaper wielding a scythe. Her killing moves were as graceful and light as possible. Her silhouette flashed behind the man, and the next moment reappeared above them, hanging from a twisting vine. Each time she appeared, a man's throat was slit by her dagger. Don't kill me. I surrender. The young man with glasses, first time seeing such terrifying killing, went blank, dropped to the ground. When the dagger just came to his throat, it paused. You are Liao Feng? Zero's voice sounded strange and surprised. The terrified young man collapsed weakly on the ground. Hearing those words, he paused slightly, in his fearful expression there flickered a trace of doubt. This voice feels somewhat familiar? He summoned courage and stole a glance at Zero, and immediately shock came into his eyes. You are Jianling? At this moment Zero had suppressed all her superpowers. Her cat claws retracted, she returned to a normal girl's look. Small straight nose, thin lips, neat short hair, plus sharp, knife-like eyes, Zero's clear face had a special heroic grace. Upon seeing this face, some familiar images in Liao Feng's memory overlapped with the girl before him. That long-absent feeling of familiarity erased some of his fear. Zero nodded, inward emotion stirring. Jianling, the name sounded as if covered in dust, it had been a long time since anyone mentioned it. She looked at the young man in front of her, while memories in her mind flipped forward quickly. The Liao Feng before her was far from the arrogant student council president he had been in school. Her memories of him back then weren't good. At school, Liao Feng was the student council president, and his parents were superiors of Zero's parents. He had pursued her, and Zero's parents had told her not to offend him, so she had to keep distance and politely refuse. Otherwise, given her personality, she wouldn't have bothered with this playboy. When speaking, to hide her impatience and because she didn't want to see him, she simply kept her head down and avoided looking at him. The Liao Feng now before her no longer had that high-flying posture, instead there was a kind of degenerate, restrained air, his gaze flickering uncertainly. That nearly scared me to death just now. I didn't expect my old classmate to become a powerful esper. Liao Feng forced out a smile and exhaled a long breath. If it really was Jianling, things could be explained. And she had become an esper, that was good news. Actually, back then, although Jianling had not really accepted him, Liao Feng felt quite optimistic. That girl always spoke to him with her head lowered, very shy. He thought if he wanted to win her over, it would have been very easy, but before he could act, the apocalypse came. Jianling, after the apocalypse where did you go? A few classmates and I tried to find any news about you, but nothing. I thought you had something happen to you. I didn't expect you to be fine, really good to see. Liao Feng's face lit up with a happy smile. He stood up from the ground, brushed the dust off his pants, looked like he was showing concern for Zero. Why were you lying in ambush here? How many of you are there? Zero did not respond to his words but said calmly. She wiped blood off the dagger in her hand, trying to keep calm, but seeing Liao Feng smile, she couldn't help but recall his arrogant attitude in the past. She strongly wanted that false face in front of her to disappear. Liao Feng was slightly taken aback. It seemed Jianling had not the slightest intention of reminiscing. Then he saw the bloody dagger in her hand. His heart skipped a beat. Heh, Jianling, this must be a misunderstanding. But before Liao Feng finished, Zero interrupted him. I go by Zero now. Zero's cold tone and lofty stance made Liao Feng suddenly feel uneasy. He wasn't used to this Jianling. He still remembered the girl who used to keep her head down when speaking to him, from a family far from his. Even Zero's father had treated him with respect. He never thought Zero would become an esper. Their gap now felt like an abyss. A glint of hostility flashed in his eyes, then vanished, replaced by an awkward smile on his face. Zero, hear me out first. What happened just now was really a misunderstanding. After the apocalypse I got into a stranger's car along with some classmates. We planned to flee to Qingshi County. On the way we were ambushed here. Luckily there was a big brother esper in our car. He wiped out those looters. We stayed here ever since because nearby there were fewer zombies and it was relatively safe. We ambushed only for regular vigilance, not because we had thoughts about you. You know, in this world everything's chaotic, everyone's on high alert. Liao Feng spoke patiently. This damned Zero, he never thought he'd have to lower himself. Zero of course did not believe Liao Feng's patchwork excuse. The condition of those abandoned cars was clearly different, obviously abandoned at different times. Also, when she infiltrated, she had overheard their conversation. This guy Liao Feng was still the same as before, obsessed with women, not a good person. Her muddled emotions suddenly settled. She no longer wanted to listen. No need to say more. I believed you. But since I killed 4 of you, what do you plan to do? How will you explain to your esper boss? Zero asked calmly. A moment ago she had intended to kill them outright, but quickly changed her mind. Behind Liao Feng stood another esper boss. Given Liao Feng's impulsive character, that could lead to even more trouble. These kinds of people liked ambush attacks, they weren't good people. Liao Feng let out a sigh of relief. This girl looked cold and detached. It seemed she still considered the past relationship, still cared some. That would make it easier. This naive girl might still be won over by Liao Feng's methods. If he could make her submit, then wouldn't his life become comfortable again? You're an esper. Even if you kill a few of us, our boss can't touch you. I'll just go back and tell him. He's actually weaker than you at close combat. He paused, stood up, glanced casually at the minibus. Where are you going? Why would you come to this godforsaken place? In his mind he estimated well, though the distance was far, he still saw that the minibus looked quite new. How had they traveled this far? Zero, expressionless, didn't answer. She slipped the dagger back into the sheath on her waist. You can go now. I'll tell my captain about what you did. Throwing down those words, Zero turned and walked to the minibus. What? Zero has a captain? Liao Feng's face filled with shock. He thought Zero was already strong enough. Now she even had a captain. What kind of ruthless figure must that be? After he finished speaking, Zero just started to leave. From behind came Liao Feng's low voice. I still want to call you Jianling. Do you know? Throughout the apocalypse I kept you stored in my heart as motivation to survive. I thought once I gained strength I'd find you. Now seeing you alive makes me very happy. That M9 combat knife you gave me, I've kept it with me all along. Zero, her back turned to him, turned her head slightly. She glanced at the knife in Liao Feng's hand. The handle was cylindrical, with mesh-like patterns on it, the end had a small notch. The blade glinted coldly, it was indeed the M9 combat knife. She knew full well Liao Feng's flotation tricks. That knife was probably just his bodyguard, coincidentally not lost. This guy was still the same as before. Actually, that combat knife was just a gift from her parents. Knowing Liao Feng liked such things, they got it specially for him and gave it through her, to curry favor with his parents. When they gave it, they didn't even say a word. Keep it then. Zero didn't look at Liao Feng. She turned and walked to the minibus. Liao Feng froze, he hadn't expected this move not to affect Zero. He thought she might be touched inside. His face turned cold. He snorted faintly and turned to walk toward a place behind the small hill. There was a cave hidden behind a large rock. Inside the cave were two horny men. A bald big guy with a muscular build was outside shining a telescope down at the minibus. In the corner, 5 or 6 naked women huddled. The bald guy peeked while making sounds. On his face was an excited expression. Great, this time we hit a major score. That's the most luxurious minibus I've ever seen. Wow, look at those beauties. Why isn't the bus coming yet? He was drooling. At first when watching with the telescope, the windows were tinted so he couldn't see inside. But when a small girl poked her head out to look, in an instant he saw luxurious decorations inside, like a house on wheels, with a few shapely beauties. While spying, suddenly a short-haired young man poked his head out of the window. The moment he looked out, his gaze directly fixed on him. Spotted? The bald man startled. Although he didn't believe a person could see him through miles while hidden in a cave, that kind of vision seemed supernatural. But that guy's look made him feel a strong pressure, like a hawk. A nameless danger surged up, and with surprise he dropped the telescope and backed away a few steps. Fuck, he seems to have seen me. But from that far, how is it possible? The bald man murmured. At that moment, Liao Feng rushed back with anger. Boss Shang, bad news. The brothers we ambushed are all dead. Liao Feng returned to the cave, teeth clenched, angry. You mean Zhang Wei and the others are all dead? And you're still alive? Then what happened? Boss Shang roared. There were few of them, losing 4 men at once, how not to be furious? The one who killed our brothers is my former female classmate, she's an esper. Liao Feng took a trembling breath and recounted the horrifying scene to Boss Shang. Boss Shang listened carefully, his face darkened with changing expressions. Inside the minibus. The cave on that hill was spying on us with a telescope just now. Jiang Lushur said flatly. After Ran Shiyu's spiritual detection range expanded, she discovered the Watchers. Jiang Lushur used her direction to lock the position. At that moment the van door opened. Zero came in quickly. Zero, you left one alive? Jiang Lushur asked in a deep voice. He and Ran Shiyu shared spiritual vision, and detected 5 red dots behind the small hill. 4 disappeared, 1 moved off. That meant Zero had not killed them all. This was unusual. From what Jiang Lushur knew of Zero, she was not indecisive. I met an old classmate. Zero said calmly. Jiang Lushur was a bit surprised. What a coincidence. Then he recalled, before they came to northern Jiangsu, Zero had mentioned having classmates there. Captain, I let him go. He has an esper boss behind him. I fear this won't end well, they'll come after us soon. Zero said in a low voice. Jiang Lushur glanced at Zero, then nodded. Zero indeed was decisive. That classmate probably meant nothing good. I trust your judgment. Right now Jiang Lushur had strong confidence in the Stone Shadow Squad's strength. In this deep forest, unless they encountered a level 2 or higher mutant beast, no one else could dare mess with them, then killing would follow. Through the front window he saw someone walking down from the small hill, a young, handsome man carrying something, carefully heading toward the minibus. Zero, is that your classmate coming? Jiang Lushur suddenly asked. Zero hurried to the front of the vehicle, peered in the direction Jiang Lushur pointed, her face darkened slightly. Yes, Captain, it is my classmate. She quietly pulled out her dagger. Go check the situation. Jiang Lushur said. Yes. Zero nodded and quickly jumped down from the vehicle. The man Shang Qiangjuan held up a pair of binoculars, quietly watching the minibus. He didn't believe that the young man from that minibus had really noticed the spying just now. But Shang Qiangjuan was cautious. He moved to a more hidden observation hole. He saw the girl Esper classmate of Liao Feng carry the meat block into the minibus. Soon after, the minibus started and drove toward a creek to the northeast to get water and build a fire. When he saw the meat thrown on the bonfire and spices sprinkled on it, his mood surged with excitement. "Boss Shang, how is it? They've eaten the meat I gave them, right?" Liao Feng asked nearby, flattering. "Little Liao, well done. They are eating the meat I poisoned. In a dozen minutes we'll move out." Boss Shang's Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke, secretly thrilled. He hadn't had such a fat target for a long time. Just now he carefully observed, in that minibus were several beautiful women, plus a young man, an old geezer. Thinking of those beauties made his mouth water. "I knew this would work. Heh, my former classmate liked me for a long time, she won't suspect anything. And to lower their guard, I even ate a piece of poison meat." Liao Feng boasted, sounding proud. As soon as he returned, Boss Shang praised him, even absorbing the poison from the meat he ate. Their ruse seemed to have succeeded. If this job went through, they could enjoy themselves for a while, and mess with that bitch badly. Thinking that Zero had become an Esper, and with that high and mighty attitude, he felt dirty inside. After a while, the sky darkened further. Everyone in the minibus had eaten and drunk enough, and had returned inside. In the cave, Boss Shang watched the minibus for a bit. It was completely still. He licked his lips, wiped his bald head, feeling a wave of excitement. "Let's go!" After estimating the time, Boss Shang ordered. Liao Feng walked in front, followed by Shang Qiangjuan and others, heading toward the minibus. All along the way, they felt a little excited. "Boss Shang, you're sure they all ate the meat I gave them, right?" Looking at the silent minibus by the creek, Liao Feng felt uneasy and asked again. "You don't trust me?" Boss Shang glared at Liao Feng. "Even if they didn't eat the meat, once I get close to the minibus and wave my hand, with my toxin Esper power, none of them will survive. The poison was only to numb them, not to kill those girls." Boss Shang spoke confidently. Liao Feng's panic calmed. He had seen Shang Qiangjuan's power a few times. After they fled to this region, a few ambushes of other groups, even other Espers, all died under Shang's toxic control. The poison released by Shang was colorless, tasteless, spread up to 15 meters, and had different effects, either numbing nerves or corroding muscles. At this moment the surrounding light was dim, night was near. When they were still 15 steps away from the minibus, Shang Qiangjuan stopped. It was too quiet. The dried meat block he had poisoned, its toxin was neuroparalytic, tough to detect, deeply embedded in the muscle fibers. By now the people inside should be knackered out and asleep, yet there was no sound, not even snoring. Shang Qiangjuan was very careful. "Sanku, you go check inside the van." He ordered one of the men. "Boss," the man hesitated. This kind of task was dangerous. He had heard from Liao Feng that there were Espers inside the minibus. But under Shang Qiangjuan's murderous look, he forced himself to approach the vehicle. When he reached the van and tried to open the door, it would not budge, as if welded shut. He had no choice but to press his ear against the door to listen for movement inside. At that moment the door suddenly opened a slit, and a dagger shone out. It pierced straight from the man's left temple to his right temple. He didn't even grunt, just collapsed limp. With a crash of the door, Zero jumped out of the vehicle. Jiang Zhuiying followed. "You really came," Zero said calmly, wiping the blood off her dagger on the corpse's face. Shang Qiangjuan's heart sank. Impossible. He clearly saw those people eating his poisoned meat. How could there be no poisoning? How is that possible? You, Liao Feng's eyelids twitched wildly, he stuttered. "Why, there's no poison, right? How could I ever trust you?" Zero's cold gaze fixed on Liao Feng, contempt curved her lips. "We only pretended to eat your meat, just to lure you out and wipe you all out." Jiang Zhuiying sneered. "And we have a sister in our squad who can detoxify." That sister was Li Yusin. Actually, when Zero brought the meat into the van, Li Yusin had already used her medical Esper ability to detect the toxin hidden deeply in the meat. Later, even under Shang Qiangjuan's telescope, the meat they ate was not the meat Liao Feng brought at all. Although Li Yusin could clear toxins, Zero didn't even touch those meat blocks. "You people aren't worthy of wasting more effort. We only waited for you to deliver yourselves," Jiang Zhuiying added. Seeing Zero's contemptuous expression, Liao Feng understood everything in an instant. He was a fool, tricked by a woman, yet he felt good about himself, thinking he could manipulate her easily. "You didn't eat? Then things will be more painful for you. Our boss's Esper ability, not a single one of you will escape. Once you end up in my hands, Jianling, I'll make you wish you were dead." Liao Feng glared at Zero, speaking viciously. He hated her now. Good, let this arrogant woman feel the pain of their boss's toxins. Zero raised her dagger, her killing gaze locked on Liao Feng. Under that murderous look, Liao Feng shivered, fell silent. Shang Qiangjuan's face turned cold. The feeling of being played made him burn with anger. And seeing the undisturbed arrogance of their opponents made him even more humiliated. All of you, die! Shang Qiangjuan roared. He was about to make a move, but at that moment Jiang Zhuiying clapped her hands. A dazzling arc of electricity burst like a fan in the night, and Shang Qiangjuan was instantly electrocuted. His internal organs seemed to burn. They all convulsed and fell heavily to the ground. The strong current's paralysis effect made Shang Qiangjuan lose control of his body, let alone use his toxin power. He realized, his opponent was an esper who used electricity. When Zero's silhouette dived like lightning and she raised her dagger high toward Shang Qiangjuan's chest, Liao Feng's heart shrank violently. Boss, he couldn't help but cry out. Shang Qiangjuan in his mind was strong, how could he be taken down so easily at first meeting? If Shang died, Liao Feng's fate would be miserable. It was a pity that no matter what Liao Feng thought, Shang Qiangjuan's body still couldn't move. At most, he could bend his fingers a few times. Most of the electricity from Jiang Zhuiying just now was aimed at Shang Qiangjuan. It directly stunned the bald man. Although Shang Qiangjuan was burly, he wasn't a superpower user known for physical strength. His ability to resist electricity wasn't good. At this moment, his whole body's nerves were still in a paralyzed state after the strong electric shock. Shang Qiangjuan's heart sank completely, paralyzed, tricked. If he had attacked earlier just now, the outcome would definitely have been different. And if he had just a bit of time to recover, to release his toxins. At this moment, a few people got off the minibus. Seeing them, Shang Qiangjuan's eyes narrowed. He could feel strong energy fluctuations from the two beautiful women. As for the young man, he was holding a Type 81 rifle, and his sharp, falcon-like eyes swept coldly across. Shang Qiangjuan shivered. He remembered, he had looked into this young man's eyes through binoculars. At that time, the young man's gaze was exactly the same. Now he no longer doubted that the young man had truly seen him back then. Such terrifying eyesight. Together with the long gun in his hands, he was definitely a scary marksman. Don't try any tricks. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Shang Qiangjuan's mind. A powerful mental force almost made him lose control of his body. There was actually a mental-type superpower user? Shang Qiangjuan had heard of how terrifying mental-type users were, beings who could peer into human hearts. So many strong people, all gathered in one small team. The little bit of unwillingness in Shang Qiangjuan's heart was completely crushed by reality. If he had known he would run into such an elite survivor team, he would have turned and fled long ago. How could he have sent himself to death like this? Keep one person to ask if he knows the terrain nearby, deal with the rest. Jiang Lushi ordered calmly. He had no liking for this group of ambushers. From the abandoned cars in mixed condition and the nails scattered on the road, it was easy to guess how many acts of murder and arson these people had committed. Puff puff. Two flashes of blade light passed by. The two burly men behind Shang Qiangjuan were instantly slashed in the throat by Zero and fell to the ground twitching in a pool of blood. Don't kill me. I'm useful to you. I have superpowers, I can control poison, I definitely have combat power. Shang Qiangjuan, shaken by the two corpses beside him, begged loudly with a trembling voice. And didn't you say you needed someone familiar with the terrain? I know it. I've hunted all over this area. Jiang Lushi raised an eyebrow. He wasn't interested in Shang Qiangjuan's powers. With their team's strength, they didn't need, and wouldn't accept, someone like him. But when Shang Qiangjuan said he was familiar with the area, it caught Jiang Lushi's attention. Liao Feng had been trembling on the side. Now seeing Jiang Lushi thinking, he suddenly panicked. Only one person would be kept alive. If Jiang Lushi was moved by Shang Qiangjuan's words, the one to die would be him. Don't believe him. Shang Qiangjuan is a vicious criminal. I report that he escaped from Panju City. He's wanted, I saw the wanted poster myself when he was bathing. Search him, it's still on him. He's dangerous. Kill him now. Liao Feng suddenly shouted toward Jiang Lushi, his eyes full of fear. He had figured it out, Jiang Lushi must be the leader of Zero's team. Liao Feng. Shang Qiangjuan, having his identity exposed, was terrified. He glared at Liao Feng with murderous eyes. If not for his paralyzed body, he would have pounced and skinned Liao Feng alive. That guy dared betray him. Keep the bald one. Jiang Lushi said calmly. I reported him. Why not keep me? It's not fair. Zero, we were classmates, for old time's sake, say something for me. Liao Feng's face twitched in fear, his lips trembling as he pleaded with Zero. Zero moved in a flash. Her dagger cut Liao Feng's throat without hesitation. Liao Feng clutched his throat as blood poured through his fingers. His body twitched, and his pupils dimmed. Zero showed no emotion. If Liao Feng hadn't mentioned old times, she might have spared him a second more. But that made her feel disgusted. At the moment of death, Liao Feng finally realized it had all been in his head. To Zero, killing him was no different than squashing a bug. Tell us your identity. Tell us everything you know about Panju City. And on this map, how do we get to this area? The old paths are overgrown, and we can't find the way. Jiang Lushur spoke coldly, throwing a map in front of Shang Qiangjuan and pointing to the approximate area of the military shipyard. He needed information on Panju City. And now, a wanted fugitive from there was perfect. Shang Qiangjuan didn't dare hide anything. From this team's actions, they clearly weren't merciful people. He spilled everything, his wanted status, and all he knew about Panju City. Panju City was a large mining city, the most populated city in Huyang province before the apocalypse. But such a big city didn't manage to set up a survivor safe zone or a base city. Now, three major forces occupied different parts of the city: the Berserker Alliance, the Falling Star Society, and the Huyang People's Front. The Berserker Alliance and the Falling Star Society were enemies. The Huyang People's Front was neutral and the weakest. Shang Qiangjuan was wanted by the Berserker Alliance. All 8 of their district leaders had signed the wanted notice, offering a bounty of 3 mutant crystal cores and 800 gene of mutant beast meat. When Jiang Lushur heard that, he raised an eyebrow. Damn, that was a high bounty. This guy didn't look like much, yet he was worth so much? But what Shang Qiangjuan said next left Jiang Lushur speechless. He was truly insane. Relying on his poison powers, he snuck into one of the Berserker Alliance's big warehouses to rob it. By accident, his toxin contaminated the entire warehouse and killed an entire team of guards, dozens of people. Thousands of gene of food and supplies were poisoned. That thoroughly enraged the Berserker Alliance. They put out a citywide wanted order and sealed all exits. Shang Qiangjuan barely escaped, and then started robbing people here. The wanted poster Zero found on him confirmed the story. Shang Qiangjuan also obediently revealed 3 paths into Panju City. He even pointed out the dirt road on the map that had been covered by vegetation. Getting this information, Jiang Lushur smiled. He was satisfied, a pleasant surprise. He didn't have anyone familiar with Panju City around. Now, a native who escaped had shared a lot, including a secret escape route. If the Shadow Team encountered danger in Panju City, this route could help them. I really cooperated fully. Can you let me go now? After revealing everything he knew, Shang Qiangjuan begged. Zero, take care of it. Jiang Lushur didn't even look at Shang Qiangjuan. This man was ruthless. Jiang had no sympathy for him. Hearing Jiang Lushur's words, Shang Qiangjuan's heart sank. He already knew the cruel answer. No way out for me? Then I'll go down fighting. Though paralyzed, Shang Qiangjuan's face swelled like a toad. His bloodshot eyes filled with madness. His body swelled, making sizzling sounds. Pus-filled boils formed on his skin. Some burst, spraying toxic fluid that corroded holes in the grass. He was fully toxifying his cells, ready to self-destruct. At that moment, a buzzing pain hit his brain. Mental type, damn. In his final moment, Shang Qiangjuan's mind flashed with regret, then was crushed into unconsciousness. A flash of cold light, his neck was cut. All done, Captain, Zero said, wiping her dagger on a nearby tree. Even Shang Qiangjuan's blood was so poisonous that the tree bark where she wiped started sizzling and withering. No time to waste. Let's go now. Jiang Lushur said loudly, turning to head back to the minibus. Now that they knew the direction of the shipyard, he couldn't wait. Mistwater County was dangerous. Survivors and Xiang Shuahai were waiting for them to return. In the deep night, beside the creek, the forest echoed with engine roars. Now that they had the route, the dark night couldn't block Shadow's vision. The minibus activated its V-shaped ram and rumbled through the forest toward the downstream. After over 3 hours, the stream reached its end. Jiang Lushur faintly heard the sound of rushing water. They had reached the river. Even in the dark, he could see an abandoned port at the riverbank. Above it stood a large factory and a substation. In the yard, a few giant crane arms were still visible. A steel freighter was stranded at the shore. There were no signs on the factory, but the high walls, barbed wire, and sentry booths all indicated it was once heavily guarded. Finally, the military shipyard. Jiang Lushur was energized. The minibus carefully moved forward and stopped in front of the shipyard. The gate was locked with thick chains. Jiang Lushur was in a hurry. He did things directly. The minibus rammed forward. With a loud crash, the iron gate was broken down. The headlights illuminated what lay ahead. Ship assembly workshops, paint and rigging areas, outfitting rooms, all the shipyard's facilities. As they moved through the massive shipyard, they didn't see a single body. Many areas were empty. The military must have moved out equipment before the apocalypse. Jiang Liusher's heart sank. If the Type 022 stealth missile boat had been moved, this trip was wasted. There's no ship here. Let's check outside. After searching, Jiang Liusher drove the minibus to the freighter at the dock. As he approached, he saw, floating half-hidden next to the freighter, a vessel dozens of meters long. A blue-gray catamaran, with a tall radar mast and data antennas? Jiang Liusher's heart pounded. He had never seen one before, but this was likely a Type 022 stealth missile boat. To be sure, Jiang Liusher boarded the vessel. Zero followed. The others stayed in the minibus by his orders. Compared to the freighter, the missile boat seemed small. But standing on its steel deck, 40+ meters long and over 10 wide, Jiang Liusher was still awed. Rain had flooded the deck. Moss had grown on it. Walking stirred up splashes of water. Brother Jiang, careful, something's there. Suddenly, a warning from Ran Shiyu sounded in his mind. A wind whooshed behind his ear. Jiang Liusher tensed, jumped high, twisted in midair, and drew two Type 54 pistols. A monster fish 3 to 4 meters long leapt from the water, jaws wide, lunging at him. Water monster. In the darkness, his pistols spat fire. Bang bang bang. The monster fish was riddled with bullets and crashed back into the dark water. Thanks to the gene serum enhancing his body, Jiang Liusher's skills and marksmanship had greatly improved. Even in the dark, such monsters were no threat. Shiyu, anything moving in the cabin? Nothing. I didn't detect any signals. But be careful in the water, there's a lot of red light, Ran Shiyu warned. Jiang Liusher relaxed. As long as the cabin was clear, that was enough. Just stay away from the ship's edge. He entered the cabin, checked the systems, and inspected the missile launchers and autocannon. Now he was completely at ease. Shadow. Jiang Liusher said in his mind. He had left the mutant crystal cores in the base vehicle, with the manager AI named Shadow. Sensing his command, Shadow inserted a core into the vehicle slot. Starseed, begin third scan. Scan the Type 022 stealth missile boat in front. Jiang Liusher ordered in his mind. Scan progress 60%. 70%, the cold voice of Starseed echoed in Jiang Liusher's mind. He lightly jumped from the deck onto the shore and nodded to Zero. We're heading back now. Zero was slightly surprised. Hadn't they come here to find this missile boat? Why were they going back? But she didn't ask. Jiang Liusher was the leader of the Shadow team. Zero wouldn't ask too much about his decisions, just did her own part. Not long after the two turned and got back on shore, the prompt from Starseed sounded in Jiang Liusher's mind. Beep, scan complete. Base vehicle entering third mode. This mode merges the basic features of the Type 022 stealth missile boat and the minibus. In the darkness, no one noticed that the Type 022 stealth missile boat floating in the river suddenly disappeared without a trace. As soon as Jiang Liusher returned to the minibus, he noticed everyone's eyes were focused on him. Brother, we heard gunshots just now. Did you run into zombies? Jiang Zhuing asked with concern. She had wanted to check when she heard the gunfire earlier, but luckily, Jiang Liusher and the others returned quickly. It was nothing, just a small water monster. It's already dealt with, Jiang Liusher replied in a deep voice. Did you find the missile boat? Jiang Zhuing asked the question everyone in the vehicle was also concerned about. They had come all this way just to find the missile boat. Found it. Jiang Liusher nodded vaguely. Some things, of course, couldn't be said in front of everyone, too shocking. Especially with Sun Chongqing being an outsider, it was even more inappropriate. He went straight to the driver's seat. Ing quickly stood up and sat in the passenger seat. Once in the driver's seat, Jiang Liusher started the minibus and drove it to the riverbank until the front wheels were submerged in the water. At that moment, Jiang Liusher activated a hidden slot next to the dashboard, which revealed two buttons. One was black, the other sea blue. Without hesitation, he slapped the sea blue button. Switch to base vehicle third form, missile boat base vehicle. Buzz. Suddenly, Jiang Liusher felt a strange wave surge through the base vehicle. Next, the holographic view of the base vehicle appeared in his mind. The original interior of the minibus began changing rapidly. The space inside expanded, the view lifted, and the driver's cabin, which had been connected to the rest of the vehicle, turned into a sealed aluminum alloy bridge. Packed control panels with buttons of various colors, such as electro-optical fire control systems, replaced the steering wheel with a round steel helm. Everything inside, the handbrake, gear lever, dashboard, was transforming. In the holographic view, the minibus's exterior also began changing. The thin alloy shell disappeared, replaced by thick steel decking and a navy blue aluminum hull. Soon, a flat, streamlined catamaran missile boat equipped with anti-aircraft cannons and anti-ship missile launchers appeared in the holographic display in Jiang Liusher's mind. Inside the missile boat, Jiang Zhuiying's eyes widened in surprise as she looked around. The minibus's passenger cabin hadn't changed much, but the front driver's cabin had become a sealed bridge. She couldn't see her brother Jiang Liusher and Ying anymore. Through the window, she clearly saw the metal deck and ship rail outside. It had clearly turned into a ship on the water. What was going on? Oh right, this must be my brother's ability. Jiang Zhuiying recalled. Jiang Liusher had a mysterious mechanical modification ability. That incredible minibus was his creation. She had seen it turn into a mining truck several times and knew it had powerful weapons and functions. But this change, turning into a ship, was far more shocking. My brother's power has advanced again. Jiang Zhuiying was excited. She had always been proud of Jiang Liusher. The stronger he was, the happier she was. To her, Jiang Liusher having a powerful ability was only natural. Li Yusen and Ran Xiyu were also deeply shocked, more than ever before. After all, turning a minibus into a mining truck was one thing. Turning it into a ship was something else entirely. It was in the water now. Their guess was similar to Jiang Zhuiying's. Jiang Liusher's supernatural mechanical modification ability must have strengthened. Beside them, the old hydraulic expert Sun Chongxin was completely dumbfounded. My God, where did the minibus go just now? Sun Chongxin rubbed his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating. He patted the wall of the base vehicle beside him. The hardness and color had changed, it felt unreal, like a dream. And the outer deck, ship rails, the expanded hull, all of it made him unable to believe what he was seeing. Mr. Sun, don't be nervous. This is my brother's ability, a super mechanical modification ability. Jiang Zhuiying explained to Sun Chongxin, though even she only had a vague idea of how it worked. Seeing Sun Chongxin stunned, she gave a playful smile. There's really such an ability? Sun Chongxin murmured in shock. At Yang Feng's military base, he had seen ability users before. Yang Feng could control plants, already an incredible power. But now Jiang Zhuiying said turning a vehicle into a ship was also a power. Sun Chongxin shook his head, still unable to accept it. He had been raised on materialist education and had his own scientific beliefs. But what he saw now hit him too hard. After the apocalypse, people could become zombies, become superhumans, there were even giant water monsters, all things that overturned his previous understanding. So if a superhuman power turned a minibus into a ship, why not? Now the door to the deck couldn't be opened, so the old expert stuck his head out the window, looking front and back. After seeing a few things, he was even more shocked and realized vaguely, this was the Type 022 missile boat. Boom! The missile boat base vehicle entered the water. Its huge hull and powerful momentum raised a water wall over 3 meters high in the river. The splash drowned out the sound of the flowing river, leaving a long white trail behind. Several monster fish swimming nearby were smashed by the boat's sudden movement, scales and even parts of their heads were crushed. This attracted other water creatures, who swarmed over and began tearing at the flesh and blood of the dead fish. So powerful. Through Ying, Jiang Liusher could see everything above and below the water. The fish crushed by the base vehicle gave him a thrill of satisfaction. Normally, killing these water monsters took at least rifle fire. Pistols barely scratched them. Now the missile boat killed them with one hit. Riding into the water, Jiang Liusher was in a great mood. This was the third form of the base vehicle, in the shape of a missile boat, yet it still retained many minibus features, like the cabin behind the bridge. It looked like a ship cabin, but it was the same as the original passenger area, still luxurious inside, with a microwave, power system, etc. Sailing on water felt completely different from driving on land. He could feel the boat rising and falling gently with the waves. Now that the base vehicle had a water mode, land or water, nothing could block them anymore. Even the water monsters that once made him hesitate didn't seem so scary now. It greatly increased the base vehicle's survivability. If danger came, the water was no longer an obstacle. In Jiang Liusher's mind appeared all the data and holographic display of the base vehicle. Base vehicle third mode, water base vehicle mode activated. This mode merges the missile boat and minibus functions. Data as follows. Type, missile boat. Standard displacement, 220 tons. Full load displacement, 250 tons. Length, 41.6 meters. Beam, 12.2 meters. Draft, 1.4 meters. Crew, 12. Power, diesel engine, SII water jet propulsion. Max speed, 60 knots. Power output, 6,133 kilowatts. Electronics, search radar, unusable, lacks core materials, electro-optical fire control system, unusable, lacks core materials. Weapons: 1 AK-630 automated anti-aircraft gun, 2 YJ-83 anti-ship missile launchers, unusable, lacks core materials. Functions: boost sprint, ramming, ram spike, secondary storage, air cannon, combat room, compact flamethrower, bulletproof glass reinforcement. Note: in this mode, explosion-proof tires and ramming functions are unavailable. We hit the jackpot. Jiang Lushur stood on the bridge, very excited. No wonder it was a Type 022 stealth missile boat, merging with it made the base vehicle's third form amazing. Though the radar and missile launchers couldn't work due to missing materials, the AK-630 gun alone thrilled Jiang Lushur. When the apocalypse began, it took all he had just to get a second-hand minibus. He never imagined he'd one day own a base vehicle merged with a missile boat. Driving this thing out, way cooler than a mining truck. Not to mention, that anti-aircraft gun could shred any mutant zombie. It was meant to shoot down planes. But in this great flood, the missile boat base vehicle was the real weapon. After all, missile boats couldn't go on land. And with 6,133 kilowatts power, this thing was an oil-eating monster. The mining truck only used 1,743 kilowatts. Luckily, he'd stocked up on diesel. For now, fuel wouldn't be a problem. High fuel use was worth it. This boat could reach 60 knots, over 100 kilometers per hour on land speed. But Jiang Lushur still wasn't satisfied. Powerful firepower wasn't enough. The aluminum hull was strong, but he still worried about the 2+ level mutated pufferfish monster. The base vehicle was now longer and wider. The alloy armor might not be enough. Jiang Lushur skillfully opened the upgrade panel and saw a list of enhancement options. He had stored rare metals before. In Mistwater County, he got more from Xiangshua High. There was enough metal for Starseed to perform upgrades. Enhance level 1 alloy coverage of hull. The aluminum hull was strong, but far less than the special alloy metal modified by Starseed. That alloy was lightweight and perfect for increasing defense. There was enough for his upgrades. Enhance power system. He wasn't satisfied with just 60 knots. His ideal ship: fast, tough, able to attack and escape. Only such a compact ship could match the monsters in a long water battle. Water was the monsters' domain. They were strong. His boat needed speed to survive. Though power upgrades meant more fuel, Jiang Lushur wasn't worried. He had enough diesel. The fuel increase was acceptable. These two upgrades cost 8 level 1 mutant crystal cores. Jiang Lushur's face twitched with pain. But fortunately, since arriving in northern Jiangsu from Zhonghai Bay City, he had collected 13 cores. These cores let him upgrade now. 8 cores only completed part of the modification. 1 square meter of hull needed 1 core. Even with 13, it wasn't enough. He focused on reinforcing the bow and sides. The rest of the cores he saved for more important use. The rest of the hull would be upgraded later. Not just this boat, the mining truck was only half upgraded too. Crystal cores were never enough. At moments like this, Jiang Lushur felt short-handed. In the evolution options, he saw many new items. First, those missile boat systems he couldn't use yet: radar, fire control, missile launchers, likely were never installed. Starseed scan showed they could be added if materials were found. Otherwise, Jiang Lushur, as a layman, wouldn't even know what was missing. But for now, he had no such materials. There was one upgrade he could do, and this was why he saved some cores. Starseed, add manual operation system to the AK-630, and integrate it with the small combat room. This manual system was very useful for him. The AK-630 was now their strongest weapon, but it required radar and computers to use. Even radar now required level 2 cores, which Jiang Lushur didn't have. So he had to choose manual operation. With Ran Shiyu's psychic detection as radar, and his own hawk-like eyes, they could detect threats manually. Given current conditions, Jiang Lushur had to make full use of his team's strengths. This is a composite upgrade. Requires 3 level 1 mutant crystal cores, Starseed said coldly. Begin upgrade. Jiang Lushur commanded. Using 11 mutant crystal cores in one go, Jiang Lushur felt like his heart was bleeding. The belongings he had worked so hard to collect were now down to just 2 left. But even the last 2 had to be used. The missile boat base vehicle in its third form still lacked one thing. On land, his repeated breakthroughs and escapes had relied heavily on the ramming ability and ram spike. These 2 functions were powerful, simple, and practical. It would be a real pity not to use such features. Of course, the missile boat's bow was much larger than that of the minibus, so the ram spike had to be made larger too. Using the holographic image of the bow in his mind, Jiang Lushur calculated its area and quickly designed a V-shaped ram spike for the missile boat. The moment the plan was confirmed, the last 2 level 1 mutant crystal cores disappeared into the slot on the control console. The ram spike and ramming function were activated together. Base vehicle modification in progress. Remaining progress, 90%? The cold voice of Starseed echoed in Jiang Liusher's mind. The modification process for the base vehicle took at least 34 minutes, depending on the complexity. Jiang Liusher estimated it would take at least half an hour, so in the meantime, he continued studying the missile boat. At night, the missile boat base vehicle looked like a crouching giant beast cutting through the river, full of power. Everyone, fasten your seat belts. I want to test this missile boat's power. Jiang Liusher's voice came through the ship's loudspeaker to the cabin behind. Sun Changxin, Jiang Zhuiying, and the others didn't dare delay. They quickly fastened their seat belts, each showing an excited and expectant look. They were curious about what kind of power the missile boat had. Thanks to Starseed, Jiang Liusher could control every part and function of the missile boat base vehicle. But how its features matched the boat's structure, he still didn't know. He now wanted to test the missile boat base vehicle's power. Activate sprint mode. Jiang Liusher said in a low voice to Starseed. Boom! The base vehicle suddenly shook. The SII waterjet propulsion units beneath the missile boat suddenly blasted out 2 powerful streams of water. 50 knots. 65 knots. 80 knots. Ing transmitted each data point into Jiang Liusher's mind. At 80 knots, it had reached the missile boat's power limit. This speed could only be reached temporarily during a sprint after enhancing the power system. The diesel engine roared wildly, propelling the missile boat through the river like a charging beast, almost lifting off the water. The entire ship groaned under the force of the rushing water. Make a 90-degree sharp turn. Another command sounded in Jiang Liusher's mind. If any naval officer had heard Jiang Liusher's command, they would have been furious. For such a large ship to make a sharp 90-degree turn at high speed, the immense momentum and inertia could easily cause the boat to lose balance and capsize. It was an extremely dangerous maneuver, and nearly impossible for a ship over 42 meters long. But the missile boat base vehicle pulled it off. Starseed could perfectly integrate every mechanical component, optimizing for fluid dynamics. Under Jiang Liusher's control, every angle matched Starseed's calculations with no errors. At the moment the command was given, the entire missile boat moved sideways at a 90-degree angle. The massive ship swept in an arc like a fan, stirring up a wave 7 to 8 meters high. The bow, cabin, and stern experienced a strange vibration, distributing the inertial force evenly across many parts. Buzz buzz. The entire missile boat vibrated lightly like a giant dragon, but still completed the 90-degree turn. Jiang Liusher secretly clenched his fists, very satisfied with the missile boat base vehicle's performance. For such a large ship to make such extreme moves during a high-speed sprint proved its excellent performance. Only such a flexible missile boat could fight against a 2+ level mutated water monster. The flood outside Mistwater County was indeed rising steadily, just as expert Sun Changxin had predicted. The flood had now reached the base of the city walls. As the water level rose, the water monsters lurking within got closer and closer to the survivors in Mistwater County. That mutated pufferfish crouching in the water had already tried 8 times to attack the survivors. Only once, during the first attack, had it used its long tentacle to grab a child who ran past the warning line. Every other time, it had failed and retreated. Although no more survivors had been eaten, the presence of the huge mutated pufferfish, and countless other water monsters, caused immense psychological pressure among the survivors. Mistwater County's food supply was also running dangerously low. There were now over 10,000 survivors in Mistwater County. That meant 10,000 mouths to feed. Xiang Shuihai had done everything she could, calculating carefully, cooking large pots of porridge at every meal. She added wild vegetables and coarse grains gathered by survivors, trying to make the porridge as thick as possible. Even so, it was far from enough. By her calculations, the food stock could last only 3 more days. That's assuming they made porridge every meal and rationed carefully. If the mutated pufferfish in the flood left, she could use a recently found boat to go to the nearby city of northern Jiangsu and surrounding villages for food. But as long as the water monster was there, Mistwater County could only consume food without replenishment. Jiang Liusher, when are you coming back? Xiang Shuihai frowned deeply, unable to stop thinking. Only Jiang Liusher's return could break this current crisis. At that moment, she suddenly heard screams coming from the mountain on the east side. From the huts on the eastern hillside, many frightened survivors poured out. They rushed toward the area where Xiang Shuihai was. Xiang Shuihai had turned a primary school on the hillside into a temporary command center. Most of the city guards and all the food supplies were kept there. Luo Junjiang, what's going on? Why the panic over there? Xiang Shuahai saw Luo Junjiang hurrying over with several city guards. Luo Junjiang had lost a lot of weight lately, his eyes sunken, and his face covered in stubble. Boss Xiang, the wooden fence on the east was broken through. Many zombies climbed up from the back of the mountain. I've already sent some ability users to block them, but I think you need to come too. There are just too many. Luo Junjiang's face showed shame at his final words. He had been in charge of Mistwater County's defense, but now Xiang Shuahai had to step in during another crisis. He knew Xiang Shuahai hadn't slept properly for 4 or 5 days, only catching short naps when possible. Hearing Luo Junjiang's report, Xiang Shuahai's heart sank. He had brought 7 or 8 ability users. If even they couldn't stop the zombies, the numbers must be terrifying. That can't be. The mountain on the east is so steep, usually only 1 or 2 zombies can climb it. Xiang Shuahai frowned, very surprised. There's been too much rain these days. We cut down a lot of trees on the eastern hill to build shelters. Last night, there was a mudslide? Many zombies climbed over with the flow. The guards on duty fell asleep and didn't notice until the zombies were already coming. Luo Junjiang's face turned pale. This was partly his fault. If he had posted sharper, more alert guards, the zombie horde might have been noticed earlier. But everyone was exhausted. Even Luo Junjiang himself was sleep-deprived. All right, let's go quickly. Zhang Hai, Sun Kuan, come with me. Xiang Shuahai called to 2 burly men beside her. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan immediately picked up their Type 95 shotguns and followed closely. They remembered Jiang Liusher's reminder when he left, Boss Xiang must not be harmed. She was now the spiritual pillar for many survivors. If something happened to her, Mistwater County would collapse. When Xiang Shuahai arrived near the eastern huts, fierce gunfire and the sounds of battle from the ability users echoed continuously. The eastern hill had a slope carved into it, and many zombies were climbing the mud and rocks, crawling toward the top and charging at the shelters. These zombies were extremely agile, crawling on all fours, giving people chills just watching them. How is this possible? How did so many zombies come from this direction? Seeing the 100-some zombies charging into the huts, Xiang Shuahai was confused. The east side faced the flooded region of northern Jiangsu, all vast floodwaters. How could zombies gather and climb up from there? Zhang Hai, Sun Kuan, help them fight, I'll go up and check. Xiang Shuahai said. Before they could respond, she forced herself up the slope, almost flying with effort. Activating her ability, her body became lighter. Wrapped in strong wind, she quickly reached the top. Looking down from above, she felt a chill down her spine. From here, she could see the flooded city of northern Jiangsu in the distance. Before the apocalypse, it had the most people, after, it became the largest zombie zone. The zombies crossing the floodwaters from that city didn't head straight for Mistwater County. Instead, they turned toward the eastern hill. If they kept moving forward, they'd reach the mutated pufferfish and the water monster zone. At the foot of the mudslide, she saw a zombie with bright red skin, its flesh peeled off, roaring at the water surface. Its strange voice caused any nearby zombies to turn toward the hill instead of moving forward. A mutated zombie. Xiang Shuahai's heart tightened. She had a vague idea of what was going on. Since the apocalypse, she had fought countless zombies and encountered mutated ones. She knew some of their traits. These creatures had a certain survival instinct and a unique ability to lead and control ordinary zombies. They were like zombie commanders. This one must have feared the mutated pufferfish in the flood and didn't want the zombies to be eaten, so it led them to the safer eastern hill. Now things were dire, water monsters in front, zombies attacking from behind. Xiang Shuahai's heart clenched. Looking at the water toward northern Jiangsu, a figure appeared in her mind. Jiang Liusher, where are you now? Ah? A scream suddenly came from below. Standing at the top of the hill, Xiang Shuahai's heart tightened, and she looked in the direction of the sound. In one of the dilapidated shacks, a small-framed ability user was bitten on the shoulder by a tall zombie. That small-framed ability user had thick, tough hair growing from his right arm. Around him, 7 or 8 zombies had already fallen. But clearly, his power had decreased significantly. His hairy arm could now only knock zombies flying. Just a while ago, one punch from him had smashed a zombie's hard skull into mush. As his stamina was depleted, his power had weakened. Once bitten, several of his veins ruptured, blood gushed out, and his face turned pale. The tall zombie, having tasted human blood and flesh, had blood-red eyes, excited, and held the small-framed ability user tightly with iron-like arms. The ability user, squeezed by the zombie, could no longer break free with his remaining strength. Other zombies that had just entered the shack also rushed toward the small-framed ability user. Seeing the zombies charging at him, the ability user's face changed dramatically. He wanted to explode with power, but his body felt empty. He hadn't eaten mutant beast meat in a long time. For ability users, mutant beast meat is like gasoline to a car. Without it, their powers decline sharply. As despair rose in his heart, he suddenly heard several muffled gunshots, bang bang. The smell of gunpowder stung his nose. The zombies lunging at him were knocked back as if hit by something. The tall zombie on him was pulled by the neck and thrown down, followed by a finishing shot. "Brother, are you okay?" Zhang Hai's loud voice came as he helped the small-framed ability user up. The zombies on the ground had been shot through the head and heart, completely dead. He held a Type 95 shotgun. With his tall, burly build, he looked imposing. "I'm fine." The small ability user glanced at Zhang Hai. He could clearly feel Zhang Hai's power still surging, obviously stronger than him. He didn't know that people like Zhang Hai from the Shadow Squad ate mutant beast meat every day, in all kinds of ways. Their powers were naturally abundant. That was something native Mistwater ability users couldn't compare with. Among the ability users rescuing people in the shack, many had run into danger. Because during the flooding period, they hadn't eaten much mutant beast meat, and their powers had weakened. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan stood out among them, strong powers, and equipped with shotguns, they easily handled ordinary zombies. But even with the two of them standing out, they couldn't turn the tide. More and more zombies were charging in. Zhang Hai noticed the shoulder wound of the ability user, bitten by a zombie. This meant he was doomed to mutate. In just a short time, the wound had already turned black. These zombies keep evolving. The virus is evolving too. Zhang Hai's heart sank. The ability user saw Zhang Hai's look and glanced at his own wound. His face was pale with despair. Zhang Hai sighed. Once bitten by a zombie, you had to end your own life. If you didn't, others would do it for you. The fight between humans and zombies was that cruel, even ability users could die from a moment's carelessness. "Everyone, don't panic. Fall back, retreat behind the dirt mound." Just then, a cold voice came from behind the group of ability users. Then a wild wind swept toward the dozen rushing zombies, with countless wind blades floating in the air. Swish swish swish. The zombies' hearts, necks, heads, all were pierced. Those struck in vital spots collapsed. Even if not immediately dead, they could only crawl on the ground, losing the ability to attack. The front was instantly cleared of zombies, greatly easing the pressure. Xiang Shuihai's slim figure appeared before everyone. No more zombies came in. The remaining ones in the shack were quickly taken down by Zhang Hai and the other ability users. "Boss Xiang's power is strong," Zhang Hai muttered. He had just defeated 7 or 8 zombies and felt proud, but compared to Xiang Shuihai, it was nothing. In terms of power, she was definitely a top tier. Huh? He suddenly noticed that Xiang Shuihai seemed to sway, as if she was about to collapse. "Boss Xiang, how about taking a rest? These shacks are close together, easy to fortify. Add barbed wire and obstacles, and we can block the zombies for now." Zhang Hai quickly stepped up and whispered. "All right." Xiang Shuihai didn't insist. She nodded at Zhang Hai's suggestion. Her power was also running low. Since returning to Mistwater County, she had barely eaten. Her power, controlling air to create stormy wind blades, consumed a lot of energy. Normally, she wouldn't use it lightly. After just using it once, her body was struggling to hold up. "Luo Junjiang, follow Zhang Hai's orders and set up temporary defenses here. Move all guns and ammo from the temporary HQ here." Though her power was drained, Xiang Shuihai's mind remained sharp. Relying on ability users alone couldn't hold for long. Only with fortifications and all the collected weapons and ammo could they hope to hold out for a while. Xiang Shuihai acted decisively and had strong leadership. The ability users fought hard. After she forced herself to use her limited power again and repelled a few more zombie waves, many survivors with some strength came to help build defenses. After a while, a simple fortification, over 2 meters tall, 10 meters long, blocked the road from the shack area to the hillside. The shack area was destroyed, becoming the first line of defense. Many city guards were brought in, lying behind the fortifications, firing at the approaching zombies. Xiang Shuihai's face was pale. Her head, limbs, her whole body felt like being pricked by needles. This was the after effect of overusing her powers. In fact, one use of wind blades had already been her limit. But she had forced herself through the pain to use it twice more. This caused overactivation of her power. All her ability cells were overstimulated, causing harm. It was like a normal person overexercising, leading to muscle soreness. Sitting in a small temporary room, Xiang Shuihai felt uneasy. Mistwater County was now in deep crisis, both internal and external. Everyone was hungry. Facing a zombie invasion, the situation was extremely dangerous. Because there simply weren't enough guns or ammo. Originally, the temporary warehouse only had about 20 guns. From Chiu Lao and some other outside ability users, they had recovered another dozen guns and a few boxes of ammo. But that was far from enough to hold back the endless tide of zombies. To really fight zombies, especially in this mountainous terrain, ability users were essential. But now, this group of ability users hadn't eaten mutant beast meat for too long, so their powers were weak. Boss Xiang, eat something. It was nearly noon. Luo Junjiang brought a bowl of noodles and cautiously handed it to Xiang Shuahai. The noodles were covered with meat, and the broth was thick. One look and Xiang Shuahai knew Luo Junjiang had specially made this for her. But even eating this wouldn't help much for an ability user. They needed large amounts of mutant beast meat, not just a bit of regular meat. If only she had mutant beast meat, then she would have strength. Xiang Shuahai suddenly thought of the days she had spent in Jiang Liusher's minibus, perhaps the most peaceful days since the apocalypse. Every meal had mutant beast meat. She slept on a soft, warm bed, with nothing to worry about. Now, everything, big or small, was on her shoulders. She felt like a spent arrow. But if she fell, Mistwater County would fall too. So no matter how exhausted she was, no matter how close to collapse, Xiang Shuahai couldn't fall. Hold the line. If we don't, everyone will die. Outside, people were shouting slogans. The guards encouraged one another. Sitting in the makeshift shelter, Xiang Shuahai heard them. She felt heavy. It was true, if they didn't hold the defense line, Mistwater County would become a blood-soaked hell. Roar! 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 Suddenly, strange roars came from the front. The sound made their eardrums buzz. Mutated zombies. Her heart sank. She pushed away the noodles Luo Junjiang had brought, forced herself up, and looked in the direction of the roars. In the field of view, at the large gap opened by the mudslide, stood a mutated zombie whose skin had peeled off all over, revealing red flesh and blood. It was the same mutated zombie from not long ago, the one who stood at the foot of the mountain, guiding the zombs from the flooded region to attack the back hill of Mistwater County. With the mutant zombies' roar, a large number of zombies surged up around it. In their hands, the zombies hoisted chunks of muddy broken rock. Their mouths made ho-ho sounds, slime dripped, and they aimed directly at the group of city guards by the fortifications. Get down. Lie behind the fortifications. Xiang Shuahai's heart tightened as she realized their danger, and she hurriedly shouted to all the guards. No sooner had she spoken than a rain of rocks whistled through the air and crashed down. Although many guards obeyed and hid behind the fortifications, about 10 guards failed to dodge and were struck. 4 were hit in the head, skulls broken and bleeding immediately, one had his brain smashed out. The zombies had immense strength, the thrown rocks were deadly. Behind the fortifications came a chorus of moans. Behind the mutated zombie, more zombies kept crawling up, each carrying stones. These zombies didn't rush forward immediately. Under the control of the mutated zombie, they kept a certain distance from the fortifications and the shacks. At that distance, bullets hitting zombies wouldn't kill them, and aiming was harder for the guards. After all, zombies died only if their heads were smashed or hearts pierced. Injured zombies became crazier, even if their guts fell out, they kept coming. Seeing this, Xiang Shuahai's heart sank. She immediately understood the mutated zombies' plan. Zombies were powerful, and as long as rocks kept raining down relentlessly, the guards behind the fortifications would collapse sooner or later. No need to charge. This monster. Xiang Shuahai gritted her teeth and forced herself to stand up. Streams of wind whirled around her. Boss Xiang, you can't use your ability again, the side effects will be very serious. Zhang Hai said anxiously beside her. There have been cases where ability users overused their powers and died, like pushing the body too hard, causing acute kidney failure or sudden shock death. Don't say more. I must do this. Xiang Shuahai said in a low voice. She had to stop that mutated zombie, otherwise everyone would die. Roar. The mutated zombie opened its mouth and roared. Suddenly, from the flood zone farther east beyond the high mountain, a deep series of thuds sounded, like dense drumbeats. The guards hiding behind the fortifications suddenly saw an unbelievable scene. Puff puff puff. The rows of zombies ahead began staggering. A massive force swept through them, some had their chests torn open, some had their bodies ripped apart, some had their skulls completely crushed. Even the mutated zombie lost one of its arms. Xiang Shuahai froze, then her eyes brightened, a spark of hope lit up on her weary face. It was him, Jiang Liusher was back. Sun Quan used his ability, his webbed feet gripped a large tree, and he climbed up to the top of a tree more than 10 meters high, looking toward the direction of the gunfire. It looks like Brother Jiang and the others are back. What a powerful ship, he said excitedly, clenching his fists after seeing the flood area. In the flood area, a sea blue warship was cutting through water menacingly, heading toward the mudslide where zombies were climbing ashore. The bow of the ship was familiar, like the minibus, with a huge V-shaped ram spike smashing floating debris like furniture and wood, and the spike was even larger than the minibus's. The top of the ship's bridge had become a more than 1 meter high, sealed bunker-like structure, with 6 dark openings, each with a large metal cannon barrel. Bang bang bang, fierce gunfire erupted continuously from the barrels. The zombies climbing the muddy slope were swept by the machine cannon, bodies exploded into pieces like minced flesh in a brutal, bloody massacre. One by one, zombies were torn apart under the intense gunfire and fell down in pieces. Sun Quan stared in shock, such powerful firepower, now they had hope. Boss Xiang, we found a missile boat. Brother Jiang asks, what's the situation in Mistwater County now? Why are zombies appearing on the mountain? Xiang Shuihai, now standing, looked at the zombie corpses being swept away by the mighty firepower, her expression bright. In her mind, Ran Shiyu's voice reached her. A warm wave rose in her heart. Although the words came from Ran Shiyu, in her heart it felt as if Jiang Lushur himself said them. Jiang Lushur indeed kept his word, he returned. Xiang Shuihai felt as if a heavy burden was lifted from her shoulders, the pressure of these days vanished at once. She immediately told Ran Shiyu clearly about Mistwater County's situation. Let Captain Jiang deal with that mutated zombie. As long as the other zombies don't have a leader, they're easy to handle. We can manage ourselves, don't waste bullets, she told Ran Shiyu firmly. She hid her own weak condition, she didn't want to give Jiang Lushur extra worry. Time was pressing, if she asked Jiang Lushur to help clear all zombies, it would waste time and ammunition. As the head of Mistwater County, she knew ammo was precious. Inside the missile boat base vehicle, Jiang Lushur sat in the small combat room. He received Xiang Shuihai's message via Ran Shiyu's mind link and nodded. He felt relieved, Xiang Shuihai seemed fine. Mistwater County's situation was just as he imagined, extremely urgent. If he had arrived any later, the mudslide mountain would have become the fatal breach led by the mutated zombie to break into Mistwater County. He also knew Xiang Shuihai was right, he didn't have time or firepower to exhaust the countless zombies. If he pushed further, he'd soon face the mutated pufferfish. He needed to conserve ammunition. Shiyu, lock onto that mutated zombie. Apply mental suppression. Jiang Lushur ordered softly. Instantly, a fierce wave of spiritual power swept toward the mountain top in the direction of the mudslide. In Ran Shiyu's mental field, a dense cluster of red dots appeared. She fixed her attention on the brightest dot, the mutated zombie's location. In Jiang Lushur's mind appeared the zombie's position. Through the observation port of the combat room he looked toward the mountain. The combat room rotated to the best angle for observation. He was satisfied, the 3 level 1 mutant crystal cores he spent were worth it. The small combat room was now several times bigger than in the minibus stage. The connecting section to the ship bridge had a 360 degrees rotating chain chassis. Inside was the AK-630 system, a sealed unit with 6-barrel 30mm Gatling cannon, fire control radar and electro-optical tracker. Because of lack of core materials, radar and tracker couldn't be used, so he operated everything manually. Observation holes and rifle slot openings were left beside and above the barrels. As Ran Shiyu locked the zombie, Jiang Lushur's sniper rifle was already extended out of a slot. At the mudslide top, the mutated zombie rampaged in frenzy. Its arm up to the shoulder blade was hit by the cannon fire and shattered completely, suffered heavy damage. The surrounding zombies were almost all shredded or thrown down, either falling or reduced to blood and flesh. In instinctive fear it crawled, but as soon as the waterborne fire stopped it tried to rise, it froze under mental suppression. With a bang, its skull was blown open and it collapsed. It's dead, the mutated zombie is dead. Zhang Hai shouted from hiding. The guards behind the fortification saw it too, many were relieved, morale surged. The thing they feared, the zombie commanding others with tools, was dead. Now with only mindless zombies left, threat was far less. With a few more defenses, they could hold off the zombies for a long time. With the mutated zombie down, Xiang Shuihai felt a stone had dropped from her heart, Jiang Lushur was indeed trustworthy. She stood up and shouted down to the survivors on the hillside, don't panic, don't fear. The zombies on the hill are blocked. We have fortifications. Killing these zombies is only a matter of time. Also, good news, members of the Shadow Squad have returned. The man who promised to help us kill the big water monster is back, with a powerful missile boat. The wind carried her words across Mistwater County. The dejected survivors stirred and broke into excited shouts, they're finally back, now we're saved. They found a missile boat? Great. That giant water monster can't beat that. Some climbed buildings or trees to look toward Jiang Liusher's location. Really, there's a sea blue warship in the flood. Their eyes lit up. After a day and night without Jiang Liusher and the others, many had believed he abandoned them or got lost. But he came back so quickly, with a warship. Now they could survive. Inside the combat room, Jiang Liusher watched for a while and confirmed the mutated zombie was dead. He exhaled in relief. Although it was powerful, the zombie died without even knowing how. He heard shouts from the mountain and saw silhouettes of survivors on treetops looking toward him. Taking a deep breath, he didn't stay longer. The missile boat base vehicle made a large turn on the water and sailed around the sediment blockage formed by the mudslide toward the flood area where the mutated pufferfish was. After under 10 seconds of movement, Ran Shiyu's anxious voice rang in his mind. "Brother Jiang, we found the mutated pufferfish's location, many small water monsters surround it." Jiang Liusher's heart jolted. In the shared mental view, about a kilometer ahead, at the deepest spot of the water pool, a bright red blotch crawled at the bottom. Around it was a dense ring of little red dots, more than 100 small water monsters. So much. Jiang Liusher controlled the missile boat, rapidly approaching that group of water monsters. The missile boat moved fast, thundering over the water. Before it reached that mutated pufferfish, many small water monsters crawling on the surface of the flood started to stir. Several of the monster fish leapt up, charging at the missile boat. But the missile boat came to a quick stop about 40 meters from the cluster of water monsters. This distance was the safety margin Jiang Liusher had set. The mutated pufferfish's tentacles were over 10 meters long. At 40 meters the missile boat would have enough reaction time the instant the pufferfish lunged. After all, the missile boat was a machine, and its activation takes a few seconds. The mutated pufferfish, a flesh and blood creature, can react at any time. Those few seconds could decide life or death. Jiang Liusher must be cautious. Though the missile boat was powerful, he wasn't blindly confident its hull could withstand that horrible flesh of the mutated pufferfish. Fire! Jiang Liusher shouted in his mind and pressed a button on the manual control system before him. Normally this device would need the electronic control igniter to trigger an electronic pulse ignition node inside the barrel. But now everything was simplified. Jiang Liusher used the starseed to transform it into a manual ignition device. Once the manual ignition device activated, sparks flew, and the propellant quickly ignited. Bang bang bang. Like drums on a battlefield, in the fierce barrage of gunfire the AK-630 autocannon's barrel spun at high speed. Under Jiang Liusher's observation, the machine gun bullets sprayed out with a hiss, instantaneously concentrating fire toward where the mutated pufferfish was. Some of the charging small water monsters happened to block the bullet trajectories. The moment they were hit, the powerful impact shredded them into clouds of gore. Compared to the small water monster's commotion, the mutated pufferfish lurking deep in a water pocket was much slower. In this flooded area, the mutated pufferfish was undoubtedly the top of the food chain. Whether mutated beasts or mutated zombies, all were its prey. These days, it was used to days of invincibility without predators, never imagining anything would dare to challenge it. Puff puff puff, when countless dense autocannon bullets sprayed water splashes everywhere and forcefully tore into its body, it finally felt searing pain. Roar! A towering water wall rose, the mutated pufferfish's flat body rapidly swollen by the expansion of its internal air sac. It resembled a moving small mountain, swinging its 8 over 10 meter long tentacles as it roared with rage. On its outer skin, blood flowed profusely. Its dark, tough skin was riddled with over 100 dense holes. Each hole was as thick as a fist, bleeding heavily. At this moment, on the mountainside halfway up Mistwater County, countless survivors saw the fierce battle unfolding in the flood ahead and cheered. That big water monster seemed to have been wounded by the missile boat's fire. Xiang Shuihai's brow tightened, not a hint of relaxation in her expression. She knew full well that the situation was not optimistic. She had just seen the missile boat's power with her own eyes. That autocannon could turn zombies into blood mist. Its killing power was terrifying. Yet with such firepower against the mutated pufferfish, the most it caused was some blood-soaked holes in its body. For a body as huge as the mutated pufferfish's, those blood holes were nothing at all. Looking at the missile boat in the water, Xiang Shuihai's eyes showed a trace of worry. The mutated pufferfish, rising from the flood, its pair of huge triangular eyes quickly locked onto the missile boat base vehicle where Jiang Liusher was. Through the observation port of the combat room, when Jiang Liusher saw the pufferfish staring over, a chill went through his heart. He didn't hope that last round of autocannon fire could kill the mutated pufferfish in one shot. He only meant to test it, to enrage the mutated pufferfish. This attempt was completely successful. The mutated pufferfish looked furious, and after seeing the wounds on its body, Jiang Liusher understood the killing power of the AK-630 autocannon against it. Indeed, the mutated pufferfish's defense was freakishly strong. Ordinary zombies and small water monsters, when swept by the cannon's high explosive rounds, would be shredded instantly. But the mutated pufferfish only ended up with fist-sized wounds. Such defense could not be compared to steel, it even far surpassed the special alloy of the starseed. No wonder it was a level 2+ monster. Turn, reverse. Now the missile boat base vehicle was controlled by Shadow, all of Jiang Lusher's attention focused on the AK-630 autocannon. With a thought, the base vehicle entered sprint mode, diesel power and the SII waterjet thruster merged into waves of kinetic energy, fiercely propelling the missile boat to flee. The missile boat sped as if flying, executing an unbelievable maneuver to change direction. Boom! Just a dozen meters out, Jiang Lusher felt his scalp tingle. The place where the missile boat had just stopped was struck by the pufferfish's tentacle, causing a 5 to 6 meter high water splash. Fire full power. Seeing the mutated pufferfish fully exposed in front of him, Jiang Lusher knew the chance had come. The 6-barrel metal autocannon barrel locked onto the pufferfish's head completely. Generally, the head is where a creature's nerves are densest and most vulnerable. For zombies too, the head is the fatal spot. Bang bang bang. The autocannon shells spewed out like a storm, raining down onto the mutated pufferfish's skull. The rotating metal barrel's hot empty shells dropped continuously, piling up. Inside the enclosed miniature combat room, the air was thick with the acrid smell of burning metal shavings. The AK-630's firing rate was terrifying, up to 3,000 rounds per minute, with an effective range near 4,000 meters. Under this horrific firepower, the mutated pufferfish in front of him, its fish head rapidly peppered with dense bullet holes, instantly looked like a beehive. The mutated pufferfish kept howling miserably. When the autocannon's fire stopped, its massive body fell with a crash, splashing a towering wall of water onto the surface. The resulting wave hammered the missile boat base vehicle, causing it to rock violently. Should be dead now, right? Jiang Lusher stopped firing, staring at the direction where the mutated pufferfish had collapsed, unable to be sure. After such heavy firing, not to mention flesh and blood, even a small mountain would probably have been blown apart. He felt the metal barrel growing unbearably hot, needing to cool down a bit. Also, that half-minute of rapid fire consumed nearly a quarter of the ammunition. It pained Jiang Lusher deeply. The AK-630 autocannon shells are 30 mm, originally on the missile boat, roughly over 6,000 rounds available. Otherwise, given the current base vehicle's configuration, he couldn't even produce appropriate autocannon ammunition. Storage did not contain compatible ammo. With such limited stores, Jiang Lusher naturally used it cautiously. Then at that moment, on the water surface where the mutated pufferfish had fallen, huge masses of rising bubbles surged up like fountains, water splashed everywhere. Brother Jiang, the mutated pufferfish isn't dead. It shrunk its body and is coming toward us. Ran Shiyu suddenly warned anxiously. Jiang Lusher's expression changed. Through Ran Shiyu's mental vision, he indeed saw a very bright red spot underwater rapidly approaching the missile boat base vehicle. Damn! Without doubt, the situation before him was one of the most undesirable scenarios Jiang Lusher had anticipated. If the mutated pufferfish kept its bloated air sac state, its large size would slow it down, the missile boat's speed advantage would be decisive. But if the mutated pufferfish deflated its air sac and returned to a flat shape, its underwater speed would be terrifying. Then the missile boat's speed advantage would shrink a lot. And if the pufferfish came at the missile boat in its flat shape, Jiang Lusher's reaction time would slow by 2 seconds. 2 seconds, enough for the distance to shrink to 20 meters. Dash, reverse, fire compressed air cannon. At the critical moment, Jiang Lusher did not panic, he acted methodically. The missile boat base vehicle instantly entered sprint mode, its speed skyrocketing. Then from the belly of the missile boat extended a dark metal tube. Boom! The underwater compressed air cannon shattered a visible turbulent water tunnel underwater, sweeping away a mass of underwater debris, overturning waterborne garbage and mud. It hit the rushing mutated pufferfish's fish head squarely. Although underwater the air cannon's power was far weaker than on land, against the injured pufferfish's fish head, the front blow cracked audibly. The wound split further. The mutated pufferfish, feeling pain again, swelled up again into the shape of a small mountain. Now its fish head was covered with fist-sized wounds, oozing sticky fluid as flesh writhed, as though trying to heal. Its 8 tentacles waved wildly, striking at the missile boat's direction in vain, smashing large clumps of sand and rubble. At that moment the missile boat base vehicle used the recoil thrust from firing the air cannon plus its own strong power to immediately flee. When it stopped again, the missile boat base vehicle was over 50 meters away from the mutated pufferfish. Jiang Lushur secretly sighed with relief. If not for the air cannon, they would have almost been caught underwater by the mutated pufferfish. Good thing this beast still has the pufferfish instinct, that makes things possible. Seeing the mutated pufferfish's body swell again, Jiang Lushur thought to himself. That pufferfish-type creature, inside had an air sac. Whenever startled or feeling danger, it would suck in air and puff up. The mutated pufferfish clearly kept this instinct. After being enraged by Jiang Lushur, its flat body swelled again. This also meant its strike surface enlarged once more. Bang bang bang. Jiang Lushur fired again with full concentration. This time, the focus was the snow-white belly. Since the fish head wasn't the weak point, the fish belly must be. Jiang Lushur silently vowed to shoot and burst the air sac inside the belly. A storm-like barrage covered the belly with penetrating bullets. The pufferfish was wounded again, its belly skin full of countless holes, blood flowing everywhere. But even so, the mutated pufferfish still howled, showing no sign of collapsing. Instead, its 8 tentacles in the water began wildly swirling. When those tentacles surfaced, Jiang Lushur's heart dropped. Damn! The mutated pufferfish's tentacles were gripping discarded cars, power transformers, vending machines, junk that had obviously been washed here by the flood. Under the pufferfish's terrifying strength, those junked cars and objects were flung like cannonballs toward the missile boat base vehicle. Jiang Lushur's reaction was fast, but even with the missile boat's speed, he still couldn't escape the coverage range of the pufferfish's attack. The missile boat writhed through the flood like a loach, performing all kinds of unbelievable turns. Bang, still, an old car slammed into the hull, hitting the little combat room where Jiang Lushur was. The small combat room shook violently. Finally that old car slammed onto the deck, its heavy weight crashing and causing the missile boat to shudder violently. The deck cracked open a fissure. Jiang Lushur's reaction was quick, even so, he was slammed hard. If an ordinary person, they would have been bloodied. But on Jiang Lushur's skin only a white scar appeared, though painful, he wasn't wounded. Good lord, luckily my total defense was enhanced by the gene serum, otherwise I'd have been killed back then. Jiang Lushur looked at the battered small combat room, his heart chilling. Warning, base vehicle damaged, small combat room damaged, damage level 10%, durability decreased. A starseed prompt rang in Jiang Lushur's mind. While the starseed prompt sounded, the mutated pufferfish hurled several more objects hard over, further damaging the small combat room. Damage level instantly rose to 40%. Jiang Lushur's heart sank. The little combat room couldn't take so many attacks. Since crystals were limited, the small combat room on the missile boat base vehicle was built using only first-grade special alloy, its defense weaker than mid-sized armored car mode. Boom! With a tremendous sound, the top of the sealed small combat room cracked open a fissure, exposing inside the metal machine gun barrels, ammo belts and other equipment. Damn! Now he was basically exposed under the eyes of the mutated pufferfish. Under the pufferfish's power to fling cars etc., the small combat room would never hold up. Repair the small combat room. Jiang Lushur mentally ordered urgently. If not repaired, I'm in serious danger. Searching storage space, insufficient metal materials to repair, small combat room can only be repaired to 80%. Repair anyway? The starseed continued to warn. Materials insufficient? Jiang Lushur was stunned, feeling deeply troubled. Though fully prepared before, in this apocalypse it's truly hard to scavenge some rare materials. This time the small combat room, the third configuration of the base vehicle, required several kinds of metal materials when built, almost all consumed in initial construction. He didn't expect that now, when it was damaged, the rare metal inventory was completely exhausted. Repair anyway. Jiang Lushur had no choice. 80% is better than having a big crack over his head. That would be too unsafe. At this moment, the mutated pufferfish actually used its tentacles like limbs, like a spider, crazily rushing toward the missile boat base vehicle. The missile boat raced furiously through the water, gradually receding from the view of the survivors on the mountainside of Mistwater County. Jiang Lushur, you must stay safe. Xiang Shuihai whispered softly. She stood on the rooftop of the small villa, watching the missile boat carrying Jiang Lushur vanish into the distance, worry in her eyes. Puff puff puff. Rocks, trash bins, abandoned cars, and various other debris buried by the flood crashed into the water near the missile boat, sending up splashes several meters high. The mutated pufferfish was completely enraged by the missile boat and pursued it relentlessly. Its 8 tentacles spun like windmills, grabbing debris and hurling it toward the missile boat. If that were all, it might have been manageable. But within its roars, the mutated pufferfish seemed to possess an ability similar to that of mutated zombies. It could guide the small water monsters. From all directions, small water monsters surged in, water pythons, monster fish, and others repeatedly launched attacks at the missile boat. At this moment, Jiang Lushi silently rejoiced that he had covered the missile boat with reinforced alloy armor. What a wise decision that was. Some of the missile boat's vulnerable parts were now protected and took no real damage from the small water monster's assaults. Elsewhere, where there was no alloy coverage, the aluminum hull only became increasingly dented but did not crack. Inside the missile boat, things were chaotic. Each time the ship turned, it shook violently. The old expert, Sun Chongxin, was already holding a plastic bag and vomiting uncontrollably from the motion. Ran Xiyu, Ling, and Jiang Zhuing also looked pale. Only Li Yusin seemed a bit better. Her healing ability helped her resist some physical discomfort. Compared to the physical strain, the inner tension made everyone feel like they couldn't breathe. Through the porthole, they could all see the mutated pufferfish rapidly closing in. Its massive body and the densely packed, gruesome wounds on its fish head created intense psychological pressure. At that moment, everyone silently prayed that Jiang Lushi could kill this giant water monster. Damn! Forced to the edge, Jiang Lushi couldn't help but curse. He'd been driving the missile boat for over half an hour, constantly pursued by the fish monster, and still hadn't come up with a good way to deal with it. He had just fired 2 more volleys from the AK-630 autocannon at the monster. But aside from worsening its injuries, it had no effect. Despite taking that many cannon hits, the mutated pufferfish just wouldn't die. Jiang Lushi was truly helpless. He only had a little over 1,000 rounds left, barely enough for 20 seconds of firing. Originally, in his plan, the highly penetrative autocannon should have shredded the pufferfish into bits. But its vitality was beyond expectation, and he still hadn't found its weak point. Its body was too massive. Even if it had a weakness, it was buried under thick flesh. Bullets might pass through, but it began healing almost immediately. Where's this thing's fatal spot? There's no way to find it. Or maybe, its vitality is so overwhelming that such a massive body simply has no real fatal weakness. Jiang Lushi frantically steered the missile boat, fleeing across the endless floodwaters. Thoughts raced through his mind, one after another. At that moment, the mutated pufferfish's furious eyes flashed strangely. Its belly bulged, and something rolled in its mouth. Splash! A massive stream of blue-purple sticky liquid shot from the fish's mouth, reaching over 100 meters. The missile boat couldn't dodge in time, and much of its hull was splashed with the sticky liquid. Warning, bow section exposed to corrosive fluid. Alloy shell durability reduced to 70%. Warning, aluminum alloy deck exposed to corrosive fluid. Durability at 40%, repairs required. Warning, aluminum alloy cabin exposed to corrosive fluid. Durability at 40%, repairs required. The starseed's alarm kept ringing in Jiang Lushi's mind. The missile boat's holographic model displayed horrifying scenes. Wherever the pufferfish's sticky liquid touched the hull, white smoke rose. Some alloy areas were pitted with corrosion marks. Some aluminum parts of the hull had even been corroded through, leaving holes. Jiang Lushi was terrified. Thankfully, the small combat room had just been repaired and offered protection. If the corrosive liquid had fallen directly on him, he would have been completely destroyed. Pufferfish were already known to carry neurotoxins, but this mutated version's toxins had evolved to the point of madness. They could not only paralyze nerves but even corrode special alloys. The corrosive strength was far greater than even aqua regia. If it sprayed a few more times. Jiang Lushi shivered. He had underestimated this mutated pufferfish. Activate sprint function. Jiang Lushi had no choice but to use the sprint ability again, trying to shake off the pufferfish behind. This can't go on, we'll run out of diesel sooner or later. Each time sprint was activated, diesel consumption was massive. At this rate, the pufferfish wouldn't be killed before all the fuel ran out. Jiang Lushi felt heavy-hearted. If he had enough bullets and diesel, he believed he could gradually wear down and kill the pufferfish. But the problem was, he didn't. He couldn't afford to drag this out. He needed stronger firepower, something that could kill with one strike. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. If it was just about extreme power, there was one thing that met the requirement. It was a blood core stored in his inventory. This blood core was obtained after he killed the first mutated zombie he encountered outside the Zhonghai safety zone. He had never used it. Whether a mutant crystal or blood core, both were condensed essences of mutated beasts or zombies, packed with terrifying energy. If he fired it, its power would far exceed the autocannon's bullets. Jiang Lushi's eyes lit with fire. An idea formed in his mind. Let's do it. The AK-630 on the missile boat sprayed fire once more, countless bullets focusing on the pufferfish's belly. The pufferfish shrieked in rage, its internal air sac swelling even more. Suddenly, the pufferfish felt something was wrong. This round of attack lasted far longer than before, and the pain was unbearable. Some of the wounds had been torn open so badly the bullets were going deeper and deeper. It instinctively sensed danger. It was about to dive underwater to escape the bullets. Shiyu! Jiang Lushi shouted in his mind. Ran Shiyu, fully prepared, poured all her mental power into suppressing the pufferfish. This mutated pufferfish was nearly a level 3 water monster. Not only was its body strong, but its mental power was too. Ran Shiyu's full-power psychic attack could completely freeze a typical mutated zombie for several seconds. But for this pufferfish, it only paused for a moment before shaking off the attack. Still, that moment was all Jiang Lushi needed. At that instant, all autocannon bullets had been spent. Only one blood-red crystal remained. Jiang Lushi focused his mind to the limit, everything around him seemed to slow down. His brain's neural capacity pushed to the maximum, precisely tracking every detail of the pufferfish. When it swelled, its belly wounds stretched with it. Amid those wounds, Jiang Lushi suddenly saw a flash of snow white deep inside the largest gash. It was the color of fat. In the deepest part of the pufferfish's belly, near the air sac, there was a thick layer of special fat, over a foot deep. That fat was the final layer of defense. That's it! Jiang Lushi shouted. The final blood core shot out from the autocannon barrel, powered by gunpowder, and slammed into that fatty layer. Once it entered, the blood core suddenly ignited like a blazing fireball, exploding violently. As the essence of a mutated zombie, the blood core released intense heat in its explosion, melting and burning the fat. The immense penetrative force carried it onward through the fat toward the air sac. After launching the blood core, Jiang Lushi immediately reversed the missile boat about 100 meters. In his sight, the massive body of the pufferfish suddenly froze. Then came a deafening, tragic roar. The roar was like a sonic attack, his eardrums buzzed with pain. He watched the pufferfish turn entirely crimson, oily layers oozing from its body. Especially its belly, flames burst out violently. The pufferfish's huge body was now engulfed in flames. Finally, with a loud boom, the air sac inside it exploded, burning fat and shredded flesh scattered everywhere. Is it over? Burning pieces of fish flesh landed all over the missile boat's deck. From the small combat room, Jiang Lushi watched it all unfold, feeling a surreal sense of disbelief. Success? My brother killed that giant water monster. Jiang Zhuiying blinked, stunned for a few seconds, then said excitedly. Inside the cabin, Jiang Zhuiying and the others saw the explosion of the mutated pufferfish through the clear porthole. They were overjoyed and silently breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yusin also smiled happily. She reached out and touched the pale-faced Ran Shiyu. Shiyu, let me heal you. Among those who helped Jiang Lushi kill the mutated pufferfish, Ran Shiyu contributed the most besides him. She used her psychic ability non-stop to monitor the water surface and the pufferfish's every move, which drained her powers heavily. Captain Jiang is really the savior of all the survivors in Mistwater County this time. Well done. Now that the water monster's gone, I can rally a group of young men to fight the flood and help rebuild. Sun Chongxin excitedly looked at the burning pufferfish meat on the deck, his voice louder than before. He could see hope again. Inside the small combat room. We finally got rid of that big guy. Just a pity about all that fish meat. Jiang Lushi looked at the massive body of the pufferfish, its fat burning in the floodwaters, feeling a bit regretful. This mutated pufferfish was a level 2+ monster, its flesh surely contained far more energy than level 1 mutated beasts, very nourishing. Splash. Suddenly, several water splashes sounded. A few small water monsters, looking like fish with snake tails, darted madly toward the unburned parts of the pufferfish meat underwater. A swarm of little water monsters frenziedly devoured the meat, churning the water into a mess. But very quickly, those excited water monsters began to slow down, let out strange squeals, and then floated belly up on the surface, motionless. Seeing this, Jiang Lushi was horrified. He had just been regretting not collecting some of the pufferfish meat for storage, but now, all the little water monsters that ate it died instantly. The pufferfish's meat was actually poisonous. Even before the apocalypse, eating pufferfish was known to be deadly. Some parts of a pufferfish naturally contain lethal neurotoxins, and the mutated version was clearly even more toxic, its flesh soaked with poison. So, the little water monsters that ate it all died. Yet even so, more and more swarmed in to bite the meat. The mutated pufferfish was a level 2+ monster, and its flesh held a natural allure for ordinary water monsters. Before long, the flooded area near the missile boat base vehicle was full of floating, white-bellied dead fish. Detected level 2+ crystal core energy fluctuations. The voice of the starseed suddenly sounded in Jiang Liushi's mind. Jiang Liushi's heart pounded. Right? He hadn't yet recovered the mutated crystal core inside the pufferfish. That core was extremely important to him, one of the reasons he'd gone all out to kill the creature. Thankfully, the missileboat base vehicle had already locked onto the core's position inside the pufferfish. Most of the surrounding water monsters had been killed by the toxic flesh, so there was no serious danger left underwater. Jiang Lushur held his breath and dove into the water, swimming toward the massive submerged corpse of the pufferfish. His blood carried high oxygen levels now, so he didn't feel short of breath at all. He moved freely underwater. Diving down and approaching the pufferfish's body, he pulled out a gleaming dagger. The crystal core was hidden beneath the fish head, surrounded by a thick layer of fat and several big bullet wounds. He plunged the dagger in hard. In a shack on the mountainside of Mistwater County, Zhang Hai faintly heard the explosion, and then saw flames shooting up in the distance. A big explosion. It must be Brother Jiang who killed that water monster, Zhang Hai said confidently, eyes full of hope. Standing nearby were Luo Junjiang and other ability users. Unlike Zhang Hai's excitement, Luo Junjiang and the others looked at the distant fire with doubt and worry on their faces. Let's hope so, Luo Junjiang sighed tiredly. He didn't understand Zhang Hai's optimism. Just earlier, they saw the missile boat being chased everywhere by the water monster. It didn't look good. Now that explosion in the distance, was it the boat that blew up or the monster that got killed? It was hard to say. At this time, the rain had already stopped. It was afternoon. Among the heavy clouds, a few streaks of red light had appeared. It looked like the sun might come out. But even with the change in weather, the survivors of Mistwater County didn't cheer. Each one looked uneasy. The atmosphere was heavy. Everyone had heard the explosion and seen the fire. Like Luo Junjiang, many hoped the monster was dead, but didn't have much faith in the missile boat that had been fleeing for its life. Some women held their crying children but didn't even try to comfort them. They just stared blankly at the distant end of the flood. The mood in the mountain town was repressed and grim. If it was the missile boat that exploded, it would mean the last hope of Mistwater County was gone. On the rooftop of a small 3-story villa, Xiang Shuahai sat alone, lips lightly pursed, anxiously watching the water. She knew at this moment, everyone in Mistwater County was waiting just like her, for the final result. Jiang Lushur, please be safe. Fish. So many dead fish. A sharp-eyed survivor stared at the floodwater and pointed ahead in surprise. The flood near the city gate rippled, and the people saw countless fish floating belly up on the surface. There are also lots of dead water monsters, another person shouted. Everyone looked closely, and sure enough, among the dead fish were the snake-like corpses of water monsters. More and more kept appearing, spreading across the water. A dense sea of fish corpses. It felt ominous and sent chills down everyone's spine. Why were they all dead? They had no natural enemies in this flooded area. Just then, a cheer erupted from the survivors on the mountainside. In their field of view, a fierce-looking missile boat slowly appeared. Behind it, hanging by iron chains, was a massive fish corpse. Its belly was hollow, only part of the body remained, but even so, it was still 7 or 8 meters long. Countless small water monsters followed it, leaping behind. The survivors saw it clearly. The massive fish corpse was the monster. They remembered the pufferfish's huge head and triangular eyes well. Now the monster's head was riddled with holes, and most of the body was gone. It was really dead. Seeing the missile boat and fish corpse, the cheers from the mountainside grew louder and louder, like waves. Team Shuriing is alive. They killed the monster. We're saved. One survivor knelt on the ground and sobbed. Ha ha ha. It's Brother Jiang, he's back. I told you, he'd definitely slay that monster. Zhang Hai said smugly, glancing at the stunned Luo Junjiang. As a member of Team Shuriing, he felt proud. Though also a little regret that he hadn't been on the boat to witness Jiang Lushur slay the water monster. Xiang Shuahai's eyes misted as she stared at the missile boat. Her nose stung. She felt that bittersweet relief and a sudden, strange sense of safety. This man had once again performed a miracle, protecting Mistwater County and saving over 10,000 lives. The missile boat sped across the floodwaters and docked near the city gate. Jiang Lushur and the others jumped ashore. At the riverbank, countless survivors of Mistwater County were already waiting. Captain Jiang, thank you. Captain Jiang, thank you. We all thank you for killing that water monster. You saved everyone in Mistwater County. A thunderous wave of gratitude and cheers erupted all around. Jiang Lushur was quickly surrounded. He looked at the tearful survivors around him, each expressing their thanks in their own way. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a scene. He could feel their heartfelt gratitude. Secretly, some survivors slipped him half a bun or a piece of bread, some were even moldy. He didn't know who gave them to him. Though they were simple and couldn't compare to mutant beast meat, their meaning moved him. In a place long out of food, that piece of bread meant a lot. No need to give me food. Jiang Lushi handed the food to a child. Jiang Zhuiying and the others were also surrounded by grateful survivors, though people didn't dare get too close to the girls, just kept thanking them. Captain Jiang, do you want someone to help you clean up that mutated fish and maybe cook it? Luo Junjiang squeezed through the crowd, trying to please him. He'd seen the pufferfish corpse hanging off the back of the boat and was very envious. Such a strong creature, its meat must be extremely beneficial. If he helped out, maybe he'd get a taste. Jiang Liushi's face darkened. Captain Luo, that thing can't be eaten. Its flesh is highly toxic. I brought it back to lure nearby water monsters and poison them, Jiang Lushi said calmly. Luo Junjiang's expression changed. He finally understood why there were so many dead fish on the water earlier. Captain Jiang, all 10,000 plus survivors of Mistwater County OU. The crowd parted. Xiang Shuahai walked through with a smile. Boss Xiang, no need for thanks. I only did what I should. Besides, you helped me a lot. Without the diesel and metal your people gave me, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you, let alone killing that monster, Jiang Lushi said seriously. He knew very well, without Xiang Shuahai's diesel, the missile boat base vehicle would have been useless. Mistwater's survivors had helped a lot. He still remembered how they scraped together diesel mixed with water from threshing machines and storerooms. Jiang Lushi looked closely at Xiang Shuahai. Just days ago, she looked healthy, full of energy, and very charismatic. Now, she was pale and tired. Her aura as a strong woman had faded, replaced by a gentle, fragile look. Boss Xiang, you must have worked hard lately. Without you, Mistwater would have collapsed. I think you're the one everyone here should thank first, Jiang Lushi said. You're right, brother Jiang. Boss Xiang barely slept or ate these past days. She's been handling everything, flood control, public order, food, even fighting off zombie attacks. Without her leading the way, Mistwater would be in chaos, Sun Kuan added. He truly admired her strength. This is my turf. I was just doing my duty. Xiang Shuahai smiled tiredly and tucked her hair behind her ear. Captain Jiang, let's go talk inside, she invited. Too many people were around, this wasn't the place to talk. All right. Jiang Lushi nodded and followed her to the small villa. Oh, and Captain Jiang, I've had hot water and food prepared. You've been through a lot. How about a bath and a hot meal? Xiang Shuahai paused and looked at him expectantly. No need. You've been in my vehicle before, you know how it is, Jiang Lushi shook his head. Give that food to other survivors. I'm guessing you don't have much left. The survivors looked thin and weak, clearly malnourished. Xiang Shuahai froze, then remembered, his van was fully equipped, water heater, microwave, tons of mutant meat. He didn't need her hot meal or bath. Okay. Xiang Shuahai nodded, eyes slightly downcast. She truly wanted to do something for him and Team Shuriying, but Mistwater had nothing left. Actually, Boss Xiang, I do need a favor. I need some metal, do you have any of these? Jiang Lushi named a few common metals. They were basic, but necessary for repairing the boat. Xiang Shuahai's eyes lit up and she smiled. We have most of them. Some are in storage, we'll need to check. I'll take you, she said enthusiastically. The warehouse near the city gate could now be accessed, everything in it could be used. Jiang Lushi was a little surprised. Xiang Shuahai could have easily sent someone else. Okay. He smiled. He genuinely liked Xiang Shuahai. If she personally led the way, it would be a pleasant walk. The storage warehouse in Mistwater County used to be an auto repair shop. Inside, the deep and spacious area was filled with piles of food, medicine, metal equipment, and all sorts of miscellaneous supplies. Captain Jiang, the items here haven't been sorted. You'll need to search carefully for what you need, Xiang Shuahai said as she stopped in front of the supplies, turning back to smile apologetically at Jiang Lushi. It's all right, Jiang Lushi nodded. When it came to finding supplies, Jiang Lushi seemed to have a special talent. He rummaged through the dim warehouse, and soon found pile after pile of metal materials, stacking them together. Many of the metal parts were covered in grime, and his clothes and hands quickly became pitch black. Just then, a faint, elegant fragrance drifted into his nose. I'll help you. Before Jiang Lushi could even refuse, the slim figure beside him had already dived into the pile of dark metal, helping him move it. In the empty warehouse, only the sound of the two of them working together remained. After a long while, Jiang Lushi and Xiang Shuahai finally gathered all the necessary metal materials, forming a small mountain. This should be all, right? Xiang Shuahai said, looking at the pile in front of them. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and when she wiped it, dark smudges were left on her face. After the labor, Xiang Shuahai's pale face was slightly flushed. With those black smudges on her forehead, she looked a bit adorably clumsy. You've got something here. Jiang Lushur paused as he saw the marks, unable to help but smile, gesturing to her forehead. Seeing him point, Xiang Shuihai realized it and smiled awkwardly, reaching up to wipe. Let me do it. Your hands are dirty, Jiang Lushur said with a smile, stepping forward and using his clean sleeve to wipe her forehead. Sorry, I've been so busy these days, I'm a bit out of it, Xiang Shuihai said, her eyes flickering, but she didn't pull away. Jiang Lushur carefully wiped her forehead, revealing soft, fair skin beneath the smudges. As he wiped, Xiang Shuihai pursed her lips slightly and looked at Jiang Lushur. Captain Jiang, thank you for killing the mutated pufferfish. When are you planning to leave? Her voice trembled slightly. Bringing Jiang Lushur alone to the warehouse was Xiang Shuihai's small selfish wish. She wanted a moment alone with him to talk. She knew well that this man, though not talkative, was decisive and rational. He had things to do and couldn't be kept here. Even knowing the result, the thought of him leaving Mistwater County still made her feel deeply reluctant. Probably after a day of rest, Jiang Lushur said softly, sensing her tone. All right. I'll have someone deliver these things to your vehicle. If there's anything else you need, just say the word, Xiang Shuihai replied, forcing a small smile. Okay, Jiang Lushur nodded. Well, I'll go now. For some reason, he lowered his head and didn't look into Xiang Shuihai's eyes. Step by step, he walked toward the warehouse's iron door. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, a warm voice called from behind. Jiang Lushur, I'll miss you. If there's a chance, I hope you'll come back to Mistwater County. I'll be here waiting. In the empty warehouse, her voice sounded especially lonely. Staring at his back, Xiang Shuihai still wore a smile, but her eyes seemed slightly wet. In the apocalypse, life and death partings happen daily. Moments like this were especially hard to bear. Jiang Lushur took a deep breath. His steps paused for 2 seconds, then he walked out. Okay. Hearing his reply, Xiang Shuihai's expression became slightly dazed. Was that a promise? Jiang Lushur quickly returned to the base vehicle. By then, Mistwater County was bustling with activity. People were lighting fires and cooking. There were even several pots of thick, white fish soup, very tempting. The toxic pufferfish meat he brought back couldn't be eaten, but it had cleared the nearby waters of small water monsters. With no more threats, the survivors began fishing for regular mutated fish in the flood. The poisonous pufferfish meat strongly attracted the mutated fish. Many survivors used makeshift fishing gear and the poisonous meat as bait, catching several big fish in a short time. Brother, Boss Xiang didn't come back with you? Jiang Zhuiying asked curiously when she saw him return alone to the base vehicle. She also keenly noticed something strange in his mood. Hee, brother, is there something going on between you and Boss Xiang? Huh? Ooh, how scary, Jiang Zhuiying teased with a grin. What are you talking about? What's scary about that? Jiang Lushur glared at her. But, brother, Jiang Zhuiying suddenly said seriously, have you thought about how you'll explain it to Sister Shiyu and the others? You're getting more and more ridiculous, Jiang Lushur replied helplessly. Forget it, I'm hungry. Is there food ready? He decided to change the subject. Talking to Jiang Zhuiying about this was asking for trouble. Ran Shiyu was nearby, whether she heard or not, she quietly went over to speak with Li Yusen by the bed. Seeing that, Jiang Lushur rubbed his nose awkwardly. You're my brother, I care about your love life, Jiang Zhuiying said, wrinkling her nose as she handed him a plate of fragrant mutant beast meat. We already ate. This is all for you. Jiang Lushur was indeed hungry. When fighting the mutated pufferfish, his mind had been highly focused and his brain constantly processing information, which consumed a lot of energy. He grabbed the meat and started eating as he sat in the driver's seat. At that moment, the missileboat base vehicle had reverted to its first form, a minibus again. The steering wheel, dashboard, and handbrake were all back. Starseed. Jiang Lushur called out in his mind, and the starseed panel automatically appeared. A small slot popped out beside the dashboard, its metallic surface gleaming coldly. Click. Jiang Lushur inserted a shining crystal core into the slot. It closed automatically. Detected level 2 plus mutated crystal core. Detected incomplete energy lab. Current activation progress, 30%. Sufficient energy matched. Continue activating energy lab? Continue. Jiang Lushur answered without hesitation. The energy lab was what he wanted most right now. Once it was complete, he could produce evolution crystals even purer than those made by the military. They could fully replace mutant meat and, with regular consumption, would increase the evolution rate for ability users. Even ordinary people might awaken powers over time. It was an incredibly powerful tool. If he could mass-produce high-purity evolution crystals, Jiang Lushur believed Team Shuriying's strength would rise dramatically again. Energy lab construction progress, 70%, 10 minutes until activation. Energy lab construction progress, 80%, 4 minutes until activation. Beep. With a light sound, Jiang Lushi, leaning against the driver's seat, felt something stir inside and opened his eyes. Energy lab activated. Host may now configure evolution crystals. Current base vehicle model is basic, level 1 evolution crystal configuration available. Listening carefully to Starseed's explanation, Jiang Lushi felt deeply moved. Even a level 1 evolution crystal had a much higher purity than military-grade ones. A single evolution crystal could provide enough power for a mid-level ability user to fight at high intensity for 5 days. And ordinary people who consumed these crystals would experience a great boost in physical strength. Long-term use could allow their combat abilities to match that of ability users. Its effectiveness wasn't inferior to gene serum. However, producing higher-level evolution crystals required higher energy levels and a more advanced base vehicle model. At present, one level 1 evolution crystal could only be created using the energy from one mutated crystal core or approximately 500 kilograms of level 1 mutated beast meat. It's expensive, but really a good thing, Jiang Lushi thought to himself. The benefits of evolution crystals were clear. One more key advantage, energy storage. Preserving mutated beast meat had always been a headache in the apocalypse. No matter how powerful the user, the daily intake of beast meat was limited. And beast meat had a shelf life. No matter how advanced the storage, its energy would slowly dissipate over time. In powerful teams, obtaining a lot of beast meat often meant a lot of waste. With evolution crystals, excess beast meat could be stored in a new form, avoiding that waste. For Jiang Lushi, this was a big deal. He had stockpiled a large amount of beast meat. Not only did it take up space, but it also steadily lost energy. Now he could keep only the freshest batch and convert the rest into high-purity evolution crystals. Too bad I've used up all the mutated crystal cores. Otherwise, I'd produce a few now. Zhu Ying is about to hit a breakthrough, and Shiyu's psychic energy is being consumed rapidly. These crystals would help a lot, Jiang Lushi thought. This energy lab was truly a treasure. With his crystals being more pure than the military's, he could even trade with other elite teams. These would fetch a high price. Beep. Suddenly, another crisp alert from the Starseed drew his attention. 2+ level mutated crystal core has 25% energy remaining. Energy level meets base vehicle, type 1, evolution threshold. Evolution requires 3 level, 2 crystal cores or 1 level, 3 core. Required materials. Would you like to begin evolution? Jiang Lushi paused. The base vehicle could evolve? His heart pounded wildly. Shadow had said before, the energy lab only needed a level 2 core to activate. After he inserted the special blood core, the lab's progress had jumped to 30%. Now with a 2+ level core, a large amount of energy remained unused. Unexpectedly, that 2+ level core had triggered the base vehicle's evolution condition. His current base vehicle was the basic model, essentially a level 0 vehicle. But now Starseed mentioned type 1 base vehicle, this was a completely different model, a full level above. Previous upgrades like biolabs and ramming functions were all based on the basic model. Comparatively, those were small-scale improvements. Evolving into a Type 1 vehicle would be a major overhaul, unlocking many new features. A true leap forward. But right now, he had no more crystal cores. To evolve, he'd need to search elsewhere. And the materials list showed several he didn't have, like tantalum, zirconium, rhenium. The base warehouse didn't have a trace of them. So close, yet not enough, Jiang Lushi couldn't help but feel regret. Still, knowing evolution was possible was better than no hope. These materials could be found eventually. We caught another big fish. Haha, that water monster's meat is amazing, cheers erupted outside the base vehicle. After the first few catches, many survivors used the mutated pufferfish meat as bait, and it worked wonders. Hearing those cheers, Jiang Lushi's eyes lit up and he smiled. He'd been foolish, under current conditions, he could make evolution crystals. Though the pufferfish meat was poisonous, it was from a 2+ level monster and held massive energy. Perfect for evolution crystals. As for the toxins, the energy lab could handle them. The lab's purification ability exceeded even those in the Zhonghai safe zone. The toxins would be filtered out. Sun Quan, Zhonghai, go out and collect the rest of the pufferfish meat. Bring it to the van, Jiang Lushi ordered. Though only part of the pufferfish meat remained, there was still about 700 to 800 kilograms left. Sun Quan froze. Wasn't the pufferfish meat toxic and inedible? Why did Jiang need it? But neither he nor Zhonghai questioned him. Whatever Jiang Lushi wanted to do, they just followed orders. They quickly jumped out and rolled up their sleeves, heading for the pile of meat stacked by the city wall, meat that had poisoned countless small water monsters. While Jiang worked on the base vehicle, water expert Sun Chongxin also began organizing flood control efforts. He gathered a large team to weave sandbags, find abandoned vehicles, and secure large boats. His flood plan was massive and thorough. Step 1, most critical, was to block the breach in the Fuyang River Dam. Once breached, the floodwaters flowed directly into northern Jiangsu, making it the drainage point. Torrents poured in, water levels stayed high. Only by plugging the breach with cars, sandbags, etc., could further work begin. Xiang Shuahai heard the plan and strongly supported it. All of Mistwater County moved as one, like a giant machine. Even at night, bonfires burned brightly. Strong survivors worked through the night. Weaker ones gathered firewood, boiled water, or helped however they could. Team Shuriying prepared in silence, checking weapons, sharpening blades, collecting supplies. Everyone knew the next destination, Panju City. That place was even larger than northern Jiangsu, with many factions tangled together, dangerous and lawless. They had to be ready for anything. At dawn, the van engine roared to life, loud in the morning silence. Many tired survivors stopped what they were doing and gathered around. They knew Team Shuriying was leaving Mistwater County. They're leaving. Jiang Zhuiying rubbed her forehead and put down her tablet. Through the window, she saw the large crowd outside. The survivors had all come to see them off. Yeah, it's time, Jiang Lushur said, rubbing her head, then gazing silently out the window. The young girl felt a strange emotion. Though she hadn't interacted much with them, she'd worked with these people, sandbagging, building dikes, hunting the monster. Jiang Zhuiying was young, but loyal and straightforward. She couldn't help but feel a bit reluctant to leave. She spotted a familiar figure outside the window. It was old expert Sun Chongxin, wearing a straw hat and holding a hoe, waving at her. He wiped his eyes, then turned and led a group of young survivors toward a broken ship moored in the flooded area. Jiang Zhuiying waved back. Take care, old man Sun, she said silently in her heart. Then she spotted someone else in the crowd. Brother, Xiang Shuahai is here, she tugged Jiang Liushur's sleeve, pointing toward the edge of the crowd. Xiang Shuahai stood alone on a high platform. She wore a light blue dress, not her usual combat gear. The morning breeze blew gently, her dress fluttered, and her hair flowed. To Jiang Lushur, she looked like a flower blooming in the wind. Let's go, Jiang Lushur said softly, looking away and speaking to Shadow at the controls. Shadow nodded. V-room. The minibus roared to life and began climbing the northern slope out of Mistwater County. That road led straight to Panju City. Xiang Shuahai bit her lip, watching the van disappear into the distance. She stood there for a long time. Boss Xiang, Captain Jiang asked me to give this to you. Luo Junjiang approached, holding a small box. Xiang Shuahai was slightly surprised. She opened it. Inside lay a dazzling red crystal, gleaming like a diamond. It shimmered faintly. She could feel the powerful energy inside. This, evolution crystal, she immediately recognized it. As an ability user, she knew what it was. Once, a visiting captain from another city showed one off during a trade. But even that one wasn't as pure or powerful as this. Luo Junjiang recognized it too, his breath caught. He rubbed his eyes, stunned by what he saw. Damn, this was an evolution crystal? People said eating it gave more energy than beast meat, and could help ability users evolve. These things only existed in secure zones or major bases. Rumor said it took 1,000 kilograms of mutated meat to make one. Most users in northern Jiangsu couldn't even dream of owning one. That captain only got his by trading with a team from a safe zone. So this evolution crystal was incredibly rare. And Captain Jiang just gave one to Boss Xiang? Luo Junjiang looked at Xiang Shuahai with envy. He really put thought into this. Xiang Shuahai picked up the red crystal, warmth blooming in her heart. She knew why Jiang asked Luo to deliver it. If he gave it personally, she wouldn't have accepted. Clutching the crystal tightly, Xiang Shuahai raised her eyes and looked toward the van's fading trail. Jiang Lushur, please stay safe. And, don't forget our promise. The distance from northern Jiangsu to Panju City is more than 500 kilometers. Between the two cities lies a great river. Several major bridges across the river had been blown up by people at the start of the apocalypse. The route that Jiang Lushur and the others are taking to Panju City this time is a path researched by the wanted ability user they defeated, Shang Qiangjuan. It's very remote, and comparatively safe. On the way they won't pass through any county towns or flood zones. They'll just have to bypass more mountains and cross a few streams. After the base vehicle left Mistwater County and passed several villages, the road ahead was basically all overgrown wild grass and trees, hardly any sign of human habitation. It was already autumn. After several continuous days of overcast rain, the late autumn heat finally erupted. A blazing sun hung high in the sky, the air was scorching like fire. Inside the base vehicle, however, the temperature control system kept things very cool. Repair complete. Base vehicle reinforced bulletproof tires, check normal. Reinforced bulletproof glass, check normal, durability 100%. 3 hours later, after all repairs to the base vehicle were finally done, Jiang Lushur finally exhaled, handing the driver's seat over to Shadow. Right now, the atmosphere in the vehicle was lively. "Zzz, boss, you shocked me again," Zhang Hai complained with a frown, his hair was standing on end from the static. Jiang Zhuiying stood in front of him, eyebrows furrowed, electricity flickering in the palm of her hand. "It's weird, you and Sun Kuan, both so clumsy, yet immediately mastered that domain. Why can't I master that thing you mentioned?" Jiang Zhuiying muttered. "Boss, when Boss Xiang taught us, she mentioned this problem. My and Sun Kuan's abilities are body-based, the number of control points is small. But you're a natural type ability user, generating large area electricity discharge. It's naturally more difficult to precisely control your ability's output area," Sun Kuan said with a pained face, speaking up. He stood slightly behind Zhang Hai, rather cowardly. Just now, having been turned into Jiang Zhuiying's test subject, he'd been electrocuted a lot. Ran Shiyu and Li Yusen stood a few people back, faces full of thoughtful expressions. Just a moment ago, they had been watching Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan explaining how to precisely control the ability's domain. When Jiang Lushur and the others went to find the missile boat, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan hadn't followed for nothing, they learned from Boss Xiang. Boss Xiang, Xiang Shuihai, had promised Jiang Lushur she'd teach Team Shuriing's ability users how to precisely control their abilities. Every ability user has a certain range for their power. This range, Boss Xiang calls the domain. For body-type ability users, their domain is concentrated around their body. For natural-type ability users like electricity or wind controllers, like Xiang Shuihai or Jiang Zhuiying, the domain range is bigger and harder to control. For mental-type ability users, like Ran Shiyu, her mental abilities coverage range is her domain. Boss, this needs a lot of practice, it's training the brain's neural domain to control the body's ability. Boss Xiang told us to imagine the domain as an extension of our body, concentrate our mental power, and control the ability only within the range we need, Zhang Hai said as he picked up a thumb-thick iron plate, silently concentrating and holding his breath. The muscles on his forefinger bulged, the skin shining as if oiled. He let out a loud shout, and stabbed the iron plate with his forefinger. Thunk. At the point he stabbed, the iron plate gave a deep dent half a thumb deep. Jiang Liushur's eyes lit up, that finger strike's power was far greater than before, and the defensive strength also increased a lot, almost like a hammer. Is this the domain? Zhang Hai's ability is the muscular strength of his 10 fingers. Just now his one finger clearly concentrated the strength of all fingers within the range of a single finger, producing such powerful destructive force. The power of that strike shocked Jiang Zhuiying, Ling, and the others. Ability is an extension of the body, controlling one's domain within the needed range. Jiang Zhuiying fell into thought. Ling, Ran Shiyu, Li Yusen and the others also wore thoughtful expressions. In Ran Shiyu's eyes there was a hint of joy. As a special mental type ability user, she had especially precise control over mental power. What Zhang Hai said about domain gave her a great inspiration. If she concentrated her mental power more, focusing on a point even smaller than a point, mental attacks would be even stronger. While Zhang Hai and Jiang Zhuiying discussed, Jiang Lushur quietly listened by the side without speaking. He really liked what he saw, team members devoting themselves to growing stronger, which absolutely boded well for Team Shuriing's future. Also, Zhang Hai's concept of domain gave him some inspiration, though he was not truly an ability user. Practice with abilities later. Now everyone eat this first. Jiang Lushur walked over, opening his palm, in it lay a few brilliant red crystals for all to see. Evolution crystals? Everyone in Team Shuriing recognized the crystals immediately, surprised. Evolution crystals now belonged only to the military government. How did Jiang Lushur get them? Brother, these evolution crystals look like they're purer than what the military refines. Jiang Zhuiying took one in her palm, looking at it carefully, her eyes full of curiosity and excitement. How did they come about? She asked. Eat quickly. Later, if we try hard and get more mutated crystal cores, there will be many more evolution crystals, Jiang Lushur said calmly. He avoided answering about their origin. Brother Jiang, awesome. Zhang Hai gave him a thumbs up, excited. Being with you, not only do we get mutant beast meat every day, now we've got evolution crystals too. Life beats being on any safe zone any day. Everyone else looked uplifted. Evolution crystals are very rare, a substance that can speed up an ability user's evolution. And they can fully replace mutant beast meat, serving as an efficient energy source for ability users. The military government only recently developed them. Their supply is still small and precious. But now Team Shuriying had 7 of them. Of course they were happy. The other members accepted the crystals each without questioning. Jiang Lushur carried many secrets already. Whatever he did was taken for granted. Now, each member of Team Shuriying had 1 red evolution crystal. Together with the one he gave to Xiang Shuahai, that emptied his store. Not long after swallowing the crystal, Jiang Lushur felt a wave of warm energy spread from his belly to his limbs and bones. A scorching heat flowed through his body. Shortly after, that heat faded, replaced by a pleasant warmth, making him comfortable. Instantly, the hunger he felt disappeared. "Brother, I feel dizzy. I want to sleep a while," Jiang Zhuing said drowsily to Jiang Lushur. Her state was different, cheeks flushed, steps unsteady. Before he could respond, she lay down on the bed. "Brother Jiang, Zhuing's mental energy waves are abnormal," Ran Shiyu suddenly said nearby. Jiang Liushur's heart stirred. He touched Zhuing's forehead, it felt unusually hot. Not only that, a streak of electric current suddenly surged from her forehead, giving a tingling sensation in his palm. Electric current? Jiang Lushur was stunned. Had Zhuing lost control over the electricity in her body? Immediately, sparks of electric fire flickered occasionally around her. The situation was very strange. Brother Jiang, let Zhuing sleep. Her condition is similar to when I evolved my ability last time. Mine was mental type, so it didn't affect others much. I detect her mental energy fluctuations are abnormal and continuously at peak. Her energy is clearly very active. These days her powers have grown a lot. She should be about to break through. Ran Shiyu came over and spoke softly. Jiang Lushur nodded. With Ran Shiyu monitoring Zhuing's mental waves, and Li Yusin having medical ability, his sister should be fine. Also, Ran Shiyu's judgment matched his own. He believed she was evolving her ability. Her flushed face and feverish body were probably the response of her ability cells adapting to evolution. As for the other members of Team Shuriying, Li Yusin checked each one. Their physical condition was similar to Jiang Liushur's, full and strong, as if they had boundless power. Other than that, there was no problem. Jiang Zhuing slept deeply. She didn't wake even by third dawn. At this time, the vehicle had reached an old steel bridge. Seeing the bridge, Jiang Liushur's spirit rose. In the information from Shang Qiangjuan, once they crossed the steel bridge and another tunnel, they'd reach Panju city area. The rusted steel bridge's horizontal rails were tangled with green vines, looking as if it had been abandoned for countless years. But that was just the result of plants growing wildly after the apocalypse. The base vehicle drove over with a screeching sound that made every hair stand on end. When the vehicle safely passed, Team Shuriying exhaled in relief. "Zombies!" Suddenly Zhang Hai shouted as he stared ahead. "Ugh, these zombies, even wearing uniforms, huh?" Zhang Hai exclaimed in surprise. After crossing the steel bridge was an abandoned secondary highway long unused. The road cracks had spread weeds and shrubs, rough but still passable. From signs around, it was clear no vehicle had traveled this road in a long time. On the highway, zombies wearing mining lamp hats and bright yellow mining uniforms charged crazily at the minibus. Panju City, before the apocalypse, was a mining city famous for its metal mines. These zombies were definitely miners who once worked in nearby mines, Jiang Lushur said calmly. When they reached Panju City, Jiang Lushur hoped to find some metal materials, to prepare for evolving the base vehicle. Through the car window, abandoned mines scarred by excavations appeared beside the road. Mining vehicles, railway tracks, large excavators lay rusting everywhere. Rumble. The minibus accelerated. Zombies who couldn't dodge ahead were crushed into bloody mush, while the van thundered along the abandoned road. The remaining zombies chased behind, but even their speed couldn't match the vehicles. Not long after, they reached a deep, pitch-black tunnel carved into the mountainside. "There are steel spike plates on the ground, careful." Jiang Liushur's eyes sharp like a hawk. At the tunnel entrance he spotted a large stainless steel spike board over 10 meters long and about 8 or 9 meters wide. Rows of stainless nails, each about 1 foot long, were densely fixed. Some rusty zombie corpses were impaled on several nail rows. There were also abandoned vehicles parked on the spike board. Their tires had all been punctured. Jiang Lushur dared not use the vehicle's bulletproof tires to brute force through these spike boards. He felt alert. Clearly these steel spike plates were deliberately placed, and didn't look old. "Brother Jiang, careful, there are people on top of the tunnel," Ran Shiyu suddenly warned. About 7 or 8 meters above the tunnel, on the mountainside, there really was a person lying in ambush. This person was wearing a hat woven from weeds on his head, his body curled up and hidden in the thick grass, and his face smeared with dark mud. If it weren't for Jiang Liusher's sharp eyes, an ordinary person wouldn't have noticed that person at all. A child? Jiang Liusher looked closely, a bit surprised. His finger on the trigger slightly loosened. He could see clearly that the person lying there was small in size. Even though his face was smeared with mud, it still looked very young. His dark eyes were warily watching the minibus where Jiang Liusher was. Boom! At this moment, a stream of sparks suddenly shot out from the child's hand and flew into the sky, with a loud tail sound. Jiang Liusher saw clearly, the stream of sparks was a few rockets bundled together. This was a signal? Jiang Liusher suddenly understood. He fired several shots, the child's grass hat was shot through, and another burst of bullets swept past his buttocks, burning a large hole. Frightened, the child immediately let out strange cries, got up, and ran deep into the forest with his little legs, shaking his torn pants. He was obviously very familiar with the terrain in this area, agile like a monkey, and disappeared from Jiang Liusher's sight in an instant. Ling, follow that child and check the situation. Jiang Liusher climbed out of the small combat room and said to Ling in the carriage. Ling nodded, leaped out the window, and disappeared into the shadows of the forest with a few quick jumps. Shiyu, how's the situation nearby? Jiang Liusher asked. No issues. Aside from some extremely weak mental fluctuations, probably some small animals, there's no one else. Ran Shiyu scanned for a while and then confirmed to Jiang Liusher. Every species in this world has different mental fluctuations. Psychics and mutant beasts have strong fluctuations, but very small animals are much weaker. Ran Shiyu only detected a few creatures darting around in the forest, confirming there was no ambush nearby. Only then did Jiang Liusher feel at ease. There must be a survivor gathering point nearby. Everyone, stay alert, Jiang Liusher judged and warned the other members inside the vehicle. The signal rockets the child fired just now were clearly a warning, and the spike strips on the ground were also meant as an obstacle and deterrent. This was enough to judge that there was a force of survivors nearby. Brother Jiang, don't worry, we're very alert in this kind of place. Zhang Hai said with a smile. He was very confident in Team Shuriyang's reconnaissance abilities. They had a stealth expert like Ling, and a psychic like Ran Shiyu. It would be very difficult for any ordinary team to launch a surprise attack on them. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan jumped out of the vehicle and started to move the spike strips on the ground one by one. Only then did the minibus safely enter the dark tunnel. This tunnel was several kilometers long, winding and twisting. Under the shining headlights, zombie corpses and pale human remains were scattered everywhere inside the tunnel, along with discarded guns, knives, and daily supplies. It was obvious that a brutal battle between survivors and zombies had taken place in this tunnel. After exiting the tunnel, the view suddenly opened up. On both sides of the abandoned highway were one mountain after another, large and small. These mountains had been dug full of holes, covered with dense wild grass and vegetation, but not many big trees. It was easy to imagine how bare these mines must have looked in the past. Now, the mine caves ahead were all dilapidated and deserted, with no signs of human activity. Shiyu, once we get past this road, we'll reach Panju City. By then, we'll definitely find your sister's whereabouts. Jiang Liusher gave Ran Shiyu a faint smile. He could tell that Ran Shiyu was a bit excited after passing through the tunnel. Ran Shiyu nodded. Thinking that she would soon see her only family left in the world, her heart surged with emotions. Suddenly, Ran Shiyu felt a warning in her heart. Brother Jiang, there are people at the bend of the canyon ahead. In her spiritual vision, she sensed more than 10 red dots, right at the bend of the canyon ahead. Got it. Jiang Liusher nodded. The atmosphere inside the vehicle immediately grew tense. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan grabbed their weapons. Jiang Liusher picked up the ARM-2 sniper rifle case and carried it into the small combat room. The inside of the minibus suddenly went silent, only the sound of the tires grinding against the rough gravel road remained. At the bend of the canyon, Jiang Liusher looked through the observation window of the small combat room and saw that the road ahead was completely blocked by 2 large, bulky trucks. More than a dozen people stood on top of the trucks, looking down aggressively at Jiang Liusher and his group. These dozen or so people formed a strange group. Besides 3 brawny men with tattoos on their faces and bodies, who looked ferocious and threatening, the rest were all young boys and teenagers of different ages. All of them, without exception, wore yellow miners' helmets and were covered in black, as if smeared with coal. The minibus stopped, silent. The people on the opposite trucks were also stunned, big eyes staring at little eyes. No one said anything for a moment. At this moment, a skinny teenage boy stood beside one of the burly men. He looked about 15 or 16, with a trace of soft fuzz above his lips. His bright eyes showed a hint of irritation. Jiang Lushur saw clearly, this boy had a blade of grass in his mouth and looked relaxed, but his fingers were lightly tapping the back of the burly man's thigh next to him. When he tapped, Jiang Lushur caught a glimpse of a faint, hidden flash of cold light. The burly man's face twisted in pain, and he let out a slight hiss. Cough, cough. The burly man hurriedly coughed and then shouted loudly, "Robbery. Everyone get out of the car. We only want your stuff, not your lives. Cooperate, or you all die." His tone, combined with his fierce tattoos and expression, was indeed quite intimidating. Boom! As the man spoke, the engines of the 2 trucks below roared to life, black diesel smoke swirling around. The rumbling echoed through the narrow canyon like thunder. At this moment, they raised their weapons and pointed them at the minibus. The burly man in front held a crude-looking Type 64 pistol, while the others all carried steel crossbows. The crossbow bolts gleamed coldly. "Brother Jiang, only one of them is a psychic, that boy next to the talking man. The rest are just normal people," Ran Shiyu's voice sounded in Jiang Liushur's mind. Jiang Lushur was a bit surprised, but then he understood. No wonder he felt something was off earlier. That seemingly leader-like man, though fierce in appearance, looked hesitant and seemed afraid of something. Thinking back to the boy chewing grass and tapping the man's thigh, Jiang Lushur got it. A faint smile appeared on his lips. "So that's how it is. Activate the V-shaped ram, charge," Jiang Lushur said calmly. The minibus shuddered. A massive V-shaped ram emerged from the front, turning the vehicle into a charging beast, speeding up instantly. It roared through the narrow canyon, heading straight for the 2 trucks without hesitation. The skinny teenage boy chewing the grass looked calm. This canyon was only about 4 meters wide, making it impossible for the minibus to turn around. Blocking the road like this, they thought the minibus passengers would surely come down to negotiate. When the V-shaped ram activated, the boy's eyes nearly popped out. What the hell is that big V-shaped metal block on the front? The vehicle was modified like this? As the minibus charged at them like an F1 car, his heart tightened. Damn. He could sense the driver's do-or-die determination from the aggressive speed. "Get off, run, hurry," the boy shivered and shouted, waving the others to flee. He realized, the minibus driver must be crazy, ready for mutual destruction. I hid a bag of potatoes, a big piece of dried rat meat, and a bottle of drink that I couldn't bear to drink. Now there's no food anywhere. If you just let my brother go, I'll give them all to you." The little boy looked heartbroken, lowered his head and counted on his fingers while sobbing. 3 black lines appeared on Jiang Liushur's forehead. Food was scarce in the apocalypse, but the Shuriying squad was an exception. Now the Shuriying squad hardly ate rice, almost every meal was mutant beast meat. "Bauer, stop talking. Anyway, this time we're done for, I accept it." The teenager whose forehead Jiang Lushur was holding down calmed down after the first panic. He raised his head, pressed against the gun barrel, and said to Jiang Lushur, "Where did you come from? I know almost all the strong survivor teams in Panju City. I've never seen you. Look at the direction our car came from, and you still don't know where we came from?" Zhang Hai lazily swept his shotgun back and forth in front of the teenagers and little kids, very intimidating. Facing the dark muzzle of the shotgun, the group of robbers fell silent like cicadas in winter. Jiang Liushur's heart moved, and he looked Yang Tianzhao up and down. From his tone, Yang Tianzhao seemed to know all the major forces in Panju City, which made Jiang Lushur somewhat interested. "Where? Could it be from northern Su?" Yang Tianzhao asked back. "Hey, brat, if you're being robbed, act like someone being robbed. Why are you asking so much? Believe it or not, I'll blow a hole in you with one shot?" Our brother Jiang said, "If you have mutant crystal cores or rare metals, hand them over quickly, or we'll blast you." Sun Kuan took a step forward and pushed the shotgun against Yang Tianzhao's stomach. He hadn't shaved in many days, and both sides of his face were already covered with thick stubble. Combined with his naturally strong build, just making a slightly fierce expression made him look terrifying. "Wah, don't kill my brother." Bauer, held in Ling's hand, saw Sun Kuan pushing the gun against Yang Tianzhao. He had just been sniffling, but now he burst into loud crying again. Seeing the little brat crying, Sun Kuan immediately felt a headache. If it were an adult, he would have slapped them long ago, but facing a crying kid, he really couldn't do anything. I don't have mutant crystal cores. If you want rare metals, this is a mining area, we do have some. I just don't know exactly what rare metals you want." Yang Tianzhao was pushed by the shotgun a few times, his ribs aching slightly. He lowered his head, looking very depressed. "You're an ability user, how could you not have mutant crystal cores? Without them you still need to eat mutant beast meat, right? Where's the warehouse where you keep things? We'll search it ourselves," Sun Kuan said roughly. He did not believe the teenager in front of him. Yang Tianzhao's body trembled. I can take you to the warehouse, but you can't kill people. If you have any cruel thoughts, I'd rather die here. He lifted his head and looked at Jiang Lushur, unable to hide the worry in his eyes. Yang Tianzhao knew that Jiang Lushur was the leader of this outsider elite survivor team. We only want the things, not your lives. Jiang Lushur raised his eyelids slightly and said calmly. Yang Tianzhao froze. Why did that sound so familiar? Panju City was already in sight, but Jiang Lushur was not rushing. Running into Yang Tianzhao and this group of amateur robbers from the mining area was a rare opportunity for him. Panju City was a famous mining city in Hujiang province. It had not only large amounts of gold, silver, iron, and other ores, but also many ores rich in rare metals. Rare metals were not as common as copper and iron, and were hard to obtain in normal cities. When they built the biological lab on the base vehicle before, they needed hundreds of pounds of rare metals like titanium, nickel, and cobalt. In the end, Jiang Lushur went through great difficulties to obtain them from a special metals company. After leaving Jinling, they had only replenished a small amount of rare metals. But many parts of the base vehicle, its alloy shell and other equipment, had been damaged, and repairing them all required these metals. After leaving Wushui County and repairing the base vehicle, the small amount of rare metals taken from the Xiangshuahai warehouse was completely used up. If the base vehicle was damaged again, Jiang Lushur simply had no rare metal materials left for repairs. This was a serious problem. Now that he'd come to a mining city like Panju, of course he had to gather what he could. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan walked in front and behind, holding shotguns, watching the mixed group of men, teens, and children as they headed toward one of the large mines. Ying drove the minibus slowly behind them. Yang Tianzhao walked in front, tightly holding the hand of the little boy Bauer who Ling had set down. After walking for more than a quarter of an hour, he observed Zhang Hai's and Jiang Liushur's behavior, and his worry eased a bit. These people were fierce, but they didn't seem to kill the innocent, and they hadn't used violence against them. Otherwise, with their strength, why negotiate at all? If they didn't obey, they could have killed them already. Since they hadn't acted, as long as they didn't anger them, they likely wouldn't. Yang Tianzhao felt full of frustration now. He only hoped these people would get what they wanted and leave quickly. With their weak foundation, they couldn't afford any more trouble. Under the blazing sun, after walking for a while, many teenagers were sweating all over. Jiang Lushur walked next to Yang Tianzhao, but he didn't sweat at all. Yang Tianzhao watched beside him, feeling very shocked. In such heat, to not sweat, it was practically inhuman. He felt no ability energy on Jiang Lushur, but sensed something strange. This feeling came from the beast-like combat instinct ability users developed after their cells mutated. He didn't know that Jiang Lushur possessed the evolutionary bloodline power awakened by gene fluid, and his body's functions were abnormal. His capillaries could expand or contract freely to regulate temperature, whether hot or cold. Finally, the minibus stopped at the foot of a 100-meter mountain. Yang Tianzhao and the others reached halfway up the mountain, in front of a collapsed mine entrance. It looked no different from other mine entrances, unremarkable among the densely packed mountains. Large rocks had crashed down and blocked the entrance. Only through a few gaps between the rocks could one feel the deep darkness inside. Brother. Bauer looked up at Yang Tianzhao with teary eyes full of worry. Yang Tianzhao secretly sighed. Don't be afraid. It's fine. He was helpless. They were like fish on a chopping board and could only listen to these outsiders. He took out a hollowed-out little stone. Woo woo. Yang Tianzhao blew into the hole, and it gave out a melodious sound. At this moment, the rocks blocking the mine entrance completely sank into the ground. A hole wide enough for two people appeared. A mechanism? Jiang Lushur was a bit surprised. Following Yang Tianzhao inside, Jiang Lushur looked down at the entrance and saw an iron beam, a winch rope, and a metal trigger device. Clearly it was a small mechanical shaft. Inside, the tunnel suddenly narrowed. The mine was about 2 meters high and wide, the air was murky. A rail slanted into the unknown depths. 4 mine carts sat quietly on the track. Be careful, there are many people deeper inside. They are very far in, I can't reach them with my mental power. Ran Shiyu's voice suddenly sounded in the minds of every Shuriying squad member who entered the mine. Ran Shiyu, Ying, and Li Yusin were all still in the base vehicle, their mental waves constantly sensing around Jiang Lushur. The mine was very deep, several thousand meters. The wet soil greatly weakened her mental detection. Especially deeper in, where countless spiderweb-like tunnels branched out. She couldn't detect many places. Hearing her warning, the Shuriying squad members became alert. This mine was home ground for these teenagers. Even with strong abilities, they couldn't be careless. Don't play any tricks. Ling suddenly slashed his dagger past Yang Tianzhao's ear, shaving off a thin layer of hair without hurting him. Yang Tianzhao didn't dare move at all, every hair standing on end. What frightening, precise blade skills. Don't worry. As long as you keep your word, we won't do anything. After all, I'm the only ability user here. Yang Tianzhao said bitterly to Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi nodded. The first cart held Jiang Lushi, Ling, Yang Tianzhao, Bauer, and a few others. The last cart had Sun Quan and Zhang Hai with the shotguns. Rumble. The carts rushed down the rails into the mine. The tunnel was long and completely dark. After about a minute, boom, the cart stopped heavily at the end of the track. Here, a few lamps flickered with light. Electricity. Seeing the lights, Jiang Lushi was surprised. The rest of the scurrying squad were also shocked. In the past, electric lights were common. But after the apocalypse, much of human civilization was destroyed. Electricity, a complex achievement, could only be found in survivor bases. Yet this was only a mine, and it had electric lamps and wires. Very surprising. This is electricity my brother made from solar energy. The wires were all laid by him. Bauer said proudly, seeing their surprise. Jiang Lushi looked at Yang Tianzhao. He remembered the steel crossbows and the signal arrow Bauer fired, likely made by Yang Tianzhao. So this boy was a genius in manual inventions. After the apocalypse, many survivors no longer valued human craftsmanship, focusing only on personal power. But Jiang Lushi valued talent. Only with true talent could survivors rebuild civilization. Don't listen to Bauer. The solar lamps are just solar panels and such. I only did some repairs. Yang Tianzhao said under Jiang Liushi's questioning gaze. Jiang Lushi nodded. Now show me the warehouse. You must have everything sorted, right? I want a lot of rare metals, so I need all your stock. As long as you give them to me, I won't make things hard for you. Hearing that Jiang Lushi really only wanted metals, Yang Tianzhao secretly sighed in relief. Okay, I'll take you. He had worried they wanted iron. They had to supply iron to other forces, and shortages would be trouble. But Jiang Lushi wanted niche metals. Those they truly had, and almost no one wanted them. The other forces didn't use them. Perhaps sensing movement, thin miners came out from all directions. All of them were teenagers and children. Some kids were nearly naked, wearing only shorts, with no clothes. Covered in dust and filth, the only clean things were their white teeth. Seeing the strangers and their guns, commotion rose, some kids cried in fear. Some braver teens raised their mining picks cautiously. Yang Tianzhao was clearly their leader, his few words calmed everyone. Soon, two teenagers who managed the warehouse timidly led Jiang Lushi, Zhang Hai, and Yang Tianzhao into a warehouse dug from an abandoned mine pit. Ling and Sun Quan remained outside, watching the miner kids. With two ability users guarding, none dared try anything. After a brief look around, Jiang Lushi was shocked. It was too poor. Mostly high-grade iron ore, copper ore, and some gold. Rare metals were in the corner, bagged and labeled. Elsewhere were only 3 bags of rice, some dried food, and a single meat piece the size of 2 palms hanging on a pole. Is this mutant beast meat? Jiang Lushi asked. Yang Tianzhao became nervous, this was his last piece. It's mutant beast meat, but it has spoiled. I rubbed a lot of salt on it, it tastes bad. He tried to make it sound terrible so Jiang Lushi wouldn't want it. Seeing his tense look, Jiang Lushi smiled faintly. Of course he knew what Yang Tianzhao was thinking. But would he care about that tiny piece of meat? Seeing the smile, Yang Tianzhao felt embarrassed. How ridiculous that he feared someone would steal that tiny piece of meat. Tell them to bring all these rare metals down to the minibus. Jiang Lushi said. He glanced at the bags of rare metals and felt excited. Each bag was at least 500 pounds. Some metals, like titanium, weighed more than 1,000 jin. Titanium wasn't expensive, but in the apocalypse it was hard to find. Many mining cities were far away. This haul would keep him well supplied for a long time. You got what you wanted. Can you let us go? Yang Tianzhao asked with hopeful eyes. He was still a teenager, his emotions showed easily. Don't rush. I also want you to help me make some simple timed bombs and explosive packs. Jiang Lushi said calmly. Those steel crossbows and the lift mechanism were made by you, right? Simple bombs and explosive packs should be easy for you. Yang Tianzhao froze, anger rising. As expected, a greedy bunch. He could make them, but explosives were rare and hard to mix. He had already used a lot because of the exploitation from Panju City. It hurt to think about it. You don't need to worry. I'm not asking you to make them for free. I'll trade with you, mutant beast meat and other food. Jiang Lushi said slowly. Mutant beast meat? Food? Yang Tianzhao's anger vanished instantly. Really? Then, how do we trade? His eyes lit up. He even stuttered. Food was what they lacked most. And mutant meat was very important to him. He felt weak every day. Let me finish. Jiang Lushi raised his hand. Also, I want you to come with me to Panju City. You'll be our know-it-all guide. I'll pay you by the day. How much will you pay per day? Yang Tianzhao tried to stay calm, but the excitement and expectation in his eyes already betrayed him deeply. They were really too poor. Dozens of teenagers and children, every day they could only rely on digging minerals desperately to trade with other forces for a little miserable supplies. It could be said that every day was spent barely getting by, hungry and starving. If there were another way to make money, of course he would be excited. We'll first prepay you 5 days' pay, a Type 54 pistol, 80 pistol bullets, a bag of rice. The rest of the payment we'll discuss after 5 days. Jiang Lushi said in a deep voice. Now the weapons of the Shering squad were still fairly abundant. They had obtained many guns and ammunition from the Blood Wolves, Yang Feng and other forces. Especially Type 54 pistols, the group already had several. Shering squad no longer needed such pistols much. Also, when leaving, Xiangshu SC gave them a batch of grain. Now the food resources in the base car storage were plentiful. And for Jiang Lushi, rice was neither here nor there, offering it for trade was just right. He also knew what these young miners in front of him lacked the most. Type 54 pistol? Yang Tianzhao almost drooled from the corner of his mouth. In a world overrun by zombies, firearms were extremely precious. Having a gun as an ordinary person meant having capital to fight zombies, even to contend with superhumans. Even a Type 54 pistol, though not as powerful as a rifle, was at least far stronger than their current Type 64 pistol. It could make up for the lack of firepower in the mining area. Normally to get firearms, you'd have to trade mutated beast meat for them. Now, by acting as their guide for 5 days, he could get a Type 54 pistol. Yang Tianzhao felt like a pie had fallen from the sky. And also a bag of rice. The scarcity of food, in today's world, was indisputably precious. Okay, I accept your employment. Yang Tianzhao hesitated briefly, then nodded in agreement. Although entering Panju City would be dangerous and chaotic, compared to the reward Jiang Lushi offered, this risk was absolutely worth it. But the time I'm employed with you can't be too long. Without me here at the mining area, it will be a bit troublesome. Yang Tianzhao added. Are people watching your place here? Jiang Lushi understood, and asked in a serious voice. There were many mines here, it was a juicy target. And among this group of teenage miners, only Yang Tianzhao was a superhuman. It wasn't surprising that such a group would be watched. It is indeed a bit troublesome. But I can handle it, except for me and a few other young fellows. The rest mining children are those dumped here by the major powers of Panju City. They are too young, in other forces they are useless, so they were thrown here to dig. They are all miserable kids. They are like my brothers, I can't leave them for too long, I need to look after them. Yang Tianzhao spoke vaguely, without detailing things to Jiang Lushi. How much mutated beast meat and food will you trade for simple time bombs and explosive packs? Jiang Lushi asked. Yang Tianzhao raised his head, emotion lifted considerably. If the other side proposed a trade, it must be sincere. Otherwise, with Jiang Liushi's strength, if he used force to threaten him to do something, he wouldn't dare to refuse, the power gap was too large. 1 explosive pack, 10 lbs of mutated beast meat and a bag of rice. 1 simple timed bomb, 30 lbs of mutated beast meat and a bag of rice. Jiang Lushi said calmly. I'll only wait 1 or 2 days. After a pause, Jiang Lushi added. He was always cautious. The information he had previously received proved Panju City was complicated, with armed forces far exceeding those in northern Su. So he needed to strengthen his attack means and improve the squad's combat power. Explosive packs and timed bombs, these were among the powerful weapons he thought of after fighting a mutated pufferfish in Wushui County. Now he had to rely on base car for everything. Some fights would certainly be inconvenient. He needed some weapons powerful enough yet easy to carry, and that he could equip to other team members. For example, bomb packs, let Zhang Hai throw them, his great strength could probably toss them 1,000 meters, why not? Simple timed bombs, when fighting big forces, let Sun Quan, who has flipper power enabling climbing in any environment, install them, could have a surprise effect. When he saw Yang Tianzhao, Jiang Lushi knew the conditions he imagined for getting both items existed. Alright, deal. In the next 2 days I'll try to make as many as possible. Yang Tianzhao showed a happy smile, clenched his fist strongly and waved. Mutated beast meat and rice, exactly what they lacked most now. And what Jiang Lushi wanted, besides the simple timed bomb, explosive packs Yang Tianzhao had already made several times, used often to blast mountains in the mine area. There were many mines nearby originally, and there were nitrate and sulfur mines nearby. Configuring explosives was very easy for him. As for simple timed bombs, for an inventor like him, also not a big problem, just need more time to find materials. After about a quarter hour of conversation, Yang Tianzhao agreed wholeheartedly to Jiang Liusher's conditions. Erfan, Xiaowen, you both heard that? Now hurry and take a group of people to move the rare metals Jiang brother wants onto his car. Then bring that bag of rice back. Don't forget, the Type 54 pistol. Yang Tianzhao happily patted the shoulder of the teenage boy named Erfan. These two teenage boys who came in with Yang Tianzhao, just a moment ago still trembling with fear, now, after hearing the trading terms between Yang Tianzhao and these outsider robbers, felt as if they were dreaming. Just a moment ago they were like fish on a chopping board, now they turned over? This big turn made people excited. Soon after Erfan and Xiaowen hurried out, Jiang Liusher heard a sudden burst of cheers from inside the mine pit. His lips curled a little, these miner boys were way too easily satisfied. From what the boys who ran out told them, after hearing about the deal, the previously suppressed atmosphere was swept away. Their looks at Zhang Hai turned from cautious, hostile to hungry and eager, like hoping for a big meal from a rich sponsor. Immediately a group of teenage miners eagerly moved the rare metals Jiang needed and loaded them onto the car. On the minecart track they rolled in heavy metal sounds. Jiang Liusher and his group also boarded the ore cart and followed. Since they had already settled the terms with Yang Tianzhao, there was no need to stay in the mine. Now he only needed to wait quietly. He was sure these miner boys would not dare to play tricks. Their strength was obvious, and they knew the young miners' base. If they tried anything, it would be suicide. After the group of teenage miners happily moved the rare metals, Jiang Liusher reversed the van about 100 meters and drove into a remote abandoned miner tunnel beside the road. After all, from the tone of Yang Tianzhao it sounded like outsiders would come to trade at the mine soon. To avoid unnecessary trouble, better to be careful. Night fell, the base car inside was silent. Jiang Zhuiying was still sleeping, the electric currents flickering around her had subsided. Jiang Liusher checked his sister's status, his mind slightly calmed, he went to the driver's cabin to rest. As he was about to close his eyes, suddenly in his mind came the voice of Ran Qiyu. Jiang Ji, it seems something happened over at the mine tunnel. Jiang Liusher frowned, in the darkness he looked back, saw Ran Qiyu sitting up. Her expression was serious, head lowered, carefully checking the situation at the mine tunnel. There are more than a dozen people, among them 2 superhumans, seems they're fighting. Through Ran Qiyu's shared mental vision, Jiang Liusher saw 2 abnormal red spots entangled together. And another weak red spot disappeared at once. Red spots were spiritual energy. Once a red spot disappears for good, it only meant one thing, death. Bang bang bang. At that moment, gunshots and screams rang out in the dark night. Suddenly those sleeping, Zhang Hai, Sun Kuan, and Zero, opened their eyes. Zero, Zhang Hai, Sun Kuan, come with me. Others stay here, Ran Qiyu keep watching. Jiang Liusher left those words, strapped the Type 54 pistol to his waist, and took up a Type 95 automatic rifle. In the rocky darkness, a sniper's view was poor, better to use the Type 95 automatic rifle. He leapt out of the van, Zero dashed past him silently like a hunting leopard, agile and soundless. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan followed with shotguns behind Jiang Liusher. Brother, they all rushed into the mine tunnel. Jiang Liusher suddenly heard Ran Qiyu's voice again. Jiang Liusher's heart skipped a beat. Did they rush in already? That would be troublesome in such a tight space, danger higher. Approaching the mine tunnel, he saw Zero standing at the tunnel entrance. Captain, there's an adult with a shaved head dead, his skull like it was pierced by a metal trident. Lots of blood and footprints around, looks like many people were here just now. Zero said coldly, looking at the corpse on the ground. Here had clearly been sporadic but intense fighting, an adult was killed, head horribly wounded, the mine tunnel entrance had a large pool of blood. The air smelled faintly of blood. Zhang Hai, Sun Kuan, guard the entrance. Zero and I go in. Jiang Liusher said, looking at the dark tunnel, in his mind he made a fast decision. In such low-visibility environment, danger is great. Zero had awakened cat-like bloodline, in darkness he could see as in daylight, adept at stealth assassination. His neurobrain evolution also gave him night vision and quick reflexes. Compared to Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan whose night vision was poor, going in would be more dangerous. By using the shared mental vision of Ran Qiyu, Jiang Liusher could judge that the 2 superhumans who entered the tunnel, one must be Yang Tianzhao. That adult skull's sharp wound must be caused by Yang Tianzhao. Yang Tianzhao's ability seemed to be some kind of metallic sharp object. Today at noon when robbed, Jiang Liusher had vaguely seen Yang Tianzhao stab the leg of that puppet big man once. As for the other superhuman, Jiang Lushi believed Zero could handle him. He had just made a deal with Yang Tianzhao, he didn't want him to die like this. Compared to many scheming adult survivors, Jiang Lushi much preferred collaborating with a simple-hearted teenage survivor like Yang Tianzhao. After issuing his orders, Jiang Lushi and Zero did not take the ore cart, they crept silently along the tracks into the tunnel. Because the ore cart's noise would cause unnecessary danger. At the end of the ore cart tracks, in a pit, a dozen people holding machetes and rifles, following behind a hulking big man, advanced slowly, tensing every nerve. The mine tunnel was pitch black. The solar lamps were already turned off. "You little brat, cry for me." In the darkness a hoarse snarl came, the big man's voice evil and harsh. The big man's whole body was covered with thick fur, each strand like steel needle. His hands had turned into claws, his thick webbed feet clutched at the ground, his wolf-like ears and shining greenish-black eyes glinted in the dark. Though light was dim here, he could see clearly. On his big palms he gripped the arms of two 11 or 12-year-old boys, seemingly children still. These boys were already injured, flesh torn from their thighs. Now, the beastly mutant's claws had pierced into one of the boy's arms, blood instantly flowing out. The boy groaned softly, but gritted his teeth and didn't cry out, his face pale from blood loss, but he showed great toughness. "Brother Tianzhao, don't come out, they have guns," the bloodied boy suddenly shouted aloud. His voice echoed in the long and narrow tunnel. "Good, hard bones." Hearing the boy's cry, the beastly mutant grinned ferociously, took from beside him a rifle and pressed it against the boy's head. "I want to see which's harder, your bones or the bullet," he sneered, just about to pull the trigger, but from somewhere in the dark tunnel someone dashed out, suddenly scattering a large handful of metallic powder. The powder was very pungent, it coated everyone's clothes, the air filled with a sharp metallic dust smell. "Who is it?" The beast mutant roared in alarm. "Quick, turn on your helmet lights." Immediately the helmet lights of the two big men behind him turned on, shining two beams, illuminating the beast mutant's body. The dark tunnel brightened somewhat. Under the lamplight they saw all these people covered in dense silvery-gray metallic powder, most on the beast mutant. His hair was completely silver-gray. "Wan Dingfa, you shoot?" "I scattered magnesium powder." "Humph, before the apocalypse you yourself worked in these state mines, you must know magnesium powder explodes easily? This is a mine shaft, you know what a big explosion means." At that moment, from another tunnel behind, a figure suddenly fell, a sleek dagger slashed mercilessly at Wan Dingfa's neck. "Who?" Wan Dingfa was shocked, his hands sprayed dozens of bone-like blades in response. Clang clang, a string of clashes, he couldn't shake off the flickering figure before him. Standing before him was a cat-eared lowly girl, dagger in hand, moving as swift as a ghost, appearing on his left, then above his head. Her explosive power, agility, reflexes and knife skills were terrifying. He couldn't get rid of her at all. He roared, bones crackling like beans popping, about to release his strength. The cat-eared lowly suddenly flipped behind him, her light figure reappeared in front of the two big men with rifles. With swift slashes, the two rifle-wielding men had their arms cut off, screaming in pain. The long rifles were taken by the lowly girl, she turned around and calmly looked at Wan Dingfa. At this moment, footsteps came from behind them. Jiang Lushi came out holding the Type 95 submachine gun, the dark barrel pointed at Wan Dingfa. "You, who are you? There's magnesium powder everywhere. If you fire, it will cause a big explosion. We all die." Wan Dingfa's face turned pale. He recognized the weapon in Jiang Lushi's hand, the Type 95 automatic rifle. Powerful enough, at such close range shooting him was more than enough. Big explosion? Jiang Lushi smirked mockingly. The Type 95 automatic rifle in his hand fired with muzzle flash. On the beast mutant body of Wan Dingfa, a large hole was blasted in the chest. He flew a few meters back, landing heavily against the mine wall, eyes wide open, dead. He never expected Jiang Lushi would really dare to shoot. At this moment Yang Tianzhao also roared like a tiger and charged at the remaining big men. Facing the two superhumans, Zero and Yang Tianzhao, the remaining group of ordinary survivors without guns, though strong, were just strong lambs. Soon the mine tunnel was covered with a dozen blood-soaked corpses. Blood soaked the ground soft. "Jiang Ji, thank you." Yang Tianzhao, covered in blood and breathing heavily, stood before Jiang Lushi, eyes full of gratitude. If Jiang Lushi and the others had not come in time, this would have been total disaster. The other teenage miners looked at Jiang Lushi and the others not just with gratitude, but with awe. "It's nothing. I didn't get the explosive packs or simple timed bombs I wanted. I wouldn't let you die." Jiang Lushi said softly. Yang Tianzhao was speechless for a moment. "Jiang Ji, how did you know I didn't scatter magnesium powder?" Yang Tianzhao couldn't help asking. First, magnesium powder is so easy to explode. Here it's hot and stuffy, just a bit of movement would produce friction and spark a fire, causing a massive explosion. Second, you value these brothers of yours' lives too much. You wouldn't let them die with you. Jiang Lushur held up 2 fingers. Yang Tianzhao fell silent. His look at Jiang Lushur kindled a different emotion. But Jiang Ji, you are outsiders. This Ruan Dingfa is one of the 8 zone chiefs of the Wild War Alliance under Wang Shifu. As he's dead, Wang Shifu will definitely send people to the mine to investigate. Big trouble ahead. Yang Tianzhao said worriedly. After this life-and-death fight, he strangely felt a sense of closeness towards Jiang Lushur, worrying about Jiang Lushur and the others' safety. If Wang Shifu comes looking for trouble, so be it. After all, we are only in Panju City to do something, once we're done we'll leave. Jiang Lushur said calmly, as if describing something easy to handle. Yang Tianzhao's mouth dropped open, and for a long time it wouldn't close. He didn't know what to say. Wang Shifu's power was no joke, he had a dozen or so superhumans under him. He was truly one of the big players in Panju City, he couldn't be killed so easily. He felt Jiang Lushur was full of hot air, but that bragging was stated so matter-of-factly, so confidently. Brother Jiang, you've got guts. Yang Tianzhao forced a smile and flicked his thumb toward Jiang Lushur. No matter how much Brother Jiang was bragging, he couldn't push back and spoil it. You've got a fake smile. Jiang Lushur glanced at Yang Tianzhao. Yang Tianzhao was speechless. Before he could speak, Jiang Lushur patted Yang Tianzhao on the shoulder. Get to work, I'm still waiting for your bomb packs and simple-timed bombs. Okay. Yang Tianzhao scratched his head awkwardly, smiling. As they talked, a group of teenage miners started cleaning up with tacit coordination. Some dragged corpses deeper into the mine, ready to bury them, others used or waste to fill in the bloodstains on the ground. Brother Tianzhao, Dongming and Liangzai, their wounds won't stop bleeding. That Ruan Dingfa's bone blades must be poisonous. At that moment, Erfan, who was bandaging 2 injured boys on the ground, said to Yang Tianzhao with a trembling voice. The 2 boys lying on the ground had their arms slashed, blood poured endlessly, soaking the bandages completely through. Their wounds had already turned black and even showed signs of rot. It seemed the wounds were indeed poisoned. The 2 boys' faces were terrifyingly pale, they grew weak and fainted. Medic, do we have any hemostatic medicine? Yang Tianzhao grabbed Erfan's shoulders and asked anxiously. There's hardly any medicine left in stock. Erfan said awkwardly, tears welling up. Leave them to me. Jiang Lushur walked over, looked at the boys for a moment, then lifted their bodies. With his physique now, carrying those 2 boys was no trouble at all. From a glance, he knew that with Li Yusin's medical skill, the boys' injuries were small. As long as he removed the superhuman poison, stopped the bleeding, and bandaged them, they'd be fine. Brother Jiang, seeing Jiang Lushur's action, Yang Tianzhao was deeply grateful, but also a bit hesitant. We have a doctor on our vehicle. Jiang Lushur said. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Yang Tianzhao hurried to say. In these times, doctors were rare. For people like them, sick or injured, being able to get medicine was already like heaven, so how could there be someone to treat them directly? But he didn't expect that among Jiang Lushur's small team, there would actually be a doctor. In that case, maybe his brothers could be saved after all. Don't thank me. Just work harder, make more bomb packs and simple bombs. Jiang Lushur turned back and said to Yang Tianzhao. After saying that, he and Zero turned and walked away. Brother Jiang, don't worry, I'll make them good for you. Yang Tianzhao hadn't expected that Jiang Lushur would offer help without any condition. He had nothing to give in return, so facing Jiang Lushur's back, he bowed deeply with serious gratitude. The 2 injured teenage miners, brought to the base car, were treated by Li Yusin and soon regained consciousness. When Zhang Hai sent the 2 healed boys back into the mine, the gratitude that Yang Tianzhao and the other teenagers felt toward the Shering squad was beyond words. Those 2, after treatment, were completely recovered, even some long-term hidden ailments caused by overwork had completely healed. Seeing them lively, energetic, Yang Tianzhao felt deeply grateful. By the morning of the 3rd day, Yang Tianzhao, disheveled and dirty, was carrying a large package in a fertilizer bag, excitedly approaching the base car where Jiang Lushur was. Brother Jiang, the stuff's ready. Yang Tianzhao called out from far away toward the driver's cabin of the van. His thin face full of joy, his eyes bloodshot with excitement. Jiang Lushur perked up, took the package, opened it, a smile appeared on his face. 10 handmade bomb packs, 7 simple-timed bombs. In his hand he could smell the strong ammonium nitrate explosive. It's just. I used homemade ammonium nitrate explosives, so each bomb pack is a bit heavy, over 4 pounds. But I used the best detonators and fuses. The timers for the bombs were simple because I didn't have enough materials. Still, I used the best blasting caps from the mines. I guarantee they'll blow up hard. Yang Tianzhao saw Jiang Lushi studying the package silently and felt uneasy. Well done. Jiang Lushi looked up and smiled with satisfaction. He had thought there would be at most 5 or 6 bomb packs. This stuff is dangerous and requires finesse. It's not easy to make. Unexpectedly there were 10. Clearly Yang Tianzhao had spent great effort. Now in this mining area, the Shering Squad's haul was really big. All kinds of rare metals, adding up to several thousand lbs, plus a batch of bomb packs and timed bombs. Zhang Hai, send 17 bags of rice and 310 pounds of mutated beast meat into the mine. Jiang Lushi called out toward the truck compartment. At the sound of mutated beast meat, Yang Tianzhao blanked out, his mouth saliva produced much faster. He snapped back to his senses and quickly waved at Jiang Lushi. No, 15 bags of rice and 200 pounds of mutated beast meat is enough. Brother Jiang, you are our great benefactor, you even saved 2 of our people. I can't take so much from you. Take it all. We'll be together in Panju City for a while, behave well and it's fine. Consider it an early reward. Jiang Lushi patted Yang Tianzhao on the shoulder. Okay. Yang Tianzhao's Adam's apple bobbed, the thin boy's inner feelings moved slightly. He suddenly raised his head and said to Jiang Lushi resolutely, Brother Jiang, don't worry. Hearing that, Jiang Lushi was taken aback for a moment, looked carefully at Yang Tianzhao, then smiled. Actually this boy's character was simple, but he was also grateful and loyal. Although Jiang Lushi didn't care who worked as his guide, as long as they obeyed, with someone like Yang Tianzhao, Jiang Lushi still felt admiration. In this apocalypse, the dark side of human nature was totally exposed. These teenage miners were abandoned to do hard labor, didn't have enough to eat or drink, were exploited and oppressed, yet they hadn't become dark. That was truly rare. All right? Now go back and organize your brothers, we'll depart as soon as possible. Okay, Brother Jiang, I'm going right now. Getting so much rice and mutated beast meat was, for these teenagers, happier than New Year. All the youths opened their stomachs and, deep under the mine, had a hearty meal, then began to move their home. After all, they had killed Ruan Dingfa, even if Wang Shifu didn't send people now, sooner or later he'd find out. At least their old base couldn't stay. The group of teenage miners began digging a secret passage under the mine, moving all bottles and jars to a hidden mine tunnel not far away. It turned out that Yang Tianzhao's group of miners had been prepared, multiple hideouts, they had hollowed out 7 or 8 nearby mine tunnels. This made Jiang Lushi very impressed. Busy until afternoon, Yang Tianzhao finally finished handling some trivial matters, and began to follow Jiang Liushi's vehicle to set off. Once on the base car, seeing its luxurious configuration, Yang Tianzhao blinked his eyes, completely stunned. Before the apocalypse he was just a poor miner's son, he had never seen some kind of motorhome. Not to mention that the luxury inside Jiang Liushi's base car was much cooler than a motorhome. Luckily Yang Tianzhao was mature for his age, didn't ask questions, instead he stayed mindful of his duty, and at a fork in the road pointed the base car toward the southeast of Panju City. The southeast direction led to the stronghold of one of the 3 major powers in Panju City, the Huyang People's Front. Before the apocalypse, Panju City had been a very prosperous mining city. Land area was large, many outsiders came, housing prices soared. The mining economy's prosperity made urbanization grow fast, the surrounding counties merged with the city as one. The area where the Huyang People's Front was located used to be a suburb of Panju City, transformed into Changyang New District. So it was far from the zones of the Wild War Alliance and the Falling Star sect. Hidden in a corner, it was currently one of the rare peaceful regions in Panju City. Other small powers from the counties and towns of Panju City usually came to Changyang New District to trade. That made the underground trade there very active, many people, and gained fame far and wide. As the van drove toward Changyang New District, on the road they still met a few modified motorbikes speeding by. Those survivors on the motorbikes held machetes, large axes and such, they eyed the van greedily. Once Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan brandished their dark shotguns, those motorbikes turned tail and fled. Boom boom. In the distance, toward the city center, a few plumes of black smoke rose, a massive explosion happened. The Falling Star sect and the Wild War Alliance are really fighting hard this time, looks like they even used homemade bombs. I wonder how many more people will die this time. Yang Tianzhao clicked his tongue as he watched the rising smoke from the van. How long have those 2 factions been fighting this time? Jiang Lushi asked. Since they came to Panju City, Jiang Lushi naturally wanted to learn something about the feud between the Falling Star sect and the Wild War Alliance, so they wouldn't walk in blind and cause unnecessary trouble. This fight's been going on a long time, at least half a month. Since shortly after the apocalypse, the two factions have been at war ever since. Yang Tianzhao recounted in full detail to Jiang Lushi the territories and feud between the Falling Star sect and Wild War Alliance. The power of the Falling Star sect and the Wild War Alliance were roughly evenly matched. Falling Star sect had over 100 superhumans, occupying Puxian district and Liqing district. Wild War Alliance had 8 regional chiefs, with a dozen fewer superhumans than Falling Star sect. However, the superhumans of the Wild War Alliance were stronger. When real fighting began, in fighting power among ordinary survivors they had the advantage. They occupied the southwest Chihe district and Shengjiang. The two sides together occupied nearly 3/4 of Panju City's territory. Since the apocalypse began, the two powers fought constantly. By now dozens of superhumans on both sides had died, a fight to the death. The latest war between them had already lasted over 20 days, every day someone died. As Yang Tianzhao told the story in bits and pieces, the van approached Changyang New District. But at that moment, Jiang Lushi's gaze was drawn to a strange sight. To the northeast of Changyang New District, near the city area, was a wall about 10+ meters high. In front of the wall was barbed wire and a trench. The wall stretched for kilometers, some sections even extended behind high-rise buildings in Changyang New District. You couldn't see where it ended. Near the wall the land was desolate, corpses hung here and there on the barbed wire. Thick vines covered the wire and the wall almost completely. Even under bright sunlight, the area by the wall felt eerie. Building such a long high wall was a massive project, needed huge manpower and resources. What is this wall for? Jiang Lushi stared at the wall, feeling an ominous premonition. Quarantine zone. Yang Tianzhao looked at the wall, fear plainly showing under his eyelids. Inside the wall, there are zombies. Walls like this also exist in the territories of the Falling Star sect and the Wild War Alliance. Inside, there are so many zombies it's unbelievable. They say there are even mutated zombies deep inside the restricted zone. When the Wild War Alliance and those powers deal with traitors, they often just throw people inside those walls. For a while after I came here, I could hear their miserable howls from inside. As for the situation inside the restricted zone, Yang Tianzhao only understood it in part. When this high wall was built, 3 powers, the Wild War Alliance, the Falling Star sect, and the Huyang People's Front, all participated. After paying a heavy price, they enclosed most of the zombies in Panju City's urban area inside the wall. Some secrets of the restricted zone, probably only the top of those 3 powers know them. Jiang Lushi observed that motorcycles and off-road vehicles passing by on the road, even the boldest survivors, deliberately kept their distance from the high wall. It shows how much survivors in Panju City fear the restricted zone. After the van drove for about 5 or 6 more minutes, from a distance Jiang Lushi saw, behind rings of barbed wire, a number of armed big men standing on guard. Behind the barbed wire stood an 8-meter-high concrete city wall, and 2 18-story commercial buildings stood right behind that wall. On some of the upper floors, it was clear there were armed guards with rifles. On the exterior wall of the buildings there was a simple elevator, from which a large-caliber machine gun stuck out, ominously pointed at the main gate. Clearly, these commercial buildings had been retrofitted and armed, turned into tower-like fortifications. At the iron gate at the entrance of the city wall, several big men guarded it. Outside the gate many modified motorcycles and off-road vehicles were parked. Among them, a few heavy trucks with thick steel plating stood out the most. The van carrying Jiang Lushi and his group was among them, not conspicuous. Brother Jiang, except for vehicles of the Huyang People's Front, no other vehicles are allowed in here. At the gate, Yang Tianzhao warned Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi nodded. He came to the Huyang People's Front mainly to look for information about Ran Yunsha. Whether the van goes in or not did not matter much to him. Besides, the van was outside. If anything happened, this iron gate wouldn't stop him. Jiang Lushi glanced and saw there were 3 quarantine gates on the concrete wall. All quarantine gates were thick iron doors. In front of each door stood guards holding knives or rifles, alert and guarded. Every person entering had to carefully fill out a form, and they were searched, very strict inspection. Not far from the quarantine gates, a long wooden pole stood, from which several dead bodies hung. Some of the corpses had half their faces shot away, then they were hung in front of the concrete wall, a brutal display of force. At this moment the sun was scorching hot. In front of the 3 quarantine gates long lines had formed. Inside those lines there were superhumans, yet not a single one dared to complain. Jiang Lushi only brought Zhang Hai out of the van, 0, and the others stayed inside. They were queued in front of the first quarantine gate. Just as it was their turn, the line ahead stirred. A scrawny, monkey-like middle-aged superhuman, for some reason, was not allowed through the quarantine gate. He was already angry, arguing, when at that moment from behind the first quarantine gate stepped a huge tall man over 2 meters tall. The tall man's face was full of scars, the whole face looked like pieces of flesh stitched together, terrifyingly deformed. Seeing this giant man, Jiang Lushi looked at him several more times. His starseed ability could sense superpowers. Among all the people around, this tall man emitted the strongest energy fluctuations, clearly extraordinary. The scrawny middle-aged superhuman obviously recognized the scar-faced giant. His expression changed dramatically. Although the giant said nothing, under his looming cold gaze the scrawny superhuman slunk away, hopped on a modified off-road bike and fled like the wind. At the sight of the fleeing bike, the scar-faced big man snorted coldly. Just as he turned to enter the quarantine gate, his steps suddenly stopped, his gaze fell on Jiang Lushi and the others standing beside. Finally his eyes fixed on Yang Tianzhao's face, his gaze sharp as a blade. You finally made up your mind? Want to join the Huyang People's Front? His tone, though cold, sounded as if he was very familiar with Yang Tianzhao. Heh, Uncle Zhang, that's not why I'm here this time. Yang Tianzhao's face was awkward, his expression complicated facing the scar-faced big man. I'm here to help 2 big brothers of mine handle some business. The man, Zhang Jiming, paused slightly. Yang Tianzhao had never mentioned any big brothers in the mines before. He knew only of a group of teenage miners. Looking carefully at Jiang Lushi and Zhang Hai, it was clear they were strangers, people he didn't know at all. Uncle, no more issues. I'll go in first. Yang Tianzhao gave Jiang Lushi and Zhang Hai a glance. In Jiang Liushi's eyes passed a flash of thoughtfulness. He followed behind Yang Tianzhao. This is the pass. I vouch for these 2. Yang Tianzhao skillfully took out a pass and handed it to the guard at the quarantine gate. To enter the trading market of the Huyang People's Front, only those with this pass are allowed. Strangers needed to fill out an identity form and must be vouched by someone with a pass. This system ensured the prosperity of the Huyang People's Front in chaotic times. Hardly anyone would dare cause trouble. After Jiang Lushi and the others filled out their identity cards, and just as they were about to enter, a voice came from behind. Tianzhao, there's no future in the mines. A person with superpowers like you should join the Huyang People's Front, that's the proper path. Yang Tianzhao shivered slightly. He didn't look back, hastily moved inside. Tianzhao, are you very familiar with that man just now? Jiang Lushi asked quietly. Hearing Jiang Liushi's question, Yang Tianzhao let out a sigh. Brother Jiang, that uncle just now was once a powerful superhuman from our old mine. The goods our mine produced and traded with other powers were always handled by him. Later, I don't know why, he suddenly joined the Huyang People's Front, and since then he didn't care about us. Even when we were bullied by Ruan Dingfa, he never came back. Only recently, after I had a falling out with the Wild War Alliance's Wang Shifu, did we come to trade at the Huyang People's Front. Unexpectedly, that uncle kept wanting me to join the Huyang People's Front. Yang Tianzhao's voice grew lower and lower, his expression somewhat dejected, obviously thinking of some unpleasant memories. But isn't the Huyang People's Front the 3rd largest power in Panju City? Joining it isn't a bad thing, right? It could protect you and your brothers. Jiang Lushi asked, puzzled. After all, to someone like Yang Tianzhao, a teenager, the Huyang People's Front should be like an unassailable big tree. Those teenage miners were thrown away because they were useless. If Yang Tianzhao could join a power, they would at least have support. But Yang Tianzhao's expression clearly showed he did not want to join. Under Jiang Liushi's prompting, Yang Tianzhao's face became a bit awkward. He quickly glanced around, making sure no one was paying attention, then leaned to Jiang Lushi and said quietly, the immovable Wisdom King is the boss of the Huyang People's Front. It's said he has a very mysterious superpower. As soon as people join the Huyang People's Front, they seem to change. Become like them. At the entrance of the trading market, a few big men held weapons and patrolled diligently. Previously Jiang Lushi did not notice them, now he saw they were all bald, shining heads, like a special mark. Each of them walked strictly, seriously, no sound at all while walking. Yang Tianzhao pointed at that group of bald big men. By now they had reached the entrance of the market. On both sides of the path there were vendor stalls one after another. People moved like a stream, many spoke loudly, carrying out various trades and deals. Further ahead there was a 3-story high trading hall, also crowded with people. But among all that noise, there was not a single sound from those patrolling bald big men. These bald big men were loyal to duty, their gaze was unshakably serious, even fanatic. That kind of fanaticism, Jiang Lushi had seen in some soldiers on safe islands, but rarely among ordinary people. Jiang Lushur was greatly surprised. He sensed that each of those bald big men emitted a special superpower fluctuation. These people, they were all superhumans. Superhumans are different from ordinary survivors. Those who survive among zombies with superpowers have very high status. To have a group of superhumans patrol the streets with guns like ordinary survivors, doing such lowly work, that's not just about good training. Some superhumans, after getting their powers, might just want to survive, but many more, once they have special abilities, start doing as they please. Brother Jiang, if you find any information about Ran Yunsha, leave here immediately. Suddenly, in Jiang Liushur's mind rang the voice of Ran Shiyu. At that moment her voice sounded unusually vague, as if suppressed by something. Brother Jiang, there is a very powerful psychic superhuman here. My mental power is greatly weakened, only after struggling for a long time did it manage to extend in. This kind of place, I feel very uneasy about it. Be careful, Shiyu, Jiang Lushur reminded Ran Shiyu. Based on what Yang Tianzhao had just said, Jiang Lushur guessed that the powerful psychic ability user Ran Shiyu mentioned should be Fudo Myoo. Don't worry, Brother Jiang, Ran Shiyu replied. She retracted her psychic domain, not probing into the situation in the area, only maintaining a defensive posture. However, if that psychic ability user tried to pry or made any unusual moves, Ran Shiyu would respond in time. The power of the evolution crystal hadn't been fully digested yet. At this point, Ran Shiyu's psychic energy was abundant, allowing her to launch multiple psychic assaults. These assaults were sharp and fierce. Even Fudo Myoo would have to think twice. However, Fudo Myoo didn't show any signs of movement, seemingly not interested in these outsiders. At this moment, Jiang Lushur followed Yang Tianzhao directly into the trading hall. Somewhere inside the trading hall, a pair of sharp eyes was staring at the three of them. Jiang Lushur sensed something and looked into the hall, but after scanning around, he didn't find anyone watching them. Did I see it wrong? Jiang Lushur wondered to himself. At that moment, a small bird flew out of the hall. Jiang Lushur, with his sharp eyes, immediately saw that it was a carrier pigeon. In the apocalypse, carrier pigeons were rarely seen. Seeing one here struck Jiang Lushur as strange. Compared to the stalls outside, the goods inside the trading hall were much more plentiful, and all high-end items. The outside stalls were messy and varied, selling all kinds of odd junk, bloody food packets, dirty rations, small snacks, etc. Inside the trading hall, one could see at a glance meat from mutant beasts, firearms, unknown exotic metals, and some obviously custom-modified off-road vehicles, all displayed on iron tables. Next to each iron table stood a graceful woman with a charming smile. They wore scanty clothes, revealing much, drawing the eye. The owners of the goods on these tables were clearly sellers with influence, each accompanied by one or more ability users. When Jiang Lushur and the others entered, several greedy eyes immediately locked onto them, but soon shifted away, not sparing another glance. After all, Jiang Liushur's group looked too ordinary, a normal person with no detectable ability fluctuations, a teenage boy with only a minor ability fluctuation, and a big dumb-looking ability user. None of them looked like they had money. Yang Tianzhao's eyes lit up, but he only dared sneak a few greedy glances at the mutant beast meat and the flashy off-road vehicles before leading Jiang Liushur's group toward a plain red table in the corner. On that red table was a stack of red documents. Sitting behind the table was an old man with a goatee and gold-rimmed glasses. His eyes sneakily scanned the crowd in the hall. Yang Tianzhao walked straight to him. "Old Qin, I want to do some business with you." This old man surnamed Qin was quite well known at the Huyang People's Front trading post. He'd been there since the very first day the trading post was established. No one knew his background or methods, but he somehow had a huge amount of information and intelligence. He specialized in buying and selling information about Panju City and nearby counties and towns. Occasionally, he acted as a broker, flipping shady firearms and the like. Yang Tianzhao occasionally came back to the Huyang People's Front for trades. Though he hadn't dealt with Old Qin directly, he knew what the man was about. Old Qin's face remained expressionless. His glasses drooped as he sized up Yang Tianzhao, then looked at Jiang Lushur and Zhang Hai, a strange glint flashing under his eyelids. "You're that kid who trades iron or outside, aren't you?" Old Qin's aloof demeanor vanished, becoming warm. Yang Tianzhao was a bit surprised. Old Qin was known for being snobbish. As a street vendor, he had never seen Old Qin give him a second glance. "That's right. I'm Yang Tianzhao. I came this time to buy some information from you," Yang Tianzhao said quickly. "No rush, no rush." Old Qin slowly took out a cup, made himself some tea, and took a contented sip. "I need to wait for some people to handle a deal. You all wait 15 minutes. Then the old man genuinely took his time savoring his tea. Yang Tianzhao gave Jiang Lushi an apologetic look. Here, his status was very low, and if old Qin decided to show off, there was nothing he could do. Brother Jiang. Zhang Hai grew anxious. Damn it, this old man was clearly messing with them. Who does business like this? With his temper, he really wanted to shoot the old bastard in the head. Don't rush. Let's wait, Jiang Lushi said calmly. He didn't care what this old man was up to. Since they were already here, waiting a bit didn't matter. After old Qin finished his cup of tea, he muttered, time should be about right. Then he finally looked up at Yang Tianzhao. Can we trade now? Yang Tianzhao's eyes lit up. Old Qin didn't answer. He just snorted through his nose, glanced at Yang Tianzhao, and then pulled out a red paper from the stack, placing it in front of him. Actually, I want to make a deal with you too, the old man said. Yang Tianzhao was slightly stunned and glanced at the red paper old Qin handed over. On the red paper was a line of words. Find Yang Tianzhao, an ability user from the Manhwa mining district, male, 14 years old, ability, metallic bone spikes. Reward, 100 pounds of mutant beast meat. Bounty issuer, Wang Shifu, District 8 leader of the Berserker Alliance. This bounty notice just came in. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself so soon, old Qin said sharply, eyes suddenly intense. This old man, who looked hunched and weak, suddenly exuded a powerful aura, muscles swelling and almost bursting his clothes. He was a physical type ability user. Seeing this gaze, Jiang Lushi frowned slightly. He suddenly realized that sharp stare he had sensed earlier had been from this old man. They had been marked the moment they stepped into the trading hall. At that moment, a sudden commotion broke out in the hall. Jiang Lushi turned around and saw a group of big men rush in from outside. Some were armed and aggressive, quickly surrounding Jiang Liushi's group. A skinny man with a sharp face and a sinister grin walked up to Yang Tianzhao. On his shoulder perched a carrier pigeon. Jiang Lushi immediately recognized it as the same pigeon that had flown out of the hall earlier. In that instant, he realized everything. The moment old Qin recognized Yang Tianzhao, he had released the pigeon to send a message. That whole tea-drinking act was just a stalling tactic. TSK, the bounty went out just today. I didn't expect you to show up so soon. Yang Tianzhao, we've been looking for you for a full day and night. Now talk, where's Ruandingfa? The sharp-faced man loomed over the skinny boy. To him, Zhang Hai and Jiang Lushi were completely irrelevant. Just now the bustling trading post became quiet because of this group of big men who suddenly rushed in. Some ability users had already smelled a certain danger and took their people outside the trading hall. It's people from the Berserker Alliance. Don't watch the fun. Let's leave. Those three boys are unlucky. They actually provoked Zhu Yucong. He's the trusted subordinate of Wang Shifu, the District 8 leader of the Berserker Alliance. Isn't the Berserker Alliance fighting with the Falling Star Society? They still came here to catch someone at this time. Looks like that kid really offended Wang Shifu badly. Some people whispered carefully. Among these people, some had power and influence and were important figures of nearby counties and towns, but facing the Berserker Alliance, they still had no confidence. Didn't the Huyang People's Front say they wouldn't allow people from the Falling Star Society and the Berserker Alliance to enter? But that only blocked the small fry. People like Zhu Yucong could still come in to trade. At this time, several bald patrolmen outside barged in. They were all ability users of the Huyang People's Front, their faces ugly. Zhu Yucong, fighting is not allowed in the trading post. If you anger Fudo Myoo, even your Berserker Alliance's face won't work. One of the ability users stared at Zhu Yucong coldly. Don't dare, don't dare. Zhu Yucong rubbed his pointy chin, looked at the bald men, and smiled. We know the rules. Just give us 15 minutes. We'll settle something and leave right away. Fine. Just 15 minutes. The bald man hesitated for a moment, said nothing more, and turned away. During their conversation, neither of them even glanced at Jiang Lushi and the others, as if they were air. Yang Tianzhao's heart sank. When the ability users of the Huyang People's Front entered, he thought there would be a chance to turn things around. He didn't expect that no one would ask him a single question. Captain Zhu, maybe there is a misunderstanding? Yang Tianzhao forced out a smile. I don't know what you mean. You're looking for Ruandingfa, why ask me? These days I've been mining with my people. I only came out today. Don't pretend. Zhu Yucong sneered, suddenly kicking out. This kick was fierce and strong. Yang Tianzhao was completely unprepared and was kicked to the ground. Yang Tianzhao groaned in pain, constantly giving Jiang Lushi signals with his eyes. He was extremely anxious. He knew that once caught, he would not survive. But he didn't want to drag Jiang Lushi and the others down. These outsiders traded with him but had also helped him. Jiang Lushi seemed not to notice Yang Tianzhao's signals, only slightly frowned. Zhu Yotsong's sharp gaze was locked on Yang Tianzhao's face and ignored Jiang Lushi beside him. Dog-like brat, dare to play tricks with me? Ruan Dingfa went to kill you and take your mine on orders from our district leader Wang. You didn't die, but he disappeared. You think we're idiots? Speak, where is he? Captain, why waste words with this kid? Take him back. I have 10,000 ways to make him talk. A muffled voice came from a ferocious big man whose mouth was stitched with iron wire and whose head was bound with a metal ring. This big man held a row of bloody torture tools, terrifying to look at. Idiot. At this time, 2 words popped from Jiang Liushi's mouth. He spoke while looking at Zhu Yutsong and the others. Zhu Yutsong froze. When they came in earlier, he had seen Jiang Lushi, but he never paid attention to a survivor with no ability fluctuations. Now this ordinary survivor dared to insult them openly. Did the sun rise from the west? A normal survivor daring to be arrogant before ability users. You effed king want to die. Zhu Yutsong reached for Jiang Liushi's neck, but Jiang Lushi flicked his hand and slapped his palm away with a loud paw. That flick was fierce, accurate, and powerful like a hammer, striking Zhu Yotsong's arm. Zhu Yotsong's arm trembled, actually forced aside. He stared at Jiang Lushi in shock. This kid had some skill. Ruan Dingfa is already dead. I killed him, Jiang Lushi said calmly. The others froze slightly. What? Just admitted like that? Wait, this kid said he is an ordinary survivor. How could he kill Ruan Dingfa? Their eyes became suspicious. Hee, naive. Kid, you're taking the blame for Yang Tianzhao. You think the Berserker Alliance will spare him because of that? Afraid all of you will die together. Old Qin watched Jiang Lushi and laughed as if watching a show. After all, selling information every day was boring. He enjoyed this lively scene. Zhang Hai curled his lip and shook his head. You really are idiots. Of course Ruan Dingfa was killed by our brother Jiang. He was blown into pieces by one shot from brother Jiang. Otherwise, with this kid Yang Tianzhao's strength, who hasn't eaten mutant beast meat for many days, how could he kill Ruan Dingfa? He looked down on Old Qin and the others, pulling Yang Tianzhao from the ground. Yang Tianzhao was too weak, couldn't even dodge a kick. Following Jiang Lushi, Zhang Hai feared nothing and even wished for more chaos, sweeping mocking, provoking eyes over the Berserker Alliance people. Old Qin, looked down on by Zhang Hai, had an unpleasant expression for a moment, but then thought, why argue with a dead man? In his eyes, Zhang Hai and the others were just putting on a tough act before dying. Brother Jiang. Yang Tianzhao couldn't help calling out. He felt both moved and anxious. How could brother Jiang be so reckless? Now none of them could escape. Clap clap clap. Suddenly applause sounded from outside. A middle-aged man wearing a fur cloak and with slick-back shiny hair walked in surrounded by big men. He moved like a dragon, like a tiger, his gaze blazing, full of presence. He applauded as he walked, his eyes calmly drifting over Jiang Lushi. Boss. District leader. Seeing this man, Zhu Yutsong and the others hurriedly greeted him. Wang Shifu is here. Those 3 are dead for sure. Old Qin sat down and sipped tea, muttering. Thinking about getting 100 lbs of mutant beast meat, he was quite happy. It was like meat falling from the sky. Not much, but a nice bonus. Very bold. Since you admit you killed Ruan Dingfa, I won't make things difficult, just kill yourselves. Save everyone the trouble. Wang Shifu glanced at Jiang Lushi and spoke calmly. With one casual sentence, he pronounced their death. But Jiang Lushi just stared straight at him, strangely silent. At this moment, a voice echoed in Jiang Liushi's mind. Detected faint exotic plant energy fluctuations. Hidden base vehicle evolution project triggered, exotic plant cultivation research lab. The star seeds reminder rang in Jiang Liushi's mind. Hearing this, Jiang Lushi was thrilled. The last reminder was in Star City, when the star seed detected special energy and they later found Fallen City, killed a special mutant zombie, got a rare second-level mutant blood core, and unlocked the 3rd mode of the base vehicle. Jiang Lushi knew the star seed rarely gave direct reminders. This meant this hidden evolution project, the exotic plant cultivation research lab, was very important to the base vehicle. Naturally, he locked onto the source of the energy fluctuation. It came from Wang Shifu. Wang Shifu's clothing was strange. It was hot, yet he wore a furry cloak and wasn't sweating at all. Jiang Lushi felt instinctively that the reason wasn't simply that Wang Shifu liked showing off. That exotic plant must be on Wang Shifu, Jiang Lushi thought. He would definitely seize this chance. Being stared at like that, the calm expression on Wang Shifu's face slowly twisted, flames rising in his eyes. This kid was being too disrespectful. He was a powerful figure in Panju City, with more than 10 ability users under him. Ordinary people were always extremely respectful. But this boy in front of him not only showed no respect, but wasn't even afraid of his death sentence, instead staring at him like that, very irritating. Telling them to kill themselves was mercy, letting them die with less pain. If he acted personally, they would suffer. But judging from Jiang Liusher's attitude, he had decided to let his men kill them all, and by then they would cry and beg for a quick death. Inside and outside the trading post, many forces were watching, even people from the Falling Star Society. As a district leader, Wang Shifu couldn't lose face to a normal survivor. "Brother Jiang, be careful. These people want to kill you." Ran Shiyu's voice sounded suddenly in Jiang Liusher's mind. Jiang Liusher didn't react much. It was obvious. Ran Shiyu probably sensed killing intent now because earlier Wang Shifu didn't care whether they lived or died, telling them to kill themselves so casually, like stepping on ants. "Brother Jiang, Ying, and Ling have gone over," Ran Shiyu said again. Jiang Liusher paused. Behind him, wind roared, and a few screams sounded. The men blocking the door were thrown away. Wearing black leather pants and jacket, Sexy Ying and the cat-eared lowly Ling appeared at the door. "Brother Jiang." "Captain." Ling and Ying took left and right positions, guarding Jiang Liusher. Jiang Liusher let out a long breath. Ying was no surprise, the base vehicle steward's task included protecting him. He was surrounded, Ying coming in made sense. As for Ling, she must have been sent by Ran Shiyu out of worry. Jiang Liusher guessed right. Outside the concrete wall of the Huyang people's front, several gate guards lay on the ground clutching their heads in pain. Ling and Ying went in. "Brother Jiang should be much safer." Ran Shiyu exhaled. Earlier she hit all the gate guards with a psychic attack. With the evolution crystal's help, such a fierce attack used to drain her completely. But now she didn't feel tired, her psychic energy refilled quickly. She attacked so fast that even Fudo Myoo hadn't reacted. "Oh, so you're a pretty boy protected by women." Wang Shifu's pupils shrank, killing intent flashing inside. To him, the two women, one an ability user, one just skilled, were no different from dead people. And now Jiang Liusher kept staring at him, making him very irritated. Seeing Ling and Ying near Jiang Liusher, Old Qin's eyes lit up. "District Leader Wang, wait. No need to kill them all. These two chicks are good. Leave them for me. Nowadays the women outside are all skinny and yellow-faced. These two look good, my nephew will definitely like them." Old Qin stared at Ying's graceful figure, almost drooling, quickly pleading. He feared Wang Shifu might suddenly kill everyone in anger. Wang Shifu had planned to kill, but hearing Old Qin, his face eased. He had great power, but he didn't dare offend Old Qin. Because Old Qin's nephew was the leader of the Berserker Alliance, Chang Shenkai. Because of that relationship, Old Qin was influential in Panju City. Even doing information trading and some pimping work at the trading post, all forces respected him. The Huyang People's Front didn't even charge him rent to stay friendly with Chang Shenkai. The front stayed neutral, rarely offending anyone. "Old Qin, since you asked, I'll give you this face. These two women stay." Wang Shifu smiled. "District Leader Wang is straightforward. I like that." Old Qin grinned, showing yellow teeth. Laughing together, they seemed to have decided the fate of Jiang Liusher, Ling, and the others. At this moment, Jiang Liusher and Ying were also talking. "Brother Jiang, the exotic plant energy is coming from that man? Do you want him dead or alive?" Ying asked calmly, pointing her pale finger at Wang Shifu. She and Jiang Liusher understood each other. When she rushed in, they had already exchanged some information and she knew about the star seed reminder. "Dead or alive doesn't matter. Getting the thing is enough," Jiang Liusher said calmly. Their conversation reached Wang Shifu and Old Qin's ears clearly. The smiles on their faces froze. A male lion looking at two little white rabbits seriously debating whether to braise the lion or deep-fry the lion. That probably describes how Wang Shifu feels now. Wang Shifu's face instantly turned ashen. "Looking for death?" He roared, veins popping on his neck, the roar not human but forced out from his throat, shaking the eardrums of all around. In the hall, a few ability users who had thought themselves strong turned pale and hurriedly slipped out. Wang Shifu's body seemed covered in a golden membrane, even his hair turned golden, his solid muscles swelling until his clothes creaked and threatened to burst. He leaned his shoulders forward, his spine slightly arched, and stomped his feet heavily on the ground. The marble floor cracked with akacha, fine fractures spreading. He leaped up as if he were a heavy cannonball about to smash into Jiang Liusher. "Zhang Hai!" Jiang Liusher called low. His figure pressed close to the ground and slid out at an angle. Given Jiang Liusher's current physique and reflexes, he could dodge such an attack. Beside him, Zhang Hai was already ready. He stepped forward with a great stride, his 10 fingers muscles bulging, and shouted, "Hey!" as he caught Wang Shifu's charging body. Thud thud thud. Zhang Hai felt an overwhelming force flooding in, under the enormous impact, his feet kept retreating. With each step back, the ground cracked underfoot. After stepping back 5 times, the floor looked as if some beast had plowed through it. Though it was a struggle, Zhang Hai still managed to stop Wang Shifu. Though the Berserker Alliance had prepared for Wang Shifu's sudden eruption, there was no doubt Jiang Lushi and the others moved faster. Jiang Lushi, who had just flown out, wasn't up yet, but in his hands were already 2 54 handguns. His target, first, the 6 rifle-wielding big men from the Berserker Alliance surrounding them. Bang 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 bang. With the rapid gunfire, everything before Jiang Lushi turned into slow motion. A rifleman had just raised his rifle when a bullet pierced his temple. Pop! A huge hole in his skull, blood spraying. Gunshots cracked like exploding beans. After each shot, a howl of pain. The riflemen around him were either shot in the head or had their hearts torn open. Thud, thud, bodies dropped all over the ground. The survivors outside, watching for fun, scrambled for cover, some curled up with heads in their arms on the ground. They never expected that the young man who looked harmless and like a helpless thrall of the Berserker Alliance would have such deadly shooting skills. Every shot was lethal. And firing dual pistols, covering 2 completely opposite directions at the same time, both deadly accurate, nearly a 180-degree sniper field. Their gun skill was almost supernatural, making people shiver. Meanwhile, the big man holding the torture tools raged, lips splitting to reveal a row of steel teeth. He dove forward, his tongue shooting toward Jiang Lushi. His tongue was incredibly long, the dark green tongue coating smelled strongly of corrosive poison. It was clearly toxic. At such close range, Jiang Lushi barely flipped sideways to dodge the long tongue attack. The ground where he had stood was already etched with a white stain by the corrosive liquid. At that moment, a skinny figure sprouted countless tiny steel spikes all over his body, grabbed the torture-wielding man and rolled on the ground with him. It was Yang Tianzhao. The big man instantly was pierced all over by dense steel needles, screaming in agony. But his long tongue had coiled around Yang Tianzhao's body, white smoke rose from Yang Tianzhao as flesh was quickly corroded. Blood from the pierced man flowed onto Yang Tianzhao, also poisonous. Wherever it touched, Yang Tianzhao's clothes were eaten through, bursting into holes. At that moment, a figure dropped from the sky. Ying's graceful shape landed, then with a heavy foot crushed the skull of the torture-wielding man. The hard skull cracked audibly under her boot. That kick's power was obvious. Then she delivered another kick, like a long whip, viciously slamming into a charging flesh ability user, making him stagger. "You bitch," that ability user gasped in shock, feeling as if his arm was breaking from the pain. He had thought himself strong, but before this woman in black leather boots and pants, not even an ability user, he had no advantage at all. How could these people who weren't ability users be so powerful? Bang bang. Before he could straighten up, a 54 handgun bullet pierced his forehead. His eyes wide with shock and unwillingness, he shuffled a few steps then crashed down. At that moment, a figure flashed. Zhu Yucong, holding 2 curved daggers, charged at Jiang Lushi at high speed, after Jiang Lushi had just killed an ability user. His whole body turned green, his forehead looked like it had insect compound eyes covered with countless small eyes. His originally skinny body was completely elongated, his jumping power and speed were as swift as a leopard. In Jiang Lushi's brain domain nerves, he captured Zhu Yucong's speed, really fast. Instantly tracking Zhu Yucong's movement path, Jiang Lushi raised his hand and fired one shot. Unexpectedly, Zhu Yucong dodged in an S-shaped evasive route, his body rapidly twisted and dodged that bullet. A speed-type ability user? Jiang Lushi was slightly shocked. This was the first time he missed a shot since activating his brain domain nerves. Nice gun skill. But against a speed-type ability user awakened with insect blood like me, it's worthless. Zhu Yucong roared with a feral laugh. Not only was he fast, but his compound eyes could see movements in almost 360 degrees. Jiang Lushi raising his gun should not have escaped his notice. Yet at this moment, a ghost-like figure appeared behind Zhu Yucong. A dagger sharp as a reaper's scythe slashed directly toward Zhu Yucong's neck. Sensing the wind, Zhu Yucong turned just in time, seeing the calm face of a cat-ear lowly. Her cat eyes were translucent and bright like gems, yet glinting with cold-killing intent. Zhu Yucong was frightened so badly his face turned pale. He hurriedly raised the 2 curved daggers, barely protecting his neck. Clang! He blocked the lethal blow, sweat pouring cold down his face. But a huge force from the dagger pressed down, firmly pinning his 2 daggers against his neck. Zhu Yucong was a speed-type ability user, fast, yes, but weak in strength. Immediately he was pinned motionless by Ling. At that moment, he heard gunfire again. It's over. Zhu Yucong suddenly panicked, trying to escape, but felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a big hole drilled in his chest, at the heart area. He collapsed with a thunderous crash. Jiang Liusher's dual 54 handgun slammed repeatedly. He stood tall in the center of the hall. His whole body seemed to sprout eyes. Every Berserker Alliance member charging from any direction would be found by his bullets. 8 or 9 corpses already lay on the floor. A few ability users who had been key targets were suppressed, pinned behind walls, unable to move. Zhu Yucong. Wang Shifu saw Zhu Yucong shot dead. He was truly enraged. Zhang Hai, who had been tightly restraining Wang Shifu, suddenly felt an immense pressure. He gripped Wang Shifu's hands tightly and sensed a gigantic force. This man, much stronger than Boss Duan. Zhang Hai thought in his mind. When they sniped Yang Feng in northern Su, the strongest flesh-type ability user Zhang Hai had seen was Boss Duan. But though much stronger now, facing Wang Shifu he felt even more suppressed than before. In Zhang Hai's feeling, Wang Shifu's massive strength seemed concentrated into his hands alone. Wang Shifu's arm muscles bulged again. The golden skin membrane looked like it was flowing with mysterious golden light, power surging once more. Under this force, Zhang Hai's spine bent downward. He kept retreating. Domain? Zhang Hai froze slightly, instantly realizing. Looks like Wang Shifu also mastered Domain, just hadn't used it until now. Now he was going all out. Get lost. Wang Shifu suddenly grabbed Zhang Hai and flung both his hands heavily upward. Zhang Hai was caught off guard. The force shifted upward so his body shot up. But he gritted his teeth and held on, his 10 fingers still wrapped around Wang Shifu's arms. Ying's figure suddenly appeared over Wang Shifu's head, a long leg crashing down heavily toward his skull. At the same time, Ling ghost-like appeared behind Wang Shifu. Ying's kick alone could bend an iron pillar. But falling on Wang Shifu's head, he didn't budge. He grimly grinned and pulled Zhang Hai up, swinging heavily toward Ying. Zhang Hai and Ying collided in an instant. Crack, crack, several crisp cracks. Zhang Hai heard his ribs clearly breaking. Ying slammed hard into the wall. For a moment she couldn't get up. Though specializing in strength, her physical durability was far less than her strength. That impact must have been thousands of genes. Even if she'd eaten a lot of mutant beast meat, compared with an ability user whose power was naturally huge and backed by many resources, her defense was still lacking. At this moment, Ling's dagger had stabbed into Wang Shifu's spine, but only about half a finger deep, stopped by Wang Shifu's tough skin. With a wave of his hand, Ling was thrown off before she could react. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots. His heart was pierced by 2 bullets. Wang Shifu froze all over, then glared at Jiang Liusher with a feral smile. Where the bullets hit his heart was strangely pitch black, looking like black metal. There was a dent, and the 2 bullets lay inside. Wang Shifu jolted, and the bullets clanged out. He roared furiously. Jiang Liusher lunged forward. The 54 handgun's penetration is already terrifying. Can't kill him? Or is it a lack of firepower? Is his defense that amazing? Jiang Liusher thought. At that time, Wang Shifu's hands already reached for Jiang Liusher. Jiang Liusher quickly backed off. Even while retreating, he reacted swiftly, suppressing an ability user trying to breach the wall toward him. He retreated fast to a spot, flicked his foot, and a gun lying on the ground flew into his hand. It was a shotgun, belonging to one of the riflemen he had just killed. The cold muzzle aimed precisely at Wang Shifu rushing at him. I don't believe you're not afraid of a gun. Jiang Liusher moved like a swimming fish, extremely fast. Before Wang Shifu could catch up, he faced the shotgun barrel. Seeing the shotgun, Wang Shifu froze. Fear finally appeared on his face. Just as he tried to run, the shotgun in Jiang Liusher's hand erupted fire. Boom! Numerous powerful pellets instantly poured into Wang Shifu's body. He was blasted dozens of meters away, screaming, then slammed against the wall hard. His body slid slowly down along the wall. So you're not unkillable after all. Jiang Liusher looked at Wang Shifu's body, riddled like a beehive, and said calmly. By now, absolute silence reigned around. A few surviving Berserker Alliance ability users had lost all will to fight, hiding behind walls. They were sneaking away. Jiang Liusher walked to Wang Shifu's body, flipped it over with his foot, and looked at the heart area. Up close, he saw clearly. Wang Shifu's heart area was now a pitch-black mass, dented like metal, tightly attached to his skin. Detected faint exotic plant energy. When he pried off that metal-like black thing, the star seed in Jiang Liusher's mind gave the alert. Jiang Liusher was slightly stunned. That metal-like thing was the source of the exotic plant energy the star seed had warned about? By coincidence, it was right at Wang Shifu's heart. He carefully pocketed the object, then fired 3 more shots in one direction with his pistol. Old Qin, who had been trying to sneak away in a corner, froze in fear at the precise bullets hitting the ground where he was about to step. He trembled all over, and turned around with a flattering smile. Sir, have mercy. No need to kill to the last. I was just confused, didn't recognize greatness. Old Qin stammered. Jiang Lushur said coldly, I want to find someone named Ran Yunsha. Old Qin froze, a woman's silhouette flashed through his mind, and then he burst into excited joy. Ran Yunsha? Yes, she's under my nephew's force. Old Qin said. This group of killers is looking for Ran Yunsha. Old Qin confirmed knowing her. He could see these people weren't coming to trouble her, but for something else. In that case, he brought up his nephew, maybe these people would hesitate. Your nephew is who? Jiang Lushur frowned. The Berserker Alliance boss, Chang Shenkai. Old Qin raised his head, a proud smile on his face. But he didn't wait for a response. He heard only a quiet "oh," then a cold muzzle appeared behind him. A shotgun. Boom! Old Qin was completely blown apart. Jiang Lushur calmly slung the shotgun over his shoulder. He was a man who separated vengeance and kindness. If Old Qin dared plot against him, he must be ready to die. As for whoever the Berserker Alliance boss was, if he pissed Jiang Lushur off, even the King of Heaven wouldn't stop him. Jiang Lushur didn't care about that. As for Ran Yunsha's safety, yes, he cared. But today's matter must reach Chang Shenkai. However, knowing that only Old Qin knew they were looking for Ran Yunsha, and with him dead, Chang Shenkai naturally wouldn't know about her. Search Old Qin's body, pick up all guns on the ground, and let's go. As Jiang Lushur spoke, his gaze slowly swept over the crowd outside. The survivors who came to trade had all hidden far away. Jiang Lushur dared kill Wang Shifu and Old Qin, in their eyes he was a lawless killing god. Outside, a line of hurried Huyang people's front reinforcements had arrived. Among them were more than 10 ability users. You dare kill people here? Pretend I don't exist? A voice suddenly boomed in Jiang Lushur's mind. Zhang Hai, Ling, and the other members of the Shuriying squad's faces darkened. At the same moment they all heard that voice. Outside, the big men of the Huyang people's front surrounding them raised their guns, dark, murderous, aimed at Jiang Lushur and the others. Jiang Lushur was calm. His eyes suddenly looked toward the southwest. Ran Shiyu's psychic vision had merged with his, and he saw that the red spot that had just been hidden was now emitting dazzling light in that direction. Psychic energy was spreading here. Fudo Myo, I've already killed the man. If you feel we offended you and want to keep us, you can try. Jiang Lushur's thoughts responded faintly. As for who made the first move, he didn't care to waste words explaining. As master of this place, Fudo Myo could not be unaware of the cause and effect. If under these circumstances Fudo Myo still wanted to act, then Jiang Lushur would not swallow his anger. Though this was Fudo Myo's territory, Jiang Lushur wasn't afraid of him. The base vehicle was parked just outside the city gate, he had guns in hand, people beside him, hiding in this trading post. For each they kill too. You threaten me? After a moment, Fudo Myo spoke. His voice stern, with some anger. You come to my territory, kill people and cause trouble, should you not give the master an explanation? Explanation? So you mean you want to stand for the Berserker Alliance? Jiang Lushur responded coldly. Fudo Myo snorted coldly. That snort was a psychic strike meant to suppress Jiang Lushur, but was blocked by Ran Shiyu. Fudo Myo's psychic energy was thick and powerful. Ran Shiyu's psychic power was like soft water, not sharp, but able to disperse Fudo Myo's force. At the same time, through her psychic power, Ran Shiyu transmitted anger. You want to act? Jiang Lushur said coldly. Just as Jiang Lushur finished that last word, from the direction of the Huyang people's front gate came a thunderous boom. Boom! A shrill whistling sound tore through the air. The concrete city wall was hit by a powerful force, instantly cutting a 5 or 6 meter long gash. Dust flew, chunks of earth splattered. The gate guards of the Huyang people's front, pale with horror, stepped back repeatedly from the gate. At the gate, the unremarkable van that had just been parked there suddenly revealed a horrifying V-shaped ram horn, and from the front a cannon barrel protruded, shining cold metal. The barrel pointed directly at the concrete city wall. After the cannon fired, fear appeared on the faces of everyone inside Huyang people's front. They all saw what happened at the gate. Hearing the cannon fire, Jiang Lushur was somewhat surprised. Ing had sneaked back to the base vehicle and, by operating it, fired that air cannon. A cannon? The van outside the gate has a big cannon. Several survivors at the gate saw clearly the cannon barrel on the van. Terrified, they turned and ran inside the gate, shouting as they fled. What? A cannon? Outside the trading post, some survivors hearing the panic at the gate looked over at the group surrounding Jiang Lushur and the others. The scene made it clear to them, that cannon van belonged to these audacious strangers. Don't take the job. These people were so fierce, they killed Wang Shifu and Old Qin. That power and boldness, they must have confidence to back it up. In the post-apocalyptic world, a cannon was a deadly weapon, giving strong deterrence. These ability user forces might have guns or bombs, but no one could easily bring out a cannon. The Huyang People's Front ability users and ordinary big men surrounding Jiang Lushur looked at them with far more complicated expressions. The psychological impact of the cannon's firepower was serious. But the deterrence of Fudo Myoo and their loyalty to him also kept them from stepping back. They waited for Fudo Myoo's orders. Jiang Lushur glanced at them, then unhurriedly walked past the Huyang People's Front men, without so much as glancing at the guns in their hands, leading the way out. The big men instantly stepped back, some bewildered. Fudo Myoo still had not spoken, they didn't know what to do. The cannon blast and Jiang Lushur's terrifying marksmanship, plus the corpses on the ground, intimidated them. They dared not act rashly. Yang Tianzhao was in rough shape, but following Jiang Lushur ready to leave, he gave one lingering look toward the rifles on the ground. Hesitating a moment, he leapt forward and quickly scooped up all 5 rifles, then tightly followed behind Jiang Lushur. Zhang Hai chuckled at Huyang People's Front men, squatted a few times to strip old Qin's clothes and searched him, then got a beast-skin pouch, stood up, and calmly walked last, behind Ling. He ignored those Huyang People's Front men the whole time, their faces turned green. You guys, Zhang Jiming, staring at the backs of Jiang Lushur and the others as they left, became anxious. These people really were leaving. If they let them go like this, where does the face of Huyang People's Front go? Other Huyang People's Front members also began to stir. These strangers were just too arrogant, too contemptuous of others. Let them go. Just when those Huyang People's Front ability users and other survivors could no longer restrain themselves, a stern voice sounded in all their minds at once. Boss, they broke our wall, they were too arrogant. Are we really letting them go just like that? Zhang Jiming asked in his mind. This doubt was not just from Zhang Jiming alone. At the same time, hundreds of voices floated into the southwest corner, a luxurious, decadent, dim room. There lay a fat man sitting at a redwood chair. The bald big man's face was full of rage. Bang! He slammed an antique blue and white teapot heavily on the ground, shards and spilled tea scattered everywhere. Why? You still ask me why? You're a bunch of idiots. Wang Shifu and those guys are all dead. What good is raising a fuss for them now? Moreover, there's a psychic ability user among them. With my psychic ability I can't control them all at once. If a conflict breaks out, what benefit do we get? They killed Wang Shifu like killing chickens, and there's a cannon too. Even if we win, the losses will be heavy. Myoo, won't do this money-losing deal. Muttering angrily, Fudo Myoo pictured the face of Jiang Lushur, with a trace of mockery, and snorted. But you strangers don't have long to live. You killed old Qin and Wang Shifu, and completely offended Chang Shinkai. As long as you're in Panju City, you'll face endless pursuit from the Berserker Alliance. Chang Shinkai is a vicious snake, once he bites, he never lets go. Get in the car, move quickly. Once Jiang Lushur and the others got into the van, In quickly started the vehicle. Yang Tianzhao, clutching the rifles, jumped into a jeep and followed behind the van. That jeep belonged to some survivor group, but it was to his advantage. Zhang Hai was in the same vehicle with him. Boom! The van launched forward, its tires screeched violently against the ground, dust swirling up. It suddenly accelerated. With roaring engine sound, the van sped off like a tornado, leaving swirling dust behind, quickly leaving the Changyangnu district, heading toward the distance. Brother Zhang, that felt so good. Ha ha ha, we killed Wang Shifu? Old Qin got blasted by Brother Jiang too. I really thought we were doomed. I was worried we'd drag you guys down, but there was no need at all. As the vehicle left Changyangnu district, Yang Tianzhao finally relaxed, excitedly shouting. After the apocalypse, following a group of friends, every day was exploitation, oppression, sometimes even death threats. Even when they brought out minerals to trade, they had to beg carefully. After all, in the apocalypse minerals weren't essential, food was far more important. You could say that as an ability user, his life was only slightly better than a dog, full of humiliation. He didn't expect that today. With Jiang Lushur and the others, they would massacre everywhere. This kind of experience, this kind of exhilaration, it was the first time he had felt it. Zhang Hai chuckled, he had become accustomed to following Jiang Lushur to kill everywhere. Compared with him, Yang Tianzhao's excited little act made him roll his eyes. No sense at all. Yang Tianzhao saw Zhang Hai's contemptuous look, he realized this kind of thing was routine for Zhang Hai's group. But he still excitedly said, and guns. So many guns, just lying on the ground, and we took them all. The value of a gun is undeniable. With guns, ordinary people had capital to fight ability users, and could more easily hunt mutant beasts, deal with zombies. You could say, a gun was worth more than a life. Brother Zhang, with these guns, I guess Brother Zhang's team now has 8 or 9 guns, right? Yang Tianzhao asked enviously. He didn't intend to keep those guns. Without Jiang Lushi and the others, he'd be dead long ago. Now that his life was saved, and he saw Wang Shifu die in front of him, that was enough. 8 or 9. Zhang Hai scratched his nose. Actually, if Yang Tianzhao asked Jiang Lushi probably wouldn't bother answering, but Zhang Hai counted briefly. Should be 20 or so. We rotate their use. Many are spare anyway. Zhang Hai said. Yang Tianzhao. 20? More than they could use. Whoa! Wah! Zhang Hai suddenly shouted, watch where you're going. Dumb blonde kid, stop staring at me. Do you even know how to drive? I'm sorry. The van soon arrived at a parking lot and stopped temporarily. Brother Jiang, old Qin had some savings, 3 first-level mutant crystal cores and a map. Zhang Hai jumped out and handed a beast-skin pouch to Jiang Lushi. Jiang Luxi's heart moved. When he saw the 3 first-level mutant crystal cores, he even felt a bit happy. When he left Misty Water County, he had already used up all his mutant crystal cores. Now suddenly having 3 first-level mutant crystal cores, of course he was happy. Thinking that now he was happy just because of 3 first-level mutant crystal cores made Jiang Lushi feel a bit speechless. This really was like returning to square one. These mutant crystal cores now had wide usage, not only for various vehicle evolution projects, but also now that the energy lab was activated, a first-level mutant crystal core could produce an evolution crystal. Of course, making an evolution crystal this way depended on the vehicle's energy lab. It could extract and purify the mutant energy inside the crystal core to maximum. If it were the human military government, extracting 1 evolution crystal would cost at least 2 or even more than 2 mutant crystal cores, and at least 3,000 lbs of mutant beast meat. The entire base vehicle was like a monster devouring mutant crystal cores. As for that map, Jiang Lushi unfolded it and looked. He didn't recognize it at all. But he knew, for someone like old Qin to put a map and mutant crystal cores together, this map must be very useful. What map is this, do you know? Jiang Lushi handed the map to Yang Tianzhao. That guy really had tough vitality, just now he looked miserable, now he could move normally. Yang Tianzhao was happily stroking the rifles, though the guns weren't his, it felt good just to handle them. Maybe this is the only chance. Hearing Jiang Luxi's question, he paused, then carefully examined the map. Ah, this is a map of the restricted zone, right? The restricted zone was once the city center, I know it well. This street is Xiaoyang Road, that one is Spring Road. After studying the map carefully, Yang Tianzhao said firmly. But what are these black dots on the map, and these plant-like marks? Yang Tianzhao suddenly noticed the map had several heavy black dot marks, and a skull symbol after them, obviously marking places that were not good. As for the plant-like marks, there were only 3, distributed on 2 streets inside the restricted zone. If we divide by those plant marks, Spring Road is closer to the high defense wall built by the Berserker Alliance. This Chongfu Road is close to the base territory of the Falling Star Society. I don't quite understand. Yang Tianzhao scratched his head, a little embarrassed, said to Jiang Lushi. Not understanding is fine, we'll study it slowly later. Jiang Lushi took the map and stored it carefully together with the crystal cores. Brother Jiang, we stirred up a huge incident now, we've completely offended the Berserker Alliance. They will definitely hunt us down. Where are we going now? Yang Tianzhao asked with concern. After the thrill, he finally worried about the future. Now that they killed Wang Shifu and old Qin, one is the District 8 head of the Berserker Alliance, the other is the uncle of the Berserker Alliance boss Chang Shinkai, they have made a blood feud. Chang Shinkai never forgets a grudge, waves of revenge will certainly follow. I know a secret passage. It leads into the Berserker Alliance. We go there first. Jiang Lushi said in a low voice. Having killed Wang Shifu and old Qin, he knew clearly they had offended the Berserker Alliance. But he had no plan to fight them to the death, that wasn't his style. His goal now was to help Ran Qiyu find her sister Ran Yunsha. From the mouth of the wanted man they just eliminated, Shang Qiangjuan, he knew there was a shortcut, a secret passage into the Berserker Alliance's core. That shortcut was found by Shang Qiangjuan after escaping the net laid by the Berserker Alliance. Now it was going to be used by Jiang Lushi. He did not expect that Shang Qiangjuan would actually be useful. Jiang Luxi's gaze suddenly lifted and looked toward the van's driver cabin. There, Ying was sitting very calmly in her seat. As the base car steward, unless necessary or unless Jiang Lushi gave orders, Ying would follow the basic principle of protecting and driving the base car, and would not leave it lightly. Ying, your injuries are serious. You need treatment. Jiang Lushi walked straight onto the base car and, moving to Ying's side, spoke in a low voice. Thanks to the star seed, he could sense Ying's physical condition. At this moment, he clearly felt that several of her ribs in the chest had fractured. She was in great pain. These injuries were caused by Ying protecting Jiang Lushi while fighting Wang Shifu. But afterward, in order to use the van to pick them up, she had returned to the van in the chaos, and drove it. Once in the car, Jiang Lushi could see clearly that Ying was sweating all over with a fine layer of cold sweat from pain. But Ying did not cry out as an ordinary person would. She still loyally performed her basic duty, driving the base car all the way from the Huyang people's front to here. Yusin, Ying's ribs are broken. Help her treat them. Jiang Lushi looked over and spoke to Li Yusin, who was tending to Jiang Zhuing. Li Yusin startled slightly, then hurried over to Ying. When she placed her hand on Ying and used medical ability to fully examine her body, Li Yusin's slight tremble revealed her surprise. Although Ying's injury was just a few fractured ribs in the chest, it was very dangerous. One of the broken ribs had almost punctured a lung. If it did puncture, even with her medical ability it would be very difficult to treat. Li Yusin secretly admired it. Despite such an injury, Ying had not uttered a single sound. Such steely willpower is rare in a woman. Without a word, Li Yusin extended her medical ability deep into the chest area, to the fractured rib that lay dangerously close to the lung. Only when she saw Li Yusin carefully treating Ying did Jiang Lushi feel relieved. Brother Jiang, here. At the van's door, Yang Tianzhao stood leaning back, holding a bag. Inside were 6 guns. He offered the bag to Jiang Lushi with a bit of a flattering look. These 6 guns were each wiped clean, without a speck of dust. Jiang Lushi took them and clearly felt that some of the gun's key parts had even been carefully oiled. Though not gun oil, ordinary machine oil, but still better than nothing. That helps prolong their lifespan. In wartime, people wiped guns with common oil, even tung oil or sesame oil. Now things were even harder than wartime. Take this gun. Jiang Lushi picked up one of the automatic rifles and casually threw it to Yang Tianzhao. Yang Tianzhao took it, stunned at first, then a look of excitement appeared on his face. The gun Jiang Lushi threw was a Type 56 automatic rifle. Before the apocalypse this kind of rifle was already simple, but its prototype was the AK-47, so the firepower was still big. This gun was much stronger than a pistol. Yang Tianzhao stared at the Type 56 with longing, but pushed it away with his hand. Brother Jiang, this valuable stuff? I can't take it. Today, their clash with the Berserker Alliance also saved his life. For that he was grateful. He felt too embarrassed to accept such a gift from Jiang Lushi. Take it. We don't need so many guns. Also, we got information about Ran Yunsha. This is your reward. Jiang Lushi said calmly. The Type 56 rifle was an old-style rifle. In the Shuriying squad's more than 20-gun stock, such an old rifle was basically dispensable. Today Jiang Lushi obtained information about Ran Yunsha from Old Qin's mouth. At least Yang Tianzhao played a part in leading the way. Jiang Lushi did not hesitate to give him some reward. In the next period of time, he still needs Yang Tianzhao's help as a guide. Better give this youngster a little benefit. That way he'll be more motivated. What's more, when Yang Tianzhao almost faced death, he did not betray them. If he had done the opposite, he couldn't be standing alive here now. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Yang Tianzhao no longer refused. He hugged the Type 56 tightly. For him, for the mines, this weapon was very useful. For an ordinary person who had nothing, this gun meant far more than many things. In Panju City's urban area, skyscrapers soar. But after the apocalypse, plant growth has been unbelievably rapid. On many tall buildings, greenery thrives, countless vines and unknown plants overgrow, covering them. On the streets, plane trees have grown dozens of meters tall, many thick branches rudely pierce through high-story glass doors and extend inside. This scene is like the dinosaur era, when all creatures on Earth were huge, dragonflies grew over a meter long, and all plants towered to the heavens. At this moment on several streets, violent battles are happening inside large supermarkets and underground parking lots. On some streets, soil and shattered stone are thrown up, deep craters appear from explosions. On the ground one sometimes sees zombies and human corpses. Berserker Alliance headquarters. Although it is daytime and the sun is high, outside the dense gloomy vines still filter out most light, making it dark. From outside came loud explosions, yet the headquarters hall is silent. Around a luxurious redwood square table inside, chairs on both sides are filled with people. Only the seat on the right side is empty. In the chair at the head sits a man with a dark face. He is the leader of the Berserker Alliance, Chang Shenkai. He is actually handsome. When he doesn't speak, his blood-red eyes carry a particularly murderous aura, making him look mysterious and unpredictable. The others seated around, all district chiefs and higher-ups of the Berserker Alliance, look at Chang Shinkai with unease and fear. They all know, when Chang Shinkai doesn't speak, it means he is in a state of anger ready to explode at any moment. You all have nothing to say to me? Wang Shifu, and my own uncle, both dead. I heard they were killed by a group of strangers like killing chickens. And you have nothing to say? In the silence, Chang Shinkai finally spoke, his sharp, dark eyes slowly sweeping over the faces around. His words carried undisguised anger. His right-hand fingers tapped on the redwood table, slowly, dong dong dong. Like a knock on everyone's hearts, giving a strange sense of suffocation. Someone must die. A middle-aged district chief, under pressure, finally spoke. He hammered the table in front of him vigorously. Wang Shifu and your uncle were killed. This is like the Berserker Alliance being slapped in the face, treated as nothing. Panju City's other forces must be watching and laughing at us. We must find those lawless strangers and kill them to warn others. Yes. Not only kill them, but torture them badly, slowly kill them. We must make Panju City feel the terror of the Berserker Alliance again. One by one, district chiefs spoke with righteous anger, expressing to Chang Shinkai their determination and loyalty. Chang Shinkai's eyes narrowed, his face still dark. He did not respond to their suggestions. Chang Shinkai disliked old-fashioned titles like Big Boss or Chief. He preferred to be called My Lord. Finally, Chang Shinkai's gaze settled on the young man sitting to his left in the first chair, the one-eyed youth wearing a baseball cap. Single Lion, what do you say? This one-eyed youth, called Single Lion, is the District 1 chief of the Berserker Alliance. He had remained silent until now. My lord, not long ago I led my District 1 people near Chongfu Road's restricted zone, fighting hard with the Falling Star Society. We are about to fully occupy Chongfu Road. I only heard of Wang Shifu and your uncle's death after you summoned me. I regret their deaths. But I think now we must stay calm. As long as we concentrate our power to fully occupy Chongfu Road, we can completely control those plants and get more living biometal. That should be our top priority. Single Lion spoke unhurriedly. Single Lion was among the first to follow Chang Shinkai. Facing Chang Shinkai's anger, he could read some other intentions. Chang Shinkai was a man whose emotions didn't show. If he showed anger, it was definitely for others to see. Whether it was Wang Shifu's death or his uncle's, Chang Shinkai needed to show anger outwardly, to the world, to express his stance. In truth, given Chang Shinkai's character, he didn't care about people's life or death. However, these deaths struck him hard, a serious slap to his face. That was something Chang Shinkai could never tolerate. Single Lion, you have a point. But today those dead people, one was my uncle, the other a trusted subordinate Wang Shifu, I must avenge them. No matter who it is, I want to find and kill him. Chang Shinkai spoke slowly, each word deliberate. The other district chiefs exchanged glances. Their eyes toward Single Lion showed a bit of schadenfreude. It seemed Single Lion's suggestion did not please Chang Shinkai. Single Lion didn't speak again. His gaze slowly turned to a woman with a refined face sitting across from him. She wore a white long dress and white lace gloves on her hands. This woman was delicate and soft, giving a fragile charm. Yet the district chiefs of the Berserker Alliance didn't dare slack off toward her. Chang Shinkai's eyes also fixed on this woman, in his gaze flickered a trace of desire. Cough, cough. The woman coughed softly twice, then with the gloved hand lightly touched under her small pointed nose. My lord Chang, I think the district chief's opinions are all good, she said softly, smooth as flowing water, pleasant to hear. But these plans are somewhat incomplete. Go on, Chang Shinkai's eyes brightened as he looked at her. Wang Shifu and my uncle's death must be avenged. Otherwise other forces will look down on us. Some forces that don't recognize us might make trouble during our conflict with the Falling Star Society. Therefore we must not only strike back fast and hard, but I don't suggest using our own forces now. Instead, we should first completely control Chongfu Road, secure the passage into the restricted zone, obtain more living biometal, that is essential for our future development. I propose we hire elite survivor forces from other groups. For example, the Yudu Squad, that elite squad known for hunting and luring enemies. Then pressure Fudo Myoo to rent out that mutant dog he controls. After all, our men died under him. If he lets those strangers go, it's insulting the Berserker Alliance. As long as my lord personally applies pressure, temporarily rent the mutant dog for a few days, combine it with Yudu Squad's actions, we'll surely catch those audacious strangers. As soon as she finished, the hall fell silent. Then Chang Shinkai's dark face broke into a smile. Looking at the white-dressed woman, his eyes showed appreciation. Good, Yunsha. You really thought thoroughly. Your suggestion is excellent. We'll do as you said. Ha ha ha. I'll go pay Myoo a visit now to settle the bill. The white-dressed woman smiled faintly, lowered her eyes. It is Yuncha's honor to give advice to a hero like my lord. The other district chiefs didn't say anything more. Their eyes toward Yunsha became complex. They knew in their hearts, though Yunsha looked fragile, she was not to be ignored. In fact, compared to them, she had Chang Shinkai's greater trust. Every suggestion she made was logical, well-reasoned, more sophisticated than theirs. Her help made Chang Shinkai's rise in Panju City much smoother. At the beginning, the Falling Star Society was the strongest force. Slowly, the Berserker Alliance caught up bit by bit. Yunsha, that woman, had been caught by Chang Shinkai. People thought she would become just a plaything of his, but unexpectedly, through her intelligence and managerial ability she gained his respect. He didn't force her. Even so, everyone assumed she was Chang Shinkai's woman. No one dared to touch her. My lord, we must act quickly. I suggest you go now to meet Fudo Myoo. That mutant dog is unmatched in the city for tracking prey. Yunsha paused, then added. Good. I'll depart immediately. Find those who dared kill Wang Shifu, I'll crush them. Chang Shinkai said darkly. He put on the fur cloak hanging on the chair, rose. All district chiefs shook on their cloaks, ready to leave. Single Lion slowly stood last. As he was about to walk out, a voice echoed behind him. District Chief Single Lion, I remember, Wang Shifu had a piece of living metal, Yunsha said softly. I will retrieve it. Single Lion nodded. He looked once at Yunsha's soft face. Yunsha had already turned to leave. He felt, Yunsha usually speaks little. In this Berserker Alliance, she is like an orchid blooming alone. After a brief rest, the base vehicle quickly distanced itself from the city, throwing the high-rises far behind. All the way, they didn't run into any obstruction or pursuit. Jiang Lushur guessed that the Berserk Alliance members had not yet reacted. He leaned against the seat in the cabin, his hand rubbing that cold, soft metal. This piece of metal, when touched carefully now, felt delicate and soft, like softened rubber to the touch. The spot that had originally been deeply dented by gunfire had already returned to normal. Not only that, the longer his fingers stayed in contact with the metal, the tighter it seemed to cling to his skin, as though the metal contained countless web-like paddles invisible to the naked eye, sticking intimately to his skin, even as if wanting to merge with it. Star Seed, scan this metal, Jiang Lushur thought inside his mind and spoke. Since it would still take some time to reach the secret passage leading into the Berserk Alliance, he decided to study the mysterious metal in his hands. Beep, scanning in progress. Beep, scan complete. A panel quickly popped up in his mind, densely filled with numerous data. Alien-type plant metal, an active metal secreted after plant gene mutation, cellular structure between metal and plant. Plant cell gene mutation model analysis, base vehicle level insufficient, unable to perform analysis. A mutated plant gene variant? After receiving this scan result, although he couldn't analyze the exact plant gene mutation process, Jiang Lushur was still very satisfied. He'd obtained the answer he wanted. It turned out to be a plant gene mutation. After the apocalypse, the mutated beasts from animal aberration, the zombies from mutated humans, mutated zombies, and human espers, all were due to that mysterious virus triggering gene mutations. But plant gene mutation, this was the first time Jiang Lushur had encountered it. Although after the apocalypse the plant's rampant overgrowth had already made Jiang Lushur suspect something was wrong, the alien plant metal he now had completely confirmed his suspicion. Even plants had been affected after the apocalypse, developing mutated traits. Low temperature, self-healing, enough to resist a certain degree of bullet impact, able to automatically stick closely to skin, and the skin doesn't feel any discomfort. We absolutely must get the alien plant that can secrete such active metal. Jiang Lushur rubbed the alien plant metal in his hand, feeling more and more that obtaining it was imperative. Not only did he want to start the base vehicle's hidden mode project, the alien plant cultivation laboratory, but with this kind of alien plant, he could plant and cultivate it through the research lab inside the base vehicle to produce more of this active metal. When Wang Shifu had just stuck a piece of this metal onto his chest, it deflected 2 of Jiang Lushur's pistol bullets. The value of this metal was beyond doubt. It was even stronger than a bulletproof vest, and after being damaged it could slowly heal itself. At that moment, Jiang Lushur suddenly heard the sound of flowing water. He looked up. The base vehicle had already driven to the side of a large river. The riverbanks were thick with lush reeds, as far as the eye could see. Not far off was a collapsed mountain. A landslide had rolled down mass amounts of mud and rocks, flooding into the river along the way. Boom, boom, after a while, an off-road vehicle also came up and parked behind the base vehicle. Yang Tianzhao, Zhang Hai, and Sun Quan all jumped down from the car. Brother Jiang, where did you say the secret passage is? From what I remember, there's no such passage around here, Yang Tianzhao asked, looking at Jiang Lushi in the cabin, somewhat puzzled. He was a local expert around here, he knew Panju City like the back of his hand, and as far as he recalled, there was no hidden place near this river that could lead into Panju City. You cannot see it, the secret passage is right beneath our feet, Jiang Lushi calmly explained to Yang Tianzhao through the car window. Long ago they planned to build a subway line under Panju City, but unfortunately they hadn't finished it before the zombie virus outbreak, so the subway was abandoned. But that subway could lead into the city. He was able to know about this secret passage thanks to Shang Qiangjuan. In the past, Shang Qiangjuan had worked for the Panju City Subway Company. Most people couldn't even think about that subway line, but he was very familiar with the environment inside. But we can't see the subway entrance, wasn't it buried by the landslide? Yang Tianzhao scratched his head, staring at the ground with some worry. If I used prospecting methods, I could find the entrance, but it would require explosives and some time. Jiang Lushi didn't speak, just looked at Ran Shiyu inside the cabin. Shiyu, detect below this ground, is there any biological psychic fluctuation? Jiang Lushi recalled that Shang Qiangjuan said when he escaped through this secret passage, he had run into subway company employees who had turned into zombies. When Shang Qiangjuan escaped, he had used detonators, but apparently the exit he blew open had since been buried by recent landslides triggered by heavy rains. Ran Shiyu nodded, sharing her mental vision with Jiang Lushi. Through Ran Shiyu's psychic detection, Jiang Lushi sharply noticed a few meters under the base vehicle, at a depth of several meters, there appeared spiritual light points, 3 or 4 faint red spots. There really are zombies. Tianzhao, here, and there, plant explosive charges at these 3 points forming a triangle, use your methods for blasting mountains to blow a hole down there. Jiang Lushi jumped down from the car and signaled to Yang Tianzhao, pointing to the 3 positions forming a triangle based on the zombie locations detected by Ran Shiyu's psychic power. No problem, brother Jiang, you watch. Yang Tianzhao nodded immediately. Jiang Lushi rewarded him with a pistol, and Yang Tianzhao was now full of energy. Not long after, several loud explosive booms resounded on the riverbank. Under the mudrock slope of the landslide, a large hole suddenly appeared. A rotten, damp scent rushed out from the opening. Roar, roar. As soon as the entrance was blown open, a few zombies jumped out. 6 hours later. Night swallowed the land like tide water. Are you sure this is the right direction? We followed for so long, this stupid dog wouldn't have led us the wrong way, right? This leads toward the Balong River. There was a landslide there recently, how could they still be running into the water? The Huyang People's Front said they were driving a minibus and an off-road vehicle when they ran. In the darkness, 5 silhouettes quietly appeared near the river. And one huge figure crawled on the ground, panting heavily. Among the 5 people, the one in front was a thin young man carrying a huge sickle on his back, stained with blood, clearly a weapon specially made. He was taciturn, and over his shoulder hung a large cloth bag. This person was very unusual. He had 4 arms, and his appearance was bizarre. If people of Panju City saw this 4-armed youth, they would immediately recognize him and be very wary. This 4-armed youth was the leader of the elite survivor squad, Yupeng. Next to Yupeng stood a fat man, who kept chewing something, drops of grease dripped from the corners of his mouth. The one who complained just now was him. A tall skinny guy stood near the fat man, his skull was completely metal, and his nose kept sniffing at the air, he wore a somber grin. This appearance was little better than a zombie. That's right, just ahead, the tall skinny one added firmly. Dog brother, you aren't reliable, you're no better than this mutated dog. All along, it was this dog leading us here, you could only intermittently smell the scent. But this dog looks delicious, haven't eaten fresh mutated beast meat in a long time. At this moment 2 crisp voices spoke in unison. It was a pair of flashy twin sisters. Their movements were strikingly synchronized, both wore tight red outfits, with rings in their noses, ears, and lips. As they spoke, the 2 looked greedily at the giant black figure crawling in front of them. Dog brother glanced at the twin sisters, a trace of disgust flickered under his eyelids, but he said nothing. The black figure in front of Yupeng suddenly turned its head. The black shadow revealed 2 rows of snow-white fangs, a bestial howl echoed from its throat, and thick green drool streamed from its mouth. The twin sisters' faces changed abruptly, they simultaneously stepped back several paces, clearly showing fear. This black figure was a mutated dog as big as a hippopotamus, with a huge horn growing on its forehead. Such a mutated dog, at close range, had frightening instant explosive power. The sisters dared not really provoke it. SSS. Yupeng suddenly let out a strange howl. Hearing that sound, the mutated dog's face showed a trace of fear, it hurriedly lowered its head. Shuang, Xiaoshuang, don't stir up this mutated dog. Even though it's controlled and tamed by the entity known as #immovable bright king using psychic power, with a mental trigger, as soon as that howl is made it becomes fearful. But after all it's a mutated dog, bloodthirsty, murderous, you better be careful. Yuping glared sternly at Shuang and Xiaoshuang. Shuang and Xiaoshuang lowered their heads without a word, a hint of malice flickered in their eyes. Don't be defiant. This time we accepted a task from the Berserk Alliance not just for something trivial. You know the consequences of failure, Yuping said meaningfully, staring at the two. The twin sisters didn't know what he recalled, but they shivered slightly, and the malice in their eyes vanished. We understand, they said in unison. At that moment the mutated dog let out a low growl, then charged in the direction of the river. Follow it, it must have found something. Yuping said in a low, urgent voice, then sprang forward, closely following the mutated dog. The others followed. We found it, there's a blown open ground hole here. Huh, is that a zombie corpse? Under the mudrock slope there's a large tunnel, that stupid dog jumped in there. Heh, I think I smell that stinky miner scent. They must be down there, follow. Inside the abandoned subway tunnel, it was pitch black. The air reeked of mold and rot. On both sides, the advertisement boards and aluminum alloy panels hung empty, covered with cobwebs and various suspicious grime. A minibus turned on its headlights and drove carefully inside, illuminating the pale concrete walls on both sides. Even experienced drivers from the previous world would be stunned seeing this driving technique. On one side were concrete pillars, on the other side subway tracks, a single mistake, and one could fall down. But in the hands of the recently healed Shadowhand, the minibus handled as if an extension of his own limbs, driving along with barely 15 centimeters clearance from the moss-covered concrete pillars next to the railway track. The front of the minibus was covered with crushed zombie meat. Along the way, they had experienced several waves of small zombie surges. But the minibus was sturdy enough, and with Jiang Liusher's dead-eye gun skills, they directly shot dead those blocking zombies. Behind them, in the off-road car, Zhang Hai and the others were extremely cautious, nerves stretched tight. This dark underground journey was their first time, and the atmosphere felt unbearably oppressive. This abandoned subway tunnel twisted and turned, and they walked for several hours. They walked and paused along the way, their progress was slow. Of course, part of the slowness was intentional. Sneaking into the Berserk Alliance at midnight would make it harder to alert enemies. By this time Jiang Liusher could already see the empty terminal station ahead. The minibus came to a stop. The subway station is just a few hundred meters ahead. We should already have entered the Berserk Alliance's territory. Let's rest here for a while. Jiang Liusher got out of the minibus and said to Yang Tianzhao and the others. Eat something. Although they hadn't spent much energy, their muscles and minds had been tense for a long time, they needed some rest. Also, they were about to infiltrate the city's core area, into the Berserk Alliance's territory. If anything happened, they needed to be in top fighting condition. Saying so, Jiang Liusher handed some mutant beast meat to Zhang Hai and the others. The evolutionary crystals they had eaten earlier had already been converted into energy and absorbed. Since they now had no more evolution crystals, they still needed to keep eating meat. Shiyu, you'll get to meet your sister soon. If something happens, will your stamina still be enough? After eating a few bites of mutant beast meat, Jiang Liusher returned to the minibus, sat down beside Ran Shiyu, and asked her with concern. We're about to enter the city and into the Berserk Alliance's sphere. Ran Shiyu's psychic detection will be more critical. Her scouting can help them avoid patrols of the Berserk Alliance. I'm fine. Ran Shiyu nodded, then suddenly looked up, giving Jiang Liusher a faint smile. Brother Jiang, thank you. Jiang Liusher interrupted her, we're all teammates. There's no need to say that. In Ran Shiyu's gray eyes, mysterious in temperament, a special light flashed as she looked at Jiang Liusher. For some reason, she suddenly recalled when Jiang Liusher carried her on his broad, sturdy back along mountain paths. At that time, she had pressed against his strong back, feeling very safe. Brother Jiang? Just then, Ran Shiyu's expression changed slightly, someone's coming. Through Ran Shiyu's shared psychic vision, Jiang Liusher saw a few psychic light spots swiftly approaching from afar. 5 Esper users. The one in front is how can the psychic intensity be the same as mutated beasts? Jiang Liusher felt doubt rising in his mind. Human psychic light spots and those of zombies or mutated beasts are different, yet he couldn't believe mutated beasts would be with Esper users. Besides, this abandoned subway tunnel was known to Jiang Liusher only because of Shang Qiangjuan. How could these people coincidentally appear here now? Whether they came chasing mutated beasts or originally came for them, Jiang Liusher decided to wait and see quietly. Ran Shiyu conveyed what she sensed to the Shadow Squad, including Yang Tianzhao. By now, the mutant beast meat was finished. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan wiped their mouths, grabbed their rifles with Yang Tianzhao, and hid behind the rear of the off-road vehicle. At a subway corner, the Yudu squad merged into the shadows next to the gray concrete piles, motionless. The mutated dog also lay prone on the tracks, very quiet. One minibus, one off-road vehicle. Behind the off-road vehicle are 3 people. These 3 seem to be ambushing, they must have discovered our presence. As for that minibus, the strange metal shell blocks my infrared vision probe, I can't see inside clearly. And also a woman, presumably a mutation-type Esper, is hiding on the tracks near the minibus, her strength isn't weak. And that minor Yang Tianzhao is right behind the off-road vehicle. Among the Yudu squad, the thin man whom Deshuang and Xiaoshuang called Dog Brother, held a blood-stained rag in his hand and sniffed it. That rag was a torn piece of Yang Tianzhao's clothing, torn during a fight at the Hujiang People's Front trading post, later handed over to them by the Berserk Alliance. Thanks to that rag, they could follow the mutated dog here by scent. Dog Brother's eyes glowed with scarlet light, though the subway tunnel was pitch black, everything ahead was exposed clearly in his vision. Especially the 3 people hiding behind the off-road vehicle, in his vision they were distinct infrared heat sources scattering. Being able to find such an abandoned subway tunnel, not simple. But this place, it's our hunting ground. Yu Peng revealed a cruel smile and chuckled strangely. This kind of place, deep, dark, sealed, was perfect for using their abilities. Captain, today we're going to have some fun. The twin sisters in red outfits licked their lips and looked at each other with a smile. Hee hee, we'll go up first. Deshuang and Xiaoshuang giggled, blew Yu Peng a flirtatious look, and suddenly their arms reached up to the concrete ceiling overhead. In the darkness, several viscous white threads shot out with swishing sounds, sticking to the ceiling. They leapt into the air, their bodies swinging toward the direction of the off-road vehicle. Go! Yu Peng whispered. Immediately, several figures darted out from the corner. Under cover of darkness, the Yudu squad silently moved quickly toward the off-road vehicle. Snap! Almost at the same moment, the minibus tail light and the off-road vehicle's front light turned on. Under the dazzling light, darkness thawed like ice. The shadowy figures of the Yudu squad drawn near instantly appeared in the light. They reacted faster than the Yudu squad expected. But given they had managed to kill Wang Shifu's group, their strength was unsurprising. Shoot! Zhang Hai was the first to lift his Type 95 assault rifle and fired at the Yudu squad. The Yudu squad's reaction speed was unexpectedly fast. Almost just before the shot, one roll, even including the fat man, flipped nimbly from the subway platform edge onto the tracks. Where they had stood, gravel flew, and bullet holes appeared. From the off-road vehicle to the tracks where the Yudu squad lay, the platform blocked direct line of fire, forming a blind spot. Just as Zhang Hai stood up, suddenly, whoosh, from the dark sky a white line, about the thickness of a finger, descended. The sticky line wrapped around him. Zhang Hai was unprepared, he felt a great force transmitted via the line trying to wrench away his Type 95 rifle. Above him, the 2 women in red outfits hung upside down on the ceiling by the sticky white threads, as if walking on air. One of them shot out more sticky threads that clung to Zhang Hai's rifle. At that moment, a figure on the subway tracks leaped out like lightning. He soared 5 or 6 meters high, almost reaching the ceiling. While still in midair, a blood-stained sickle flew from his arm. On the sickle's handle hung a steel chain, the other end was bound to the person in midair. It was Yu Peng, with 4 arms. The crescent-shaped sickle traced a graceful arc through the air, incredibly agile. It slashed behind Zhang Hai's head, aiming precisely for his skull. D. Yu Peng smiled eerily. In only a few breaths, the sickle came from a tricky angle, impossible to defend against. Realizing the sickle was about a meter above his head, Zhang Hai roared, reluctantly letting go of the rifle. His 10 fingers gleamed like metal, as if steel fingers. Clang! His 10 fingers squeezed the Reaper's sickle hard. But the blade's sharp edge, driven by enormous force, still advanced a few centimeters, slicing open a blood cut in his palm. Blood spurted. Zhang Hai instantly broke out in cold sweat. That grab, it was the best display of his improved power recently. That chopping sickle, capable of slicing thick iron plates, was grabbed, yet his 10 fingers went numb from the shock. He's the Yudu squad. Yang Tianzhao recognized the 4-armed Yu Peng and the 2 red-clad women hanging on the ceiling, recalling a terrifying rumor. They were the elite survivor squad in Panju City, the famed hired gun survivors called Yudu squad. Their strength was formidable, rumors said they never failed a mission. Everyone, get out of the way! At that moment, a roar came from the tracks. Yu Peng instantly retreated backward. Right after he stepped back, a gurgling, gurgling sound erupted. Countless lumps of translucent slime sprayed like a storm toward the off-road vehicle and the minibus. Zhang Hai, lying on the ground, couldn't dodge in time. His face was hit. He felt sick. What the hell is this slime? It was foul and oily, like rancid fat. Fat? Zhang Hai realized that might be bad. Yang Tianzhao beside him fared even worse. Several blobs of the slime struck him. Both the vehicles, off-road car and minibus, were splattered with the translucent slime. Retreat quickly. Zhang Hai and Yang Tianzhao simultaneously heard Ran Shiyu's warning in their minds. At the same time, a spark flew, landing on one of the slime blobs. Boom! A blazing fire instantly spread. Under the intense heat, even the off-road vehicle began to crackle and burn. Soon, a fuel tank explosion engulfed the entire car in flames. Captain, I didn't do it on purpose. A fat man climbed onto the platform, staring at the burning wreckage with a grin. Stuff caught with my flammable fat oil gets some nasty consequences. Although it's only a 3-second flash fire, this off-road car and the rickety minibus look done for. Once the fire goes out, we can loot the corpses. Yuping smiled, nodding. They killed Wang Shifu's group, so they're worthy opponents. It's a pity they didn't run anywhere else but this rat hole. In a place like this, it's impossible to dodge your mutation abilities. In a wide area, his mutation power would be weak. But in this narrow tunnel, fire burning in a small space, the effect was outstanding. Although his fat oil explosion was brief, the high temperature could instantly kill enemies. Why is the minibus still intact? At that moment, Dog Brother widened his mouth in surprise, pointing at the burning off-road vehicle. The members of the Yudu squad turned to look at the sound, and saw that the minibus that had just been surrounded by raging fire, after the flames died down, appeared before them completely intact. Even the windows and tires looked brand new. Damn, this crappy vehicle's build quality is pretty good. The fat man gaped in astonishment, then, regaining his composure, he slapped his palm excitedly, a look of greed rising in his eyes. At that moment, with a gentle buzzing sound, a black hole appeared under the front face of the minibus. A metal pipe about the thickness of a child's arm slid out. What's that thing? The fat man froze for a moment at the sight of the metal tube. A roar. Suddenly the mutated dog that had been lying still sprang from the tracks onto the opposite platform. Dog Brother's nose twitched several times in the air. He sniffed hard for a while, then suddenly stared at that metal pipe, his face changing drastically. Gasoline. Run. He had a very special ability. Though his combat strength wasn't great, his sense of smell and vision were extraordinary. Dog Brother immediately smelled gasoline inside the metal pipe. Looking at the shape of the pipe, he suddenly had a dreadful guess and, in panic, began to run forward. Holy hell! Yuping turned his head and clearly saw the shape of that metal pipe. It was obviously a metal nozzle. He instantly understood what was going on. As leader of the Yudu squad, at the brink of life and death, Yuping swung his big sickle with all 4 arms, striking hard toward a cement wall top a few meters away. In a flash, he violently pulled the steel chain and leaped into the air. At that moment, a thunderous roar, a monstrous fire erupted everywhere. His body, rising into the air, was immediately engulfed by flames, turning into a blazing fireball in an instant, screaming as it fell to the ground. He struggled on the tracks for a moment, then was burned to a charred corpse. The fat man fared even worse. He was a special esper whose thick layer of body fat served as explosive material. The instant flames ignited, his entire body exploded like fireworks. Burning fat flew wildly in the air, shining bright flames, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Although Dog Brother had run away in advance, the minibus's flamethrower was so fierce, in such a narrow place, there was no way to escape. He was burned horribly, rolling and twisting on the ground for a while before falling silent. The terrain they had once thought advantageous became precisely the grave for them. Above, on the cement wall ceiling of the subway tunnel, the twin sisters Deshuang and Xiaoshuang felt as if they'd fallen into hell. They didn't dare believe their own eyes. Dog Brother, the fat man, and even the squad leader Yuping, all instantly burned to ashes? They were the infamous Yudu squad. What kind of minibus was this that it had a flamethrower under its front face? A chain of questions crashed into the sisters' hearts like a plummet. They hung suspended on the sticky white threads on the cement wall ceiling, unable to move. Because behind them, a big man with flipper-like feet hung upside down on the ceiling, a shotgun in his hand aimed at them. And beneath them appeared a girl with cat ears, holding a dagger. She glided in ghost-like, looking at them coldly. The chill aura emanating from the cat-eared girl was a strange temperament formed through countless blood-soaked battles. The sisters clearly felt that the cat-eared girl was powerful. We surrender, don't kill us. The twin sisters trembled slightly, fearfully addressing Sun Kuan, who held the shotgun. A howl. Suddenly a sound like morning sobs came from the mutated dog that had already run far away. The mutated dog's eyes became chaotic, as if driven by something unseen. From a corner it emerged, staggering, walking 3 steps then stopping repeatedly toward the minibus. When it was about 10 meters from the minibus, it sat down heavily, its eyes full of terror. A sharp gunshot. The dog's tough heart was torn open with a big hole, and it collapsed with a crash. Seeing this, Deshuang and Xiaoshuang were even more shocked. They felt that some force had compelled the mutated dog to return, and it was shot dead. That kind of force, could it be that there's yet another psychic esper inside the minibus? A squad like that, no wonder they managed to kill Wang Shifu. It's ridiculous, not long ago they were still thinking to torture the people inside the minibus. They had rated Jiang Liusher's squad's strength fairly high, but never expected this squad would far exceed their estimates. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Liusher came out from the small combat room holding a sniper rifle. Shiyu, your psychic power has grown stronger again. Congratulations. Jiang Liusher's clear eyes looked at Ran Shiyu. The latter's face turned slightly red. Yeah, it's a bit stronger. I'm trying to master the domain of psychic power. This mutated dog was originally subdued by a movable bright king with psychic force, its will to resist was weak, so it succeeded. Hearing Jiang Liusher's straightforward praise, Ran Shiyu seemed a bit shy, softly explaining. But brother Jiang, be careful, I sense many people above. Ran Shiyu pointed to the ceiling overhead. I know that. Shiyu, I'll go handle those too. See if I can dig out something useful. Jiang Liusher looked toward the twin sisters who had quietly fallen to the ground. They were both held at gunpoint by Sun Quan and dared not move, their terrified eyes staring at Jiang Liusher. They had already realized that this brother Jiang was the leader of this squad. Despite his young age, he could lead such a formidable team, and that last shot was quick, accurate, and ruthless. Jiang Liusher still had too little information about the Berserk Alliance. After all, Yang Tianzhao was just a mining youth, with only shallow understanding of the Alliance's insides. Jiang Liusher needed more information. After all, going up to find Ran Yunsha was risky. The more information he had, the lower the risk. Captain, what should we do with these two? Kill them outright? Seeing Jiang Liusher approach, Sun Quan asked. At the murderous tone in Sun Quan's voice, Deshuang and Xiaoshuang trembled all over. We too are espers. We can definitely be useful to you. Don't kill us, we can join you. We awaken spider silk abilities, no terrain is too difficult for us. Deshuang hurriedly said. In this messy world, espers are a rare force anywhere. Sometimes when elite squads fight, after one side is defeated, the espers inside surrender and get recruited, a common occurrence. No need. Jiang Liusher shook his head decisively. He had no need for these two in his vehicle, their abilities meant nothing useful to him. Then, the twin sisters glanced at each other, their faces full of flattery. Their tone softened, bodies seductive. Captain, we're twins, Yu Peng can't live without us every night. Want to try? Once you try, we guarantee you'll never forget us. They spoke coquettishly, their bodies swaying softly toward Jiang Liusher, voices dropping. Their eyes burned hotly at Jiang Liusher. After several gene liquid evolutions, Jiang Liusher still looked quite handsome, with a mysterious aura. Deshuang and Xiaoshuang were very pleased with Jiang Liusher. Compared with Yu Peng, he was 100 times, 1,000 times stronger. 3 dark lines appeared on Jiang Liusher's forehead as he realized what they were trying. Their seduction was just too blatant. However, he really didn't like women of this kind. Jiang Liusher stepped aside, and the 2 twin women lunging toward him found themselves grasping at air. They froze, they saw the contempt in Jiang Liusher's eyes. Clearly this man looked down on them. You still want to seduce our brother Jiang? Heh, which of the ladies in our car isn't prettier than you? Sun Quan couldn't help blurting out. What he said was true, among the women in their group, Ran Shiyu and Li Yusin, any one of them alone would be dangerously beautiful, enough to dazzle. Deshuang and Xiaoshuang couldn't help feeling discouraged, being rejected even when offering their bodies was a huge blow. It also made them panic, their bodies had always been their capital. Tell me all you know about the Berserk Alliance. Jiang Liusher said at that moment. Berserk Alliance info? We know it. Deshuang and Xiaoshuang brightened. To make themselves useful, they laid out everything they knew about the Berserk Alliance down to the smallest detail. Unlike Yang Tianzhao, who only knew about mines and occasionally trading, Deshuang and Xiaoshuang were well-known survivors who regularly did transactions and missions for the Berserk Alliance. They knew far more about the internal organization of the Berserk Alliance than Yang Tianzhao. Jiang Liusher listened carefully, every word was deeply engraved in his mind. After his cerebral region nerves got enhanced, he gained many benefits, including extraordinary memory. Almost anything he heard once, he would never forget. The twin sisters spoke until their mouths were dry and they could say nothing more, only then did Jiang Lushur stop. In his mind, he had roughly assembled the information from the twin sisters and what Yang Tianzhao provided about the Berserk Alliance. Slowly, he sorted out many details and an approximate structure. Besides fighting the Starfall Club for territory every day and grabbing supermarkets, malls, and surrounding gas stations for food and resources, the Berserk Alliance is not much different from the Hujiang People's Front. Because of war, their consumption of supplies is large. They welcome espers from all sides to trade inside the Berserk Alliance. Their management is comparatively relaxed, not as strict as the Huyang People's Front. Even survivors wanted by other factions can fish in murky water inside. Here, only strength and wealth matter. Do you know someone called Ran Yunsha? Jiang Lushur suddenly asked. Ran Yunsha? Deshuang and Xiaoshuang thought for a moment, then shook their heads. Don't know her. We only know some places of the Berserk Alliance, come here only for trading. As for internal organizational members, many of them we don't recognize. Jiang Lushur couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. It seems if he wants to find Ran Yunsha, he'll have to rely on himself. Just then, Sun Quan raised the butt of his shotgun and smashed it heavily against the back of Deshuang and Xiaoshuang's heads. The twin sisters let out muffled groans and collapsed to the ground. Boss, what do we do now? Over there, Zhang Hai and Yang Tianzhao, both burned by the fat oil explosion earlier, were now wrapped in thick bandages on their faces and bodies after treatment by Li Yusin. Jiang Lushur laughed. He had an idea in mind. His only concern was Yang Tianzhao. Now most of Yang Tianzhao's face was wrapped in bandages, not bad for a disguise. What to do? Let's just head right in. Jiang Lushur said calmly. Originally they planned to slip in quietly, slowly searching. But from the trade posts and underground black market spots mentioned by the twin sisters, Jiang Lushur got an idea. Go in directly? Zhang Hai and the others were startled. Brother Jiang, isn't going in directly too conspicuous? Sun Quan thought he heard wrong. Keep in mind, they are still wanted by the Berserk Alliance. Besides Yang Tianzhao, none of us are known in this area. As long as we change our clothes a bit, who could recognize us? The Yudu squad chasing us back there, and those people like Wang Shifu and Old Man Qin, we already killed them. Jiang Lushur shrugged. Hearing that, no one objected. As long as we can draw Changxing Kai's attention, are we still afraid of not finding Ran Yunsha? Jiang Lushur said. His plan had some risks, but undoubtedly it was the fastest way to find Ran Yunsha. But our minibus, it's wanted. If Berserk Alliance people see that thing, they'll definitely suspect us. Zhang Hai thought for a moment. Another doubt popped into his mind. No doubt, the minibus is their biggest security guarantee. But it's too big. As soon as it shows up, it draws attention. That's not a problem. Jiang Lushur said with a faint smile. With that said, no one had any objections. After all, they trusted their leader would have a way. Then now let's study the map carefully. This is the abandoned subway terminus. Few people came here before. But now, for unknown reasons, Ran Shiyu detected many people above. We need to change the infiltration point. Jiang Lushur opened the map and began discussing with Yang Tianzhao. Panju City No. 8 High School. The once lively campus is now a ruin. On the playground, besides some skeleton corpses, there are overgrown weeds taller than a person. The trees around the campus rise high. The whole campus is eerie. Vines and weeds crawl into the classrooms. The cafeteria has collapsed significantly. The decayed bricks are covered thick with moss. In the sky, a few lonely stars hang. Beneath the quiet playground ground, a soft rustling sound emerged, as if something was digging. Finally, at a place on the playground, a pair of mechanical arms burst out. In a swirl of dust, a large hole rapidly opened. A minibus quietly crawled out. After the minibus appeared, with a humming sound, it quickly transformed. In a moment it turned into a gigantic mining truck. Drip, evolution crystal synthesis successful. With a crisp prompt from the starseed, for red, translucent grade 1 evolution crystals appeared in Jiang Liushur's hand. He tossed into the energy lab the 3 grade 1 mutation crystal cores obtained from Old Qin, the mutation crystal core from the mutated dog he just finished off, and a small portion of the mutated dog's flesh. These 3 grade 1 evolution crystals were pure energy. The remaining mutated dog flesh was stored in storage space. Done. Jiang Lushur snapped his fingers. Compared to mutation crystal cores that superhumans cannot absorb directly, evolution crystals bring real benefits to superhumans. For something like this, the more, the better. Let's go. After preparing everything they needed, Jiang Lushur said calmly. At this moment, under the vehicle, Yang Tianzhao, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan had already filled the big hole on the playground with soil, simply concealing the traces of their escape, then climbed onto the roof of the mining truck one after another. No one knew if someone might come by. If they did and saw the big hole, they'd surely be shocked and maybe arouse suspicion and alert from the Wild War Alliance. Yang Tianzhao held a Type 95 automatic rifle, Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai held shotguns. Clad in black combat gear and leather boots, standing atop the giant mining truck, they looked intimidating. Rumble. The mining truck rolled on, producing slight trembling noises. By this time the sky was light. Inside the Wild War Alliance it was already a scene of bustle and noise. Every so often armed off-road vehicles roared into the city streets, unloading items ranging from compressed biscuits to large mutated beast carcasses. Compared with the tight security of the Huyang People's Front, the Wild War Alliance's guard was rather loose. But if one looked carefully up at some of the high-rises in the surrounding CBD area, they'd see that a few buildings had been turned into hidden sentry towers, dark gun barrels aimed downward. Between buildings, in places where vines were tangled, some of the upper spaces had been converted into bridges made of entwined tree vines. Some people did business on those bridges, clearly a high-end area, guarded by armed sentries. On the streets, motorcycles, off-road vehicles, and trucks were parked everywhere, people coming and going. Old shops had been occupied, turned into spots for selling stall goods. In some shop display cases stood naked, seductive women, posing and tempting passing groups and pedestrians. But the busiest place here was still the War Alliance market. This market was right in the center of the street. In front of the broad street were parked armored vehicles, off-road vehicles and trucks. Teams kept coming to unload the loot or collected supplies and trade them in the market. Boom! A squad made entirely of modified motorcycles brazenly ripped through the street, engine noise harsh. After they entered the street, their speed did not slow, instantly causing chaos. Many survivors scrambled in panic, dodging and scattering to both sides. On the lead motorcycle sat a bald man with a lip piercing and sunglasses, in black leather clothes, 2 rows of rifle ammo belts crisscrossed over his chest. Behind him flew a flag stamped with a vulture. Seeing the pedestrians who were struck and fell to the ground, crying out in pain, he curled his lips into a cruel smile. The motorcyclists behind him held machetes, howling loudly, arrogant and violent. But on the last 4 motorcycles of their group were dragged enormous mutated beasts. Blood was everywhere on the road behind them. Originally the ordinary survivors, who'd been scattering, saw the mutated beasts and the flags behind the motorcycles, their curses stopped altogether. Vulture squad, let's see how long you can stay arrogant. A young man hiding in the corner gritted his teeth. Shoo, quiet. These guys hold grudges. Last time someone spoke ill of them, that guy got chased to the suburbs and even a whole survivor squad was killed. The young man's companion immediately covered his mouth. The arrogant motorcycle squad continued straight to the gate of the Wild War Alliance. Wei the cripple, don't always come in acting high and mighty. Better watch out that someone doesn't shoot you from the back. At the market gate, a greasy-haired middle-aged man rushed out. He cursed the bald man, eyes glinting with greed as he stepped near. Who dares shoot me in the back? I'll kill his whole squad. The bald man grinned sitting on his motorcycle, slapping the middle-aged man strongly on the shoulder. Your oily tongue Sean, today I brought you some good stuff. For whole mutated beasts, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up, staring at the 4 beasts behind the motorcycle squad, smile broadening on his face. Good, Wei the cripple, big move, for mutated beasts at once. This week in the Wild War Alliance market you might take 2nd place on the trading board. Wei the cripple's eyes narrowed, a satisfied pride flickered on his face. By flattering him, the market manager Oily Tongue Shan pleased him, especially about the trading board. Being in the top 3 meant full trading rights, the ability to trade any items in the market. In a time of severe shortages, many items were priceless and hard to find. Getting full trading rights would let them recruit more good brothers, reinforce equipment for their squad, becoming stronger, and able to attract stronger survivors to join them. The only regret was, he wasn't first. Who's first on the trading board? Wei the cripple's brows furrowed, his alloy prosthetic leg struck the ground with successive clacks. It's the Python squad. They found the riot control team's equipment warehouse in Jia County and made off with a lot of good stuff. Oily Tongue Shan leaned toward Wei the cripple and whispered in his ear. Hearing the words, Python squad, Wei the cripple's furrowed brows relaxed. Lucky bastards. Suddenly, at a street corner there was another burst of chaos. Screams rang out. Many survivors dashed out from the corner, frantically diving into shops on either side. Then Wei the cripple heard a rumbling, and sounds of tearing and collapsing. Damn, which squad is this? Their commotion is even louder than mine. Wei the cripple muttered to himself. Oily Tongue Shan frowned. Although the Wild War Alliance's management was not as strict as the Huyang People's Front, if everyone acted like this the trading market would become unmanageable. He thought this, face darkening. If this was some small rogue squad, he was ready to make an example of them. At that moment, a huge shape appeared at the street corner. When it appeared, a small car parked in front of the street was ruthlessly pushed aside, as if a toy. What, a mining truck? Oily Tongue Shan recognized the shape and his mouth went dry. As someone from Panju City, he'd heard about mining trucks. Even if he'd never seen one, seeing such a huge vehicle, he could guess. But among the mining trucks he'd heard of, none were this big. This was a behemoth among mining trucks. Fuck, how did such a huge mining truck get in? Why didn't the guards notify me? Using something so big for transport, this is insanity. Oily Tongue Shan was furious. All people around were shocked. The Wild War Alliance guards looked like they were about to clean up this mess. Rumble. As the Stone Shadow Squad's mining truck squeezed into the street, the ground seemed to tremble slightly. Some parked motorcycles were pushed sideways by the wheels. Compared with its enormous size, nearby off-road vehicles looked like toys. Yang Tianzhao, standing on the truck roof, felt his legs trembling. It was awesome, but terrifying. They were wanted by the Wild War Alliance, yet they swaggered in here so brazenly. Those shop owners they once had to grovel to were now hiding in abandoned shops, shrinking away and watching them. Luckily his head was wrapped in medical bandages, hiding his real appearance. By contrast, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan looked proud. They held shotguns, looked down from above, intimidating people on both sides. Earlier Zhang Hai had fired a shot, turning a shop sign into a hornet's nest. The shop owner, who had been about to curse them, fell silent immediately. On the mining truck's front were hung some plaques and torn banners, clearly some old shop signs. The sides of the vehicle were smeared with many lime mortar marks. These were from wall corners scratched while turning at narrow bends. Once past the corner, the mining truck suddenly accelerated on the straight street. With a 1743 kilowatt motor, deafeningly loud. 100-plus-ton mining truck rolled on cement, making the road tremble, bringing overwhelming shock and pressure as it flew rapidly to the War Alliance market. Crack bang. Several of the modified motorcycles with vulture flags were hit, thrown flying, their fronts twisted, mechanical parts scattered. Luckily some motorcyclists reacted quickly, rolling and crawling away. Son of a bitch. Wei the cripple exploded with anger. Each of those modified motorcycles had cost him a lot of resources and effort, now ruined just like that? But he didn't really lash out, such a huge mining truck, too tall, too long. Seeing it, he could only suppress his anger. Also, on the truck roof were 3 people holding shotguns and Type 95 rifles, weirdly dressed, clearly not to mess with. Never mind, shotguns are powerful close-range weapons, rare in the Wild War Alliance. Having these guns and that mining truck were marks of strength. Which god-level squad is this? Wei the cripple ran memories through his mind, but no force matched what he saw. At that moment, with a click, several people jumped down from the mining truck. At the head was Jiang Lucier, carrying an 05 Type 5.8mm submachine gun on his shoulder. Behind him stood the icy-looking Shadow, clad in black combat gear and leather pants. And then there was Zero, cold and indifferent-looking. Zero's dagger spun nimbly between his fingers. Sun Kuan, Zhang Hai and Yang Tianzhao jumped off too, taking up their guns behind Jiang Lucier. Standing together, they naturally exuded an invincible, imperious aura. This kind of aura was forged through countless bloody battles and victories. Compared to them, although Wei the Cripple's group was arrogant and violent, their aura looked weak, hollow. At least Wei the Cripple didn't dare make a sound for the moment. I'm the market manager Zhang Shan, others call me Oily Tongue Shan. Where are you from? Pardon my poor eyesight, I didn't recognize you at first. Zhang Shan smiled, staring at Jiang Lucier. As the market manager, he had seen countless people. His eyes were sharp. He realized that the Stone Shadow squad had a special iron-blooded aura. Only an elite survivor squad could have that aura. But such a squad should have become famous in Panju City long ago, yet he had never met them. And he'd never heard of a mining truck this gigantic. Far away. Jiang Lucier said lightly. Far away? How far exactly, no one knew. Jiang Lucier didn't seem inclined to say. Zhang Shan felt embarrassed, a bit annoyed inside. These strangers acted so arrogantly. Normally survivors' squads with some standing would show a little respect. But before knowing their credentials, Zhang Shan could only suppress his anger and force a smile. Didn't he see that even the arrogant Wei the Cripple didn't make a sound now, despite having his motorcycle smashed? What dignity did that count for? And the more arrogant a squad was, the more likely they had the guts to back it up. Just look at the mining truck, and the weapons they carried. Those were things most squads could never get their hands on. Thinking this, Zhang Shan's mind eased a little. Jiang Lushur lifted his eyelid, glanced at Zhang Shan. This is your trading market, right? We want to come in and trade something. Zhang Shan's spirit lifted. Of course, welcome, you came to the right place with the Wild War Alliance. Here we have all kinds of weapons, mutation crystal cores, mutated beast meat, beauties. Whatever you want, we can get it. Just don't tell me what you're offering to trade? Zhang Shan said with a big smile, leading Jiang Lushur and the others into the market. Jiang Lushur glanced at Zhang Shan, but said nothing. You the boss of the Wild War Alliance? Watch your tongue. Who's the big boss here? Only he has the right to negotiate with our Jiang brother. Sun Kuan said coldly beside him. Jiang Lushur glanced at Sun Kuan. This kid had good sense. Zhang Hai secretly wished he'd said it. Zhang Shan nearly spit blood, such arrogant strangers. If they had some standing, maybe he could deal with them. But in the absence of any proof, such arrogance was unacceptable. You have something to offer? Our big boss is busy. He can't be bothered with every minor trade. If it's a small trade, I can authorize it. Zhang Shan sighed, fighting back his anger. Wei the cripple still lingered nearby, eavesdropping. He was quite curious, what kind of capital did this arrogant unknown squad have, that they immediately demanded to see the big boss? 20 guns. Zhang Hai spoke up. 20 guns, wherever said, it was a sum of huge value. Some elite survivor squads consider 5 or 6 rifles enough to swagger around. 20 guns? Zhang Shan's eyes flickered. That was capital indeed, but just that alone hardly justified their arrogance. A strong total, yes. But the Wild War Alliance is no joke, there are more than 20 guns in the market already. And you think that's enough to see the boss? That's a joke. Wei the cripple couldn't resist sneering. Zhang Shan's face turned cold. If they thought with just 20 guns to see the boss, that was an insult to the Wild War Alliance. Let alone, such arrogant strangers already acting big. He absolutely wouldn't let them get what they want so easily. Jiang Lushur didn't say anything. He opened his palm, revealing 4 sparkling red crystals. The crystals continuously emitted a faint red glow. Rubies? Wei the cripple was slightly stunned, unable to recognize what Jiang Lushur was holding. Suddenly, his brows furrowed. This feeling, was there energy flowing within this thing? As an esper, Wei the cripple quickly sensed something unusual. At that moment, he noticed Zhang Shan beside him starting to breathe heavily. Evolution crystals? And 4 of them? Zhang Shan stared at the items in Jiang Lushur's palm, his eyes bulging, speaking in a trembling voice. Not bad, at least you recognize something. Jiang Lushur glanced indifferently at Zhang Shan. If Jiang Lushur had said that a few seconds earlier, Zhang Shan would have cursed him in his heart. But hearing it now, it felt completely different. Don't dare claim so. Just heard a bit following our boss. Zhang Shan looked at Jiang Lushur with a mixture of shock and suspicion, putting on a professional smile. But inside, waves of shock surged. Evolution crystals, he'd heard Chang Xinkai mention them more than once. Each time, it was with envy and awe. Once, a strong external team passed by Panju City and made a trade with Chang Xinkai, showing off an evolution crystal like it was a treasure. But even that crystal didn't have such a vivid energy flow as the ones before him now. Moreover, evolution crystals weren't just rare. What they represented was even more shocking to Zhang Shan. In this apocalypse, these were things that only human armies or governments with strong technology and resources could create. No matter how strong Chang Xinkai was, he was nothing compared to the armies that had established safe zones and base cities. To possess evolution crystals, such pure ones at that. In Zhang Shan's eyes, Jiang Lushur and his group were now bathed in a halo of brilliance. Gentlemen, please come inside. I'll go invite our boss now. Zhang Shan didn't dare slack off, showing even more respect toward Jiang Lushur and his group. As he spoke, he looked at a red-haired young man not far away. Ao Quan, what are you standing around for? Hurry up and take our distinguished guests to the Overlord Hall. The red-haired youth Ao Quan was momentarily dazed. He had never seen Zhang Shan treat outsiders so respectfully. But quickly regaining his senses, he nodded and bowed as he guided Jiang Lushur's group to the innermost part of the trading market. Seeing this, Wei the cripple was shocked. Damn, they're really going to invite Chang Xinkai? Evolution crystals, what the hell are they? Must be even more valuable than mutant beast meat or guns, he muttered to himself, staring at Jiang Lushur's back. The Overlord Hall in the War Alliance market could only be entered by the top 10 teams on the weekly transaction rankings. Being allowed in was a symbol of honor and status in the Berserker Alliance. When Jiang Lushur was led into the hall by the red-haired youth, 6 groups were already seated inside. One group sat closest to the head table. The leading young man was short but had sharp, hawk-like eyes. His hands lazily rested on the table, but his body was taut like a crouching tiger, his muscles hiding explosive power. When he saw Ao Quan leading Jiang Liushir's group inside, he was slightly surprised. Which team was this? His gaze finally landed on Ing, and he felt parched. Ing wore a tight black outfit with a short black skirt. Her chest was tightly outlined, and her tall, curvy figure was accentuated by her flowing black hair. She was a top-level beauty. "This woman is amazing," the short youth murmured. Teams allowed in the Overlord Hall naturally had high status in Panju City, but no one recognized Jiang Liushir's team. Other teams also began to look sideways at the Shering squad. That smooth talker Zhang Shan must have taken a bribe again, letting some nobody team in. Regular survivors can get in here now? A bald, middle-aged fat man in the northeast corner scoffed. Although Jiang Liushir and Ing carried a commanding presence, the espers in the hall quickly noticed they had no strong energy fluctuations. People in the Overlord Hall earned the right to early trade through hard-fought battles. Now, an unknown team without any obvious powers had entered. Naturally, those already seated were displeased. After entering, Jiang Liushir casually chose a metal table to sit at, completely ignoring the scrutinizing gazes. Where he sat didn't matter. Meeting Chang Xingkai, and finding Ran Yunsha, was what mattered. At least he knows his place. Seeing Jiang Liushir's group sit at the table nearest the entrance, the short youth snorted. "Wei the Cripple, who are these people?" Wei the Cripple's group leisurely sat beside them. The short youth pointed at Jiang Liushir and asked, "You can't afford to mess with them." Wei the Cripple rolled his eyes and chuckled coldly in his heart. This short youth was Guo Chengchun, captain of the Wild Python squad. Aside from the Berserker Alliance and Luoxing Society, he always acted like his team was the best among free elite survivor squads. He'd long annoyed Wei the Cripple of the Vulture squad. "Can't mess with? You trying to provoke me?" Guo Chengchun was petty by nature. He easily read the sarcasm in Wei the Cripple's words and was clearly being baited. But his eyes still lingered on Ing, and a decision formed in his mind. "Wei the Cripple, I've never feared anyone. These guys probably have some inside connection to a district head in the Berserker Alliance," Guo Chengchun sneered, confident in his judgment. Wei the Cripple only laughed mockingly, his gaze toward Guo Chengchun full of scorn. Guo Chengchun fumed under Wei's contemptuous gaze. "You, go tell that guy with the submachine gun, I want to buy the woman in leather pants. Offer a Type 95 automatic rifle and 2 grenades," Guo Chengchun ordered a pockmarked youth beside him. In his mind, the whole point of entering Overlord Hall was to secure better trade rights. The best items here were guns and mutant meat. Beautiful women were rare in the apocalypse, but still couldn't match the value of weapons. A beautiful woman for a 95 and 2 grenades? More than fair. The pockmarked youth eagerly got up, helping Boss Guo meant a chance to impress. He walked quickly toward Jiang Liushir's group. Jiang Liushir waited patiently, and when he saw the youth approaching, a strange smile appeared on his face. "Mister, our boss wants to make a deal. He's taken a liking to this woman." The youth pointed at Ing beside Jiang Liushir. Up close, he could see Ying's full figure, hot body, cold aura, an irresistible combo. He even swallowed secretly. But he knew a woman of that caliber was far beyond his reach. Ing didn't react, as if she hadn't heard anything. Her gaze remained solely on Jiang Liushir. Jiang Liushir didn't speak either, not even glancing at the youth. He raised his hand, and the black barrel of a gun suddenly pressed against the youth's forehead. The pockmarked youth instantly tensed. Guo Chengchun was startled. Why pull a gun over a simple conversation? He stood up and shouted, "What are you doing? This is..." Before he could finish, bang, the youth's head was blown apart, and he collapsed. The whole hall was stunned. Guo Chengchun couldn't believe his eyes, staring at the corpse in shock, anger, confusion. How could this be? How could anyone be so insane as to kill in the Overlord Hall, killing someone from the Wild Python squad? "I hate when people target my teammates," Jiang Liushir said, holding his pistol, glancing at Guo Chengchun. Just one simple sentence, but it carried an overwhelming dominance. Even Wei the Cripple was frozen. He knew Guo Chengchun would get rejected, but never expected someone to kill on the spot. This kind of boldness and dominance. Who the hell were these people? Other teams looked at Jiang Liushir and his group like they were monsters. Guo Chengchun didn't react for a long while. Then Zhang Shan rushed in. When he saw the body on the floor next to Jiang Liushir, his heart skipped a beat. What the hell, someone's dead? He saw Jiang's gun and recognized the body as the pockmarked youth from the Wild Python squad. His eyes questioned Jiang Liushir. Jiang didn't answer, just looked calmly at Guo Chengchun. "What happened?" A cold voice suddenly came from outside. A handsome man walked in, exuding a sinister aura. His blood-red eyes swept over everyone. When he entered, many team members felt pressure. Chang Xingkai. His name struck fear. As the leader of the Berserker Alliance, Chang Xinkai's arrival filled the room with tension. Seeing him, Guo Chengchun was thrilled. He had found the weapons cache, and even managed to draw out Boss Chang. Guo glared at Jiang Lushi. No need for him to act now, these strangers were doomed. Boss Chang, perfect timing. These guys came in on someone's connection and killed our man. Guo Chengchun said indignantly. Chang Xingkai frowned slightly but said nothing. His sharp gaze locked on Jiang Lushi. Though he didn't sense any abilities, his instincts told him this seemingly harmless young man was the leader. Seeing Chang Xingkai, Jiang Lushi smiled. Finally, the main player had appeared. You're Chang Xingkai of the Berserker Alliance? Seems these people don't respect you, running wild in your overlord hall, buzzing around like flies. I gave them a little lesson for you, Jiang said lightly. Pfft. Zhang Shan almost spat blood. Still acting arrogant in front of the boss? Chang Xinkai's pupils contracted, a glint in his eyes, but a smile formed on his lips. He didn't speak. Instead, he looked at Ao Quan. Ao Quan's heart trembled. Things had escalated too fast, nothing could be undone. He licked his lips, leaned close to whisper the full story to Chang Xingkai. Trash. Chang Xingkai suddenly kicked, sending Ao Quan flying over 10 meters and crashing into the wall. A bloody hole in his chest, he died instantly. You're trash too. He turned abruptly, making a sweeping motion toward Guo Chengchun. Despite the distance, a loud slap echoed. Guo had no idea where the force came from, his face twisted, teeth flew, and he was sent flying several meters, smashing chairs. As the top team in the weekly Overlord Hall rankings, you can't even protect your underlings? Trash. Don't know your place and provoke someone you shouldn't have? Trash. Getting slapped and still want me to help save face? Complete trash. Chang Xinkai's cold gaze locked on Guo as he spoke. Take your people and scram. You're banned from Berserker Alliance trading for 3 months. Guo groaned, trembling. He had never seen this ruthless side of Chang Xingkai. What scared him most was that Chang called those strangers people he shouldn't have provoked. He couldn't imagine who they really were. Damn Wei the cripple. Climbing to his feet, Guo glared at Wei with hatred. He didn't dare seek revenge on Zhang's group, but he remembered Wei had baited him into provoking them. Wei, sitting at the metal table, trembled slightly. He too feared, he had indeed pushed Guo into this. Would Zhang's group also come for him? At that moment, Chang Xingkai sat down across from Jiang Lushi with a commanding presence. A faint smile on his lips. First time meeting, I'm Chang Xingkai of the Berserker Alliance. I act fast. I heard from Zhangshan you guests have something good for trade, so I came. We are the Shering Squad. I'm the captain, Jiang Lushi. We do have something good. Jiang smiled too, pausing to glance subtly around Chang Xingkai's group. He was a bit disappointed. No women. No Ran Yunsha. As he spoke, he opened his palm. 4 red energy crystals appeared. Chang Xingkai's smile faded, a greedy glint in his eyes. Clear everyone out, he suddenly told Zhang Shan. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone in the hall heard it. Before Zhang Shan could act, Guo, Wei, and the others fled in panic. Other teams also rushed out, they knew a deal big enough to alert Chang Xingkai must be huge. He didn't want anyone else seeing it. Evolution crystals, where did you get them? After the others left, Chang stared at Jiang and asked slowly.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment, I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.